Chapter 12. I bet he sat right down here and ate, and started planning how he'd kill his father. Plenty of time. Time to start putting what he wanted together, hunting up their passcodes, checking out the bank accounts. Plenty of time. He never panicked, Eve continued. He never tried to clean anything up, hide anything. It's like he came of age here in the kitchen over his mother's bloody corpse. Well, God! He's got the ambition and the brains to go after the money, after what he recognizes or considers valuables. To take the time for planning that before and after he kills his father. To do that, he gets his old bat, that memento. Maybe his old man pitched him a few back in the day, criticized his form. He doesn't take the bat with him. It didn't matter to him. He buys a new one for his toolkit. Leaving childish things behind. Huh? I just thought. You said he came of age. So he left the bat he'd used as a kid and bought a new one. They probably bought him the first bat, the murder weapon. He buys one now for himself. That's good. Eve nodded. That's how he thinks. Still, a little fear of the father. He hides, lies in wait, takes him by surprise. Ambush rather than confront. Then he leaves them both there, where they fell, leaves them swimming in their own blood, and eats and sleeps and plans. It's like a kid again. A teenager, maybe, tossing his stuff on the floor, stepping over it rather than picking it up, putting it away. Nobody here to tell him to clean up his space. It's deliberate. What part? Staying here until Saturday night. Leaving them on the floor, dishes scattered around the kitchen. She kept a tidy home, raised him to pick up his space, nagged at him about it. Now fuck her, he'll make as much mess as he wants. No mess in the living area or their bedroom. He's not interested in those spaces. It's all about the little office area, the kitchen, his room, the bathroom. He hates how old it feels in here. All his mother's fancy touches, the old stuff she and his father hang on to, set around or tuck away. The traditions irritate him. He wants new, like the new bat, the new suit. He wants some shine. She took a turn around again. He'll look for a status place. He wants the opposite of this, the opposite of settled, homey, traditional. That's what he's after now. A newer building, or something recently rehabbed. Modern, I think. Slick and sleek. Everything he's never had because he doesn't see what he had here. He's not grateful for growing up in a home where people cared about making it nice, keeping it nice, where they valued family heirlooms and traditions. He hates all of it. Let's take it apart, then follow his trail. The silver and glass tower rising above the Hudson River boasted its own bank, a 2-level state-of-the-art fitness center with pool, a 5-star spa, a select group of high-end boutiques, 24-hour concierge service, 2 exclusive restaurants, 3 bars, and for an additional fee, a daily, weekly, or monthly cleaning service. The apartment on the 18th floor was, for him, a wet dream. Floor-to-ceiling windows comprised the river-facing wall. A touch of a button or voice command opened them to the terrace. The generous living space, humongo built-in wall screen, floors of cool silver, walls of pale gold, spilled into a dining area already furnished with a floating free-form chrome table and glossy black chairs. The kitchen beyond, all hard silver, strong gold, rippled glass, held every modern feature he could imagine, and plenty he hadn't. He listened with half an ear as the realtor buzzed at him about square footage, location, amenities, soundproofing, full voice command, private elevator, blah, blah, blah. He nodded, trying for knowledgeable and sophisticated as he circled around to the master suite. He all but felt tears rush to his eyes. Like the dining room, like the living area, with its gel platform sofa, chrome tables, gold scoop chairs, it was already furnished. She fussed with the remote that had the black headboard glowing, the privacy screens on that wall of glass sliding up, then down, the glass opening to the terrace. He struggled to maintain his composure, glancing at the bathroom. Big, sunken jet tub. Clear glass multi-jet shower. Drying tube, flash tan tube, another screen, a small gas fireplace, an attached dressing area complete with wardrobe comp. The second bedroom, described by the yammering realtor as the perfect home office for a bachelor, also had its own bath. Smaller than the master's, but no less swank. He poked around, opening closets, wandering out to the terrace, giving her short answers or no comments. It was, in his mind, already his. Everything he wanted, everything he deserved. He wanted her out of it so he could flop down on the couch and kick his feet, wave his fists in the air in triumph. "It's prime real estate," she continued. Talk, talk, talk. "The complex has only been open for 6 months and is already at 93%. The previous tenant hadn't fully moved in, was still furnishing, as you can see, when business required him to move to Paris. This unit has only just become available, and I expect it to be snapped up by next week, and only that long due to the holiday." "It might do." Reinhold tried for weariness. "I really don't have much time to spend on hunting." She gave him an easy, professional smile. A short, solid woman in a purple suit and sensible shoes. "You said you'd just come back to New York from Europe yourself." He merely nodded. He wandered back, frowned at the kitchen, opened a few doors, drawers. "It's a bit small for the entertaining I do, but it's here. The caterer on site is one of the best in the city. Of course, you'd hardly expect less from a Rourke property." He glanced at her. Rourke? He felt the thrill spear through him, couldn't suppress the smile. "Rourke owns the property?" "Yes, so you can be assured the security, the staffing, all the amenities are top of the scale." "I'm sure." "His wife is a police officer, isn't she?" "That's right. Have you seen the iCove agenda? It's based on one of her cases. Fabulous vid, just fabulous." "I've heard of it. I don't have much time for vids." He dismissed it as if such things were too frivolous for his notice. Inside, he reveled. The cop trying to find him was married to the man who'd built his new headquarters. It couldn't be more perfect. "What about the furnishings?" "As I said, the previous tenant had to leave for Europe, and quickly. He'll make arrangements to have the furniture taken out, or is willing to sell any and all." "I see. It would save time, and time is money." He glanced at his spiffy new wrist unit as if verifying. "I'll take it, and the furniture. You don't want to see the other properties?" "Time, money, and this suits well enough. What does he want for the furniture?" "All of it, as I said." He gave her a hurry-it-up finger wiggle. "I don't waste time." "Just give me a moment to check. Building management will need first and last month's rent, as well as the security deposit on signing." "Understood. I'll have my girl wire it today. I'll move in this evening." I prefer not to spend another night in a hotel, he said, rolling right over her. I don't have much with me. I'll make arrangements to have the rest of my things sent once I'm settled. Make it happen. So saying, he wandered off again, leaving her scrambling. Eve followed Reinhold's footprints. To banks, hotel, shops, pawnbrokers. She talked to clerks, reviewed security discs. Studying him, watching him revel in his newfound life, his murderous freedom. She'd found more photos, tucked away, and, as Peabody had suggested, school reports. Average at best. They'd unearthed an old vid of him from childhood, labeled Jerry, Talent Show, Grade 5. He'd competed with the song, and had carried it fairly well. Well enough to place third. The vid had clearly shown his anger, his sulkiness when accepting his little trophy. Another vid memorialized his Little League team's bid for the championship. They lost, and Reinhold struck out on his last at-bat. Other vids showed family vacations. Reinhold belly-flopping into a pool, swimming choppily. Not the athletic type, Eve judged. Holidays, birthdays, high school graduation. On foot now, Eve and Peabody walked between pawn shops, and Eve stopped outside a fancy salon. He needs a new look. He didn't change it. We've got him on the feed from the hotel. That doesn't mean he hasn't changed it since. She pushed her way in, badged the first text she saw, and flashed Reinhold's photo. Tapping out there, they hit the next pawn shop, the next salon. And Peabody stopped, pointed. There! He could have stopped there for hair and face stuff. He'd have passed it. True Essence? What is it? A chain, but a pretty high-class one. Mostly above my pay grade, unless they're having a good sale. Enhancements, hair stuff, body stuff, bath stuff, Peabody elaborated. The works. The uptown one, on Madison, has a frosty little day spa attached. You can go in for a makeover, but then, well, if I do that, I feel like I've got to buy something. But the staff's really helpful. It's part of their rep. Solid and personal customer service. Let's see if they gave any of that to Reinhold. Eve didn't understand places like this. The walls, all artily lit, the kiosks, the lower-level area, were all loaded with products created to enhance you, change you, transform you, or improve you. Skin, hair, face, eyes, lips, ass. There was even a whole section dedicated to throats and boobs, though they called it décolletage. But she had to admit, the trim, stylish, and perfectly groomed staff didn't swarm as they did in some places. They were approached by one woman in classic New York black. The tall blonde with killer looks looked pretty normal to Eve's eye. No spikes, visible piercings or tats, no explosion of odd-colored hair. Welcome to True Essence. Can I help you with anything this afternoon? Yeah. Have you seen this man? Eve took out the photo, and since the blonde didn't seem to be an asshole, palmed her badge discreetly. Oh, that's the man who killed his parents. Instantly, her voice went to stage whisper. I saw him on the media reports. You're looking for him? That's right. I haven't seen him, but I had the last 2 days off. Would you like to talk to the manager? I can call her out. Appreciate it. Sure, give me a minute. Oh, look at this lip dye! No, Eve said flatly, when Peabody snagged a sampler. Popping pink! Who doesn't want a pop? Peabody squeezed some on an applicator, tapped it on her lips. Cut that out! You're not a girl in here. You're a cop. I'm a girl cop. And Peabody did a quick, agile turn toward eye-crap. Apparently, Eve noted, the managerial position required less normal. She watched the woman with plum-colored hair and silver brow studs clip her way over on high zebra-striped boots. I'm the manager, and you're Lieutenant Dallas, Detective Peabody. We're looking for this man. So I saw on the screen last night. Why do you think he came in here? He was in this area, and he shopped in this area. We're checking other venues. I see. Do you know what he might have wanted? What sort of products he might have come in for? Frankly, I hardly see why a suspected murderer would shop for enhancements or body products. We're hardly a den of iniquity. You recognized his face. I told you I saw it on the media bulletin last night. Put it together, sister, Eve thought, but spelled it out. I bet a lot of other people did too. A lot of people who might recognize him if, say, he walked into a deli for a freaking bowl of soup. So being the suspicious type, I figure he might have enough brains to change his hair color. Oh! The manager took a deep breath that projected both annoyance and concern. We should move into hair, then. Perhaps one of our stylists can help you. That's a lovely shade on you, she said to Peabody with a much warmer smile. You shouldn't be without it. Should I have it held for you? Oh, it does look mag. No! Eve cut them both off. I don't know, just spitballing, but we should spend our time here trying to track down a murderer? Hair? Of course. The smile faded, the eyes chilled. This way. She wound through the kiosks, the shelves, the customers who, like Peabody, played with samples or loaded up silver baskets with products they figured would make them sexier, prettier, softer, smoother, younger. Feeling Peabody's attention wander, Eve bared her teeth. Peabody quickened her pace. Marcella, I'd like you to help these women. I'd love to. Marcella, her short, sharp cap of raven black, edged with candy pink, beamed a welcoming smile. What a stellar and interesting cut, she said to Eve. So few could pull that off. I have a wonderful product that would punch out your highlights. And I love the casual day-do, she said to Peabody. I bet you'd look mag in hot curls for an evening bounce. The home care kit is incredibly easy to do, and you could— Fascinating, Eve interrupted in a tone that said otherwise. But we're more interested in him. She flashed the photo of Reinhold and her badge. Oh. Marcella shot a wide-eyed, smoked lids, heavily cold, glance at her manager. I don't understand. Do you recognize him? Eve demanded. Well, yeah. I don't understand, she repeated. How do you recognize him? From yesterday when I served him. I don't understand, Eve finished. What time did you serve him? He came in maybe around 1:30. I'm not sure, but it was right after I got back from lunch. I need your surveillance discs from yesterday. Open till close. After ordering the manager, Eve turned back to Marcella. Do you remember what you served him? Tropical blonde hair color with the caramel lowlights add-on kit, drenched shampoo and conditioner, color bond, the Master of Your Own deluxe styling kit. She rattled them off as if itemized in her head. He wanted other products from other sections, so I stuck with him, recommended the Sunblast Bronzer, face and body in number 4, the Soleil Quench, again face and body, and the Lightning Blue Eye Kit by Francesco. He wanted the top of the line. I suggested he apply for the store credit service, which would give him 10% off his purchases, but he wanted to pay cash. She bit her lip. I offered him the free consult and recommended Allie do his eye change here on site for a very reasonable fee, but he blew that off. If done incorrectly, it can cause swelling or redness, but he insisted on pay and go. He signed the waiver, so if he had a problem, I don't understand why he called the police. Don't watch much screen, Marcella? Don't keep up with current events? I've been pretty busy. My sister and her fam's coming in for Thanksgiving, and I'm helping my mother. Why? If you had, I think you'd recognize him from the media reports. His name is Gerald Reinhold, and he killed 3 people in the last couple days. God! Taking a quick step back, she slapped a hand to her heart. Oh my God! He was right here, and I worked with him for at least a half hour. Am I in trouble? Why would you be? I don't know. I sold him all those products. It was a really nice commission. I even did the comp morph to show him how he could look after using everything. Now Eve smiled. Can you still call that up? Yes, I can, I think. I just feel so... Can I get some water? I feel a little shaky. He seems so normal, kind of clueless and trying to act like he knew all about it. Oh, he bought a piercing kit too, I forgot. Pausing just a moment, she fanned a hand in front of her face. He bought a hole-in-one kit and a gold hoop from accessories. I forgot. Sympathetic and impressed with her memory, Eve tried to calm her. No, you didn't, and this helps us a lot. Get your water, Marcella. Take a breath, then show us the morph. Thanks. I feel kind of sick. Who did he kill? His parents and his ex-girlfriend. Her exotic eyes filled. Come on! Not really. Really. Let's move it, Marcella. Okay. She scrambled away, wobbling some on her towering heels. Good call on this place, Peabody. Jackpot. I can't figure out why he didn't spread his purchases out. Other venues. The way he did for the clothes, the tools, the selling his loot. Because you don't get the lure. On a lusty sigh, Peabody turned a little circle, scanning with eyes full of reverence and desire. If I could afford it, I'd spend hours in here. I wouldn't be able to walk out without loading up, especially if one of the servers started priming me. I couldn't resist. Huh. The music's all pumping, the lighting's bold, sexy energy, lots of it. All these products just saying how mag you'd look if you bought them. All these totally ice servers, male and female, telling you the same. Drop a couple thousand and walk out a whole new you, a better you. And people buy that. I'm buying it right now and arguing with myself. I could get the lip dye. I'm not spending anything on travel for Thanksgiving. I have enough lip dye, but I don't have this Fabo Uptown new lip dye. It costs too much. It's a personal appearance investment. I got it. Shut up. Go push the manager on those discs, she ordered as Marcella came trotting back with the tablet. Malachi Gold. That's his name. I remembered after I got some water. Calmed down. No, it's not his name, but that's the name he gave you? Yes. I asked him for the morph, and that's what he said. We keep them for a week, in case the customer comes back, wants something else, or says something didn't work. She tapped her way through. See, here he is. We have to take an as-is shot, and this is as-is. Yeah. Eve looked into Reinhold's smug, smiling eyes. That's as-is. Show me the morph. Marcella tapped again, turned the tablet. If used properly and to full potential, he'd come out about like this. They're not 100%, but it gives a good representation. I bet. Eve studied the newly blonde, blue-eyed, bronzed, and pierced Reinhold. He bought the styling kit, but he was really vague on how he'd style the do, so I just had to go with the as-is do, new color and lights. This is good. This is excellent. I need you to send it to me at this code, and I need a hard copy now. Oh, sure. I can send right from the tab, but I have to look for the print. It'll take a minute. Make it happen. You did good, Marcella. Thanks. She smiled wanly. It's my first murderer. Let's keep it that way. And get me that, what was it? Pink pop, popped up pink, that lip dye. Popping Pink by La Femme? It's mag, totally, but I have to be honest, it's not really your color. Now the blooming poppy or the not for me. Eve dug for credits. How much? $62. You're shitting me. Marcella's face fell into apology. No, it's a really excellent product, honestly, and lasts all day. It's waterproof, smudge-proof, has conditioners, and fine. Considering the cost, Eve dug out a credit card. Put it on this. Of course. It really does well with the rose petal liner. Don't push it, Marcella. Just the lip crap and the hard copy. And make it quick. Marcella swiped the card on the tablet, turned it so Eve could sign. I'll have the picture and the product right back to you. 2 minutes, she promised, and dashed, no wobbling now, away. Taking a moment, Eve glanced around, thumbs in front pockets. No, she didn't see the lure. What she saw were countless products that, given half a chance, the terrifying Trina would smear, brush, paint, rub, and coat all over her face, hair, and body. That alone was enough to make her want to get the hell out. Got the discs. Peabody held them up, and she strode back to Eve. The manager got really cooperative when it turned out he got his stuff in here. Anything we need, want, anything she can do. Total CYA. Works for me. I've seen the morph, and Marcella's sending it to my PPC, making a hard copy. We can have it out to the media, on screen, inside 10 minutes. No. Eve shook her head. He sees it, he changes again, and he'll be a lot more careful about it next time. Now we know what he looks like now. Potentially, anyway. We keep it in-house, away from the media, until circumstances call for the spread. I have everything. Marcella came back with the pink and black leopard print bag, offered it to Eve. The morphs in the white envelope, the products in the small bag. I threw in some samples. You really should at least try the blooming poppy. Thanks. If you remember anything else, contact me. I will. And believe me, I'm gonna watch the screen. This is scary. Like I said, I never served a murderer before. That you know of, Eve thought as they headed out. You bought something. Peabody's voice was an accusatory whisper. I turn my back for a second, and you buy something after dissing the whole idea of the store. She huffed. What did you buy? Some crap called Popping Pink lip dye. She slipped the envelope out, shoved the bag at a speechless Peabody. You bought it for me? The me ended dangerously close to a squeal. Dallas! If you hug me, I'm shoving that lip dye up your ass. Peabody did a little dance in her pink cowboy boots. I really wanna, but I won't because I won't have pink pretty lips if it's up my ass. Keep that in mind. That was really nice. It was the best way to get you to stop whining. Really nice, Peabody repeated. Thanks. Eve consulted the route map. You called the store, and we hit. We hit big. You get a prize. A totally mag prize. She riffled through the bag. Ooh, samples! Peabody? Peabody stopped riffling, but kept grinning. Okay, he went blonde and blue, right? Rich man's tan, pierced ear, most likely ear with the hoop. He'd need at least a couple hours to do all that. More like, I'd say 4 to do it right. And a place to do it. A hotel again? Go in looking as is, leave looking new. Not a smallish hotel, then. Someone might notice, should notice. Maybe another business hotel. A big, busy hotel. Or... He spent the night with his murdered parents. Several hours with his dead ex. Maybe he picked his next victim and did his makeover there. Creepy. He hits that note. Not a family place for this. He wouldn't want to take on a spouse, kids. Look through for singles, and we'll start there. Start contacting them via link. Anyone who doesn't answer or seems off, we pay personal visits to. And I want to talk to Gold again, in person. How did Reinhold get his old ID? And the fact he's using it? I think it ups Gold on the hit list. Agreed. Start looking, Eve said when they reached the car. Start contacting. Start with Gold. He's at his parents'. And tell him we're coming. All over that. Chapter 13. While Eve drove, she used the in-dash link to send Reinhold's morph to Baxter and instruct him to distribute copies to the rest of the department. She added a media lock. As she updated the commander, checked her own incomings for anything relevant, Peabody worked her own link. And when her partner fell silent, Eve glanced over. What? The Brooklyn grandparents. I talked to the grandmother. She says Reinhold hasn't contacted them, and it rings true. I don't see him going that route. Not yet. So what's the problem? It's not a problem, Peabody began, but sighed. The out-of-town grandparents are coming in later today, and they're going to stay with the Brooklyn ones. Together. There are sibs and family members for both sides coming in or opening their homes to those who are coming. The ME's releasing the bodies tomorrow, but they're planning to wait until Saturday for a double memorial. They're all getting together for Thanksgiving. Family needs family. That's what she said. Peabody stared down at her link. It's sad, really sad. But it's kind of great, too. Great? They're all pulling together, coming together, staying together. I think Reinhold has a really good family on both sides. He never appreciated what he had, what they gave him. But now, when they're facing one of the hardest things that can happen, they appreciate each other. And it made me realize I'm going to miss seeing my family this time around. Made me wonder if I appreciate them enough. I hear it every time you mention any one of them. Don't slap yourself over that. But since she could see Peabody was doing just that, Eve pushed the theme. You and your family are a big, sloppy pile of free agey appreciation. It's a little embarrassing. On a half-laugh, Peabody's broody look shifted to sentimental smile. Yeah, I guess it is, a little. Satisfied with the response, Eve considered as she drove. He's not going for any family, then. Not yet, anyway. Too many of them together. He wouldn't know that, but he'd see it pretty damn fast if he decided to target any of them. Friends, employment, childhood grievances, teachers, exes. That's where we look first. And eliminate anyone with kids at home for now. I don't see him dealing with kids. Too messy, too complicated, too much trouble. Exactly. He's gone one at a time so far, all with him having the initial advantage. We follow that pattern. He's probably not going for gold, or not top of his list, since gold's staying at his mother's, working from there too, primarily. He's freaked about leaving her during the day while his father's at work. He'd be on the list, but no, not top of it, Eve agreed. I want to talk to him anyway. He's expecting us, and he said he was going to tag Dave Hildebrand. He's been staying at his parents' too. What about the other friend? Asshole Joe. I connected. He's at work, not worried. He thinks we're way off base. And even if Reinhold went crazy, he won't believe he might be a target. They're buds, man. Tight buds. And being tight buds, he's positive Reinhold will tag him in soon. Swears he'll tell us so we can straighten this all out. Rat out his tight bud. Didn't sound like he had a problem with that at all. It's why we call him Asshole Joe. We should get him a name tag, Eve said, and started hunting for parking on Gold's block. A proud and happy new tenant of the elaborate New York West, Reinhold let himself back into Miss Farnsworth's brownstone. He'd imagined himself living there for a few days, maybe even a week, but he'd hit the freaking jackpot. He'd spend the night in his frosty new apartment, once he'd tied up a few loose ends. It had all taken longer than he'd expected, so he reactivated the droid, ordered it to fix him a snack. All that paperwork, he thought, miles of it, and he could admit he'd sweated it some when they'd gone over his data with goddamn micro goggles, but he'd passed. Points for fat-ass Farnsworth. Lucky for her, he thought, while he chowed down on a Reuben and a couple kosher pickles. Now he wouldn't snip off her fingers and toes. Probably. The thing to do first was go through the place again, finish piling up what looked like it was worth taking. He'd have the droid pack it up, transport it to his new place. He'd enjoy having the droid to do his grunt work. And a man in his position needed a house droid. The New York West would expect it of him. Ms. Farnsworth sure didn't, or wouldn't, need it. He'd already emptied the safe, packed that up in one of the fat old hag's red suitcases. He wasn't sure about the color or the brand, if they really suited his new persona, but he didn't have time to worry about it. Time is money, he thought, and cracked himself up. He'd gone through her jewelry. She didn't have much of an eye there, but figured anything in cases had to be worth something, even if it was ugly. He ordered the droid to wipe the drives on the remaining electronics, then unhook the rest of the comps and equipment and haul them downstairs. A lot of E-stuff, he mused. Good thing he'd thought ahead, had the droid start liquidating. He chose what he wanted for his new home office, separated them. Take that bunch there. Reinhold picked up one of the memo cubes he'd separated into his take pile. Follow these instructions. He recited a shop name and address. Get what you can for them. You should be able to handle it in one trip this time. Get cash, just cash, he repeated. Whose property are you, asshole? I am the property of Anton Trevor, President and CEO of Trevor Dynamics. Don't you forget it. Get the cash, come back. No detours. We've got work to do. While the droid took care of business, Reinhold took another tour of the house. Maybe that picture frame was real silver. Maybe that fancy bowl was worth something. She had so much crap in the house, who knew if it was junk or sell-worthy? He could probably take the bags of her clothes and get something for them, but he didn't want to touch all those old lady clothes again. Besides, he was rolling in it now. Why bother with the small shit? He had the equipment he wanted. The droid could box it up, transport it, set it up in the new place. Same with his clothes and the suitcase full of stuff he'd have the droid sell over the next couple days. Maybe he could scrape out more if he stayed a little longer. But all he could think about was getting into his new place, having the droid fix him a drink. Maybe he'd try a martini or something fancy like that. Drink it on the terrace. He'd watch screen, have the droid fix him a big-ass dinner. Now he had somebody to wait on him that wouldn't nag and bitch and try to make him feel worthless. Now he had somebody else on shit detail, and nobody to tell him to get a job, grow up, be responsible, do his work. Fuck all that. Fuck all of them. Starting, he thought, with Ms. Farnsworth. He'd considered how to do it. He liked the knife. He really enjoyed the way it felt when the blade went in, came out. But it was so damn messy, and he had nice clothes on. He should buy some protective gear for down the road. Same went for the bat. Blood and brains everywhere, and that was a rush. But he'd fuck up his clothes. Definitely buying protective gear. He could strangle her, but he kind of wanted to try something new, to expand his horizons. Wasn't that one of her favorite things to say? Expand your horizons. Yeah, he'd expand them on her, see how she liked it. He got what he wanted, sauntered into the office. She didn't look so good, or smell so good. She'd pissed herself again, which surprised him. He hadn't given her more than a couple sips of water all day, and no food. He thought she maybe looked like she'd lost a couple pounds. The Jerry Reinhold diet, he thought with a cackle that had her head snapping up. No, make that the Anton Trevor diet. New look, new digs, new name. New man. Hey there. He didn't see the dog. Didn't give Snuffy a thought. Out of sight, out of mind. But he did see she'd been trying to get free. The tape around her right hand was looser, and she'd managed to drag her hand out about halfway up. The wrist that showed beyond the cord and tape looked like raw meat. Ouch. He clucked his tongue, ticked his index finger back and forth. But that's what you get when you don't listen to the rules. Where'd you think you were gonna go if you got loose? What'd you think you were gonna do? I mean, clue up, Ms. Farnsworth. I'm a lot smarter than you gave me credit for. He posed, tapping thumbs to his chest. I've got all your money. I've got all your shit that's worth taking. I look iced, and you look like crap. Smiling, he stepped closer to her. And you did everything I told you to do. You're the useless one, the stupid one. And I'm the one who's gonna live in a totally mag apartment. I'll probably get one in London or Paris, too, once I finish my personal business and hire out. People pay a lot of money for an experienced hitman. Governments, too. His eyes narrowed at the derision in hers. You don't think I can make the big bucks, bitch? I already did, and most of it used to be yours. With my rep, I can name my own price. I'm rich, and I'm famous, and you're sitting in your own piss. Who's the winner now? Who's the winner now? He ripped the tape off her mouth, taking dried flesh with it. She looked him hard in the eye. Her voice was little more than a croak, as dry as her skin. but she'd have her say. "You're nothing. Nothing but a vicious little turd." He punched her. He hadn't intended to because, fuck, it hurt his hand. But nobody was going to talk to him like that. Nobody. "You think you're better than me? You think I'm nothing? I'll show you nothing." She knew she was dead before he put the plastic bag over her head. She'd come to accept it. Still, she fought. Not to survive. Not any longer. But to cause him pain. To give him something back. She rocked in the chair, even as he twisted the opening of the bag tight, even as he tried to wrap the tape around and around. She shoved back with what strength she had left, hoarded the small satisfaction when she felt the chair slam into him, heard him yelp and curse over the roar of blood in her head. The chair overbalanced, her weight carrying it back. Though she gulped like a fish, her body screaming for air, somewhere inside she smiled when he screamed in pain. He kicked her. Her belly exploded with agony, her chest burned, and everything began to shake. Then it quieted, and all slid away. She died with a smile deep in her heart. He kept kicking her long after she went still. He couldn't stop. She'd called him nothing. She'd hurt him. It wasn't fair. It wasn't right. So he kicked her, and he wept and raged until he'd exhausted himself. Dropping into a chair, he struggled to get his breath back. His foot throbbed like a rotted tooth where the chair, with her fat ass in it, had dropped like a boulder. And his midsection hurt, felt bruised and tender where she'd slammed the chair back against him. He should have sliced her up. Fuck the mess. He should have sliced her to pieces like he'd done with his old lady. Now he was sweaty, shaky, and he thought maybe something in his foot might be broken. He ought to burn her house down with her in it. That's what he ought to do. But he wasn't stupid, he thought, as he swiped tears away. He wasn't nothing. The longer it took them to find her fat, dead ass, the better. Besides, they'd never tie him to it. Who'd tie him to the old bitch? Some bitch who taught high school comp science? All he had to do now was walk away, and he could soak himself and his aching foot in his new jet tub. He rose, let out a whining whimper, and was forced to limp out of the room. Blinking back tears of self-pity, he hobbled downstairs where the droid stood awaiting further instructions. "Take the rest of this on foot." He made another memo cube with the address, instructions. "Straight there, straight to the concierge. Give her that memo and get things set up. Where's the money?" "Here, sir." The droid handed him an envelope. After a moment's consideration, Reinhold pulled out a few bills. "Walk to West Broadway. That's far enough. Take a cab from there." "No, leave those," he said when the droid reached for the duffel in one of the suitcases. "I'll take those. I want everything set up before I get there. Then you go out, buy what you need to make me a big steak dinner and a martini." "Yes, sir. Gin or vodka?" Reinhold went blank. He hadn't known martinis came in more than one variety. "What do you think, asshole? Vodka! And don't get cheap shit. Now get moving." Reinhold hobbled into the kitchen. He'd seen blockers in there. Hunting them up, he took two. Then out of pique, he yanked dishes, glassware out of cabinets, hurled them against the wall, used a kitchen knife to gouge at the refrigerator, the front of the dishwasher, across the counter, the cabinets, and felt better. Satisfied, he went out, retrieved his duffel, the last red suitcase, and walked out of the house. But even with the blockers and the release of breaking and destroying, The foot troubled him. After 2 blocks, he ran a search for the closest clinic on his latest victim's handheld, limped another block before he managed to catch a cab. He should have snipped off her toes, he decided. He should have made her scream. Being dead wasn't enough, not when she'd hurt him first. He slumped in the corner of the cab and dreamed of his new place, a jet tub, a manly drink, and money to burn. Eve rang the bell by the door of the Gold apartment. Within seconds, she heard locks clicking, snicking, sliding. The woman who answered was still on the shy side of 50 and wore lip dye Eve assumed Peabody would claim popped. She boasted impressive breasts and broad shoulders, and gave Eve a dead-on measuring stare. "You're taller than I thought." "Okay," was the best Eve could offer. "Could use some meat on you. Skinny girls," she said to Peabody with a quick, crooked smile. "Hard to understand them." "Yes, ma'am." "Come on in. Mal's back in the den putting in a new screen. I don't allow the screen in the living room. Living rooms are for living, and living means having conversations." There was plenty of seating for just that. Chairs, sofa, cushion squares. Where most might have put that wall screen, she'd opted for shelves loaded with photos, fussy pieces, and several books. "I like books," she said, noting Eve's gaze. "Pricier than discs or downloads, but I like holding them, looking at them." "My husband does, too." "Well, he can afford it. My kids give them to me for special occasions. You go ahead and sit down. I'll get Mal, and he's got Davy with him back there. I'm going to fix you a snack." "There's no need to bother with that, Mrs. Gold." Mrs. Gold merely gave Eve that dead-on stare again. "I'm fixing you a snack." She walked off in navy skids. "We're getting a snack," Peabody grinned. Eve shook her head. Mrs. Gold struck her as a woman who ran her home and her family, and had enough punch left over to run most of the neighborhood. It was mildly intimidating. Mal came out with a shorter, beefier guy with a lot of brown hair. Eve recognized Dave Hildebrand from his ID shot, and saw in both of them barely contained nerves. Lieutenant." Mal started to extend his hand, obviously wondered if he should, started to pull it back. Eve solved his dilemma by taking it for a brisk shake. "Mal, Mr. Hildebrand?" "Dave, nice to meet ya." Immediately he flushed. I got it. "I asked Dave to come over when you said you wanted to come by. We're both just... God, this is just fucking awful." "You watch your language in this house." The booming order came from the back of the apartment and had both men wincing. "Sorry, Ma." "Like I said, I'm gonna stay here until..." He trailed off again. "And Dave's staying with his folks, too. It just feels like we should." "The neighborhood can't talk about anything else," Dave put in. "People really liked Mr. and Mrs. R. And even if they didn't, well, geez, he corrected with a quick glance toward the kitchen. "They were good people." Mrs. Gold came back in, carrying an enormous tray. "Let me get that, Ma." Mal muscled it from her, set it on a table in front of the sofa. In addition to little plates, glasses, a big clear pitcher of some sort of deep amber liquid, the tray held tiny sandwiches, basically a bite, cookies sparkling under a dusting of what must have been sugar, and a ring of carrot sticks circling some chunky white dip with green flecks. "We could have come on back to the kitchen, Ma." "Living room's for company." In what Eve now saw as her no-bullshit way, Mrs. Gold hefted the pitcher, poured out glasses. This is sassafras tea, and it's good for you. It's my grandma's recipe."
"My granny makes that."
Delighted, Peabody accepted a glass. "Does she now?"
"Yes, ma'am."
After a sip, Peabody grinned like a child.
"It's gotta be the same recipe or close to it. It really takes me back."
"What's your name, girl?"
"Detective Peabody. My granny's a Norwickie."
"Polish!" On a wide beaming smile, Mrs. Gold pointed an approving finger. "My grandma was too, a Wozniak. She died just last year, 118, went skydiving 2 weeks before she slipped off in her sleep. Can't say better than that."
"No, ma'am."
Eve supposed this was living room conversation, but they didn't have time for it. "We have a few follow-up questions," she began. "We believe Gerald Reinhold will target someone else. I kept thinking, I don't know, he just had some sort of breakdown. But after I heard about Lori, what he did to her..." Mal stared down at his hands. They held steady, but his voice shook. "I don't know how he could do that. I don't know how he could do what he's done. He's a spoiled, good-for-nothing whiner and always has been." Mal rolled his eyes toward his mother. "Ma!" "Actually, I'd like to hear your opinion, Mrs. Gold." After sending her son a smug look, Mrs. Gold nodded at Eve. "You show some sense. I watched him grow up, didn't I? His ma and I, and Davy's ma, too. We spent a lot of time together or handling each other's boys. My Mal's a good boy, and it's not bragging to say so. He had his time, sure, and he got slapped down for them when he needed to be." "Still happens," Mal muttered, but with a smile. "Always will. I'm your ma, birth to earth. Davy here, he's a good boy. Not that his ma and my own self didn't slap him down a time or two, and still will," she added, jabbing a finger at him. "Barb and Carl, they were good people, and they did the best they could with that boy, but he was born a whiner, and he never did grow out of it." She plucked up a carrot stick, waved it. "Somebody else's fault, always with him. Never appreciated anything they did for him, and always found fault. Maybe I could say they indulged him more than they should, but he was their only chick, and they did their best by him. Worked with him on schoolwork, even hired on tutors when he didn't do so well. Boy wanted to play ball, so Carl, and the man, bless him, wasn't much of an athlete. He spent hours throwing the ball or chasing it with Jerry. I remember when these two, Jerry and that Joe Klein, swiped candy and comic discs from down at Schumacher's. We all, Barb, Davy's ma, and Joe's and me, we all dragged these boys in there to make it right." "Worst day of my life," Mal mumbled. Mrs. Gold's expression clearly transmitted she was fine with that. "Davy and Mal here, they were shamed and sorry, and rightfully. That Joe, he was mostly shamed and sorry he got caught, but Jerry, he was mad." "He was," Dave confirmed and took a cookie. "He went off on me. He said I'd screwed the whole thing up. He punched my guts out before Mal pulled him off." Mrs. Gold's finger ticked between the two men. "You never told me that." "Ma, I can't tell you everything." "Ha!" Her sniff was her opinion on that. Jerry apologized to the Schumachers, sure, had no choice with his mother holding him by the ear and seeing he did. And when a rock went through Schumacher's store window one night a couple weeks later, I know Jerry's the one who threw it. "You don't know that, Ma. And we weren't there. I swore to you then, and I swear to you now, we didn't do it. I'm not saying you did. If I thought different, you still wouldn't be sitting down easy." Barb knew it. She didn't tell Carl, but she told me. sitting back in the kitchen and shedding some tears over it, too. Couldn't make him say he did it, but she knew. Is Schumacher still there? 51 years, same location, Frank and Maisie. Eve noted it down. What I want from you is the names of anyone you can think of he has something against, he had trouble with, who he complained about. Going back. I don't mean just recent problems. I hope you've got a lot of time, Mrs. Gold said, and helped herself to a sandwich bite. Because that boy stacked up grudges like a kid with building blocks. I'd be one of 'em. He's not going to hurt you, Ma. I'd kill him first. Mal's face went fierce as he turned to Eve. I mean it. You're a good boy. Mrs. Gold patted his arm. But I think this skinny policewoman and a friend with the Polish granny can take care of Jerry. That's just what we're gonna do, Eve said. We have his former employers, his co-workers, you and your families, and Joe Klein and his. Who else comes to mind? How about other ex-girlfriends? Lori was the first one he lived with, was really in a serious deal with, Mal began. There was Cindy McMahon, Dave put in. They dated pretty regular for a few months a couple years ago. Is she in the neighborhood? Eve asked. She was. She moved to East Washington just, I don't know, like in June maybe? She got a good job, Mrs. Gold added. A media job, writing news and such. She's coming home for Christmas, though. I talked to her ma. I think he'll stay local for now. There was Marlene Wislet. He never dated her, Dave objected. He wanted to. She shut him down. That's the kind of thing you mean, right? Mal asked Eve. Yeah, it is. Do you have any contact info? I can get it. She lives Upper East with some guy. She's modeling. She's really frosty, and Jerry had a thing for her. She wouldn't give him the first look and told him to screw off. They ran through a few others, right back to the sweaty days of puberty, with Mrs. Gold adding in the occasional parent, shopkeeper, older brother, younger sister. She'd been right, Eve thought. A long list. How about teachers, instructors, coaches? He was really upset, Mal corrected quickly, with Coach Boyd. He was our Little League coach for 3 years. Jerry got picked off twice trying to steal bases after Coach told him not to, so Coach benched him for 3 games. Then we were in the championship game, and Coach told him to take the pitch. Their guy threw a bunch outside, and he wanted him to try to take for a walk, but Jerry swung away and struck out. We lost, and he blamed Coach. Wouldn't play after that. Shit. Sorry, Ma. I just started realizing how many people he had a hard-on for. How many people didn't do anything for it. You've got a good streak of loyalty, Mal. She handed him a cookie. That's nothing to apologize for. By the time they got to high school, the list of names hit unwieldy. Considering how to refine it, Eve took a cookie without thinking. These are amazing, Mrs. Gold preened. Family recipe. And you have to be willing to spring for real sugar, and plenty. I'll give you some to take. Mr. Garber caught him cheating in global studies. He got suspended and grounded for it. Mal shrugged at Dave. Yeah, but he didn't really care. He said it was like hooky with permission. Nobody likes getting caught cheating, Eve put in, and noted the name down. Well, he was a lot more pissed, seriously pissed. Damn it, Ma, sorry. You're excused, considering the circumstances. It was Ms. Farnsworth, computer science. Oh, yeah. Dave nodded. That burned his chaps. He flunked. Truth is, though I said I was on his side back then, she gave him like 6 chances. Even worked with them after school, but he didn't care. He hated her. And when he flunked, he got grounded again, and worse, he had to go to summer school. We ragged on him, Mal added. We really rubbed his face in it, especially Joe. I know there were some instructors when he was in college before he crapped out, but I don't know who. I went to NYU, so we didn't see each other much during the semester. Let's add an element. He needs money, or things he can liquidate into money. Anyone you've mentioned have money to speak of? Or any sort of valuable collection you know of? Marlene's making some bucks now. She's raking it in with the modeling, and I heard the guy she's with has a pile. Mal's face screwed up with thought. We always figured the Schumachers had the scratch, and if he's got it against any of us, Joe likes to buy big deal stuff. He doesn't keep a lot of money because he blows it on things. He's a show-off, always was, and he's got a mean streak. Mrs. Gold pointed at her son before he could protest. He does, Dave confirmed. He's tough to be friends with when you think about it. Farnsworth, Dave added with a grin. Everybody said she was rolling. That's right. Mrs. Gold lifted a finger. Mostly her dad's money, if I remember. He died pretty young. And her husband had some, too, and he died in a car wreck about 6-7 years back. I remember I sent her a sympathy card. She has money, or had it, anyway. She always had nice shoes. Not flashy, but quality. And she donated comp equipment to the school. I didn't know that, Mal said. She didn't want to be flashy about it, like the shoes. But I hear things. You got ears like a cat, Ma. Ma ears, she countered, and winked at him. Goes with the territory. I forgot one. My brother. My big brother Jim. Dave scrubbed his hands over his face. He can't stand Jerry. Never could. Used to call him fuckweed. Sorry, Mrs. G, but that's verbatim, you know. Jim's not rich or anything, but he does okay. He lives in Brooklyn, him and his lady. They're getting married next year. Jim tuned him up once. Jerry said something ugly about the girl Jim was seeing then. You remember Natalie Sissel, Mel? So Jim punched his lights out. Just pow pow, and walked away. It was pretty humiliating because Jim let Jerry throw the first punch, then just rocked him out, right outside Vinny's Pizzeria so everybody saw it. I've got to talk to Jim. Dave sprang up, dragging out his link as he hurried into another room. Looking ill, Mal watched Dave run out. You really think he'll try to hurt somebody else? Try to do what he did to his parents? To Lori? I think it's good you're staying here, looking after your mother. You need to contact me immediately if he contacts you, if you see him. She pulled out the morph. He's changed his looks. This is more what he'll look like now. God, he looks different. That's the idea. Eve got to her feet. If you think of anyone else, anything else, contact me. Anytime. Something strikes in the middle of the night, pick up your link and tag me. Don't mess with this, Mel. I'll get you those cookies. Eve started to refuse the offer, but realized she wanted them, and that Mrs. Gold was giving her the eye. Thanks. I'll come back and get them. She followed Mel's mother into a spotless working kitchen. He's not going to want to tell you if Jerry gets in touch. Mrs. Gold kept her voice low as she laid cookies in a clear disposable tub. He's loyal, and there's a part of him still that can't believe it. He's a good boy, a good friend. But he won't leave me alone, and he'd tell me. So I can promise you, if that fuckweed, and I can swear in my own house, tags him or comes by, you'll know and know quick. And if he thinks I'm afraid, he won't hesitate to tell you himself. I'll make sure he thinks I'm afraid. But you're not. I can take care of myself, and that mean little brat. Believe me, he's not getting anywhere near my boy. He's lucky to have you, and you're lucky to have him. You're right, both times. You eat these cookies. She passed the tub to Eve. You can use the calories. Chapter 14. Out on the sidewalk, Eve took a moment to think it through. Brother Jim kicked his ass. He'd want payback there. But that's dealing with a guy who's likely stronger. He'd need to get in close with a weapon. But maybe snatching the fiancée. We'll check on that. Little League coach. Maybe something there, since one of his weapons of choice is a baseball bat. The model, Peabody put in. Dented ego, like with the ex-girlfriend. And she may have some money. Yeah, a more likely on the scale. The school teacher. She cost him his summer. Embarrassed him. And she's got money. Lives alone. And she's got e-skills. Maybe the kind that can create good fake ID. Too many of them, she thought. He could pick any one of them out of his murderous hat. We check on them all. All? Reach out to Brooklyn. Get a couple of cops to check on Dave's brother and the fiancée. And you take the Schumachers. They're practically around the corner. Head that way while you tag Brooklyn. I'll get people on the rest. Pulling out her link, she hit on Jenkinson. Read the Reinhold investigation. I need alive and well and stay that way checks. Take down these names and addresses. Ready when you are, boss. Marlene Wislet, Eve began, and ran down the list. I want a two-man team on each, and I want a face-to-face, in-person checks. Gerald Reinhold is looking for his next target, or he's picked one. I need these people taking precautions. Better, convince them to agree to protection. All of them? All of them. If they've heard from Reinhold, I need to know. If anything, I mean anything, in their demeanor seems off, push it. I want everyone with eyes peeled for Reinhold. We're on it, LT. Report back when it's done. She clicked off as Peabody came huffing back. They're clear. The Schumachers. They were calling in their grandson when I left. He's retired Army. And Brooklyn's sending a unit to check on Brother Jim and Lady. Good enough. We'll take the teacher, the computer teacher. She's close, and Jenkinson's sending out teams on the rest. Got her address here. Want to tag her first? Yeah, go ahead, Eve said as they got into the car. Let her know we're coming. Older woman, Eve thought as she drove. Living alone. Easier pickings than the men, or that would be the assumption. Family money. Can't live the good life without money. E-instructor. She's not answering. Peabody shifted. Straight to V-mail. Eve went with her gut and punched the speed. Tag the coach and the model, she ordered. I want them on alert. Offer protection if they want it. And I want a probability on the names Mal and Dave gave us. We'll work down the scale after Farnsworth. Still following her gut, she double-parked rather than looking for a space near the brownstone. Nice house. Neighbors close, but still private. It's a good target, damn it. A really good target. She pushed through the little gate and hurried to the door with Peabody behind her, still talking on her link. She rang. She knocked. And the feeling in her gut sharpened. The security's not engaged. If she went out, Why isn't the security engaged? Take the place on the left. See if they've seen Farnsworth. I'll take the right. Eve jogged to the neighboring house, rang that bell. Moments later, a female voice spoke briskly through the intercom. "Can I help you?" "Ma'am, I'm the police." Eve held her badge up for the scan. "Lieutenant Dallas, NYPSD. I'm looking for your neighbor, Ms. Farnsworth." The door opened. The woman sported a messy brown ponytail and bold red sweats with thick striped socks on her feet. As she studied Eve out of sleepy eyes, she shifted a bundle, wrapped in a blue blanket, from one arm to the other. It took Eve a moment, after hearing the mewling sounds, to identify a baby. "Why are you looking for her?" "I need to speak with her on a matter. She doesn't answer her door or her link. Can you tell me when you last saw her?" "I guess it was last night. I got up to feed Colin, and she was out walking Snuffy." "Snuffy?" "Her dog. She's got a sweet little dog. I noticed her leaving the house with Snuffy about 11 last night." "You haven't seen her today?" "Now that you mention it, I guess not. But Brad took the morning feeding, when she'd have walked the dog again. Wait a minute." She stepped back, turned her head. "Brad?" Eve heard a thud, a distinct "ow." The woman laughed. "He fell off the couch," she told Eve. "Colin's almost 3 weeks old, and it's been almost 3 weeks since either of us got any real sleep. We're on parental leave." The man came out to join the woman. He looked rumpled, glassy-eyed, and rubbed his elbow. "What is it?" "It's the police. They're looking for Miss Farnsworth." "Why?" "I need to speak with her," Eve put in. "Have you seen her today?" "I'm lucky to see, period." He rubbed at his eyes. "No, I guess not. Wasn't she supposed to come by with that soup? Was that today?" The woman swayed side to side as what was in the blue blanket made piping sounds. "I guess it was. They blur. She was gonna bring us soup, her grandmother's recipe. She's been sweet about checking on us and Colin, even picking up things at the market or having her droid check in to see if we need anything." "I think I saw her droid." Eve shifted attention to the new father. "Her droid?" "Yeah. I was out a little while ago. Just a walk, some fresh air. I think I saw her droid up the block, carrying some of the electronics. She's got a load of them. Used to teach comp science." "Is something wrong?" the woman asked. "Stay inside." Eve bolted back, just as Peabody stepped away from the neighbor on the other side. "They haven't seen her all day," Peabody began. "She's got a dog and walks it regularly, but today—" "Shit," Peabody finished when Eve whipped out her master. "She's got a droid. Neighbors spotted it carting electronics away. Record on." "Shit," Peabody said again, drew her weapon. They went through the door. Peabody right, Eve left. "Miss Farnsworth?" Eve called out as she moved through the first floor, clearing. "This is the police." She saw spaces on shelves and tables where the lack of balance told her something might have stood. She saw the destruction in the kitchen, and not a single comp or link on the first floor. She knew, head and gut, before they started upstairs, she knew they were too late. She smelled the urine and the death, motioned Peabody to take the right again as they topped the stairs. She went left and into the home office. Barely cold, she thought, as she checked the body. Another mean, ugly death, with her swimming in its wake. Then she put it aside, straightened. "We got a body," she called out, and pulled out her comm to call it in. "Second floor's clear, except for—" Peabody walked in, carrying a whimpering bundle. For a stunned instant, Eve thought it was another baby. "What the hell?"
"He was under the bed. I heard him crying when I went in to clear. And there was this little blanket, so I wrapped him up. He's hurt, Dallas. I don't know how bad."
"However bad, she's worse."
"It's her little dog. The neighbor said she walked Snuffy several times a day, but not today."
"No, she won't be walking Snuffy anymore. We need field kits. I called it in."
"I'll get them, but we have to do something for Snuffy."
Eve dragged a hand through her hair. She saw the dog clearly enough now, and pain in its soft brown eyes.
"What?" "I'll see if I can tag a vet while I'm getting the kits. He's really hurt." "Okay, Snuffy," Peabody crooned as she walked away. "We're gonna take care of you. It's okay."
On a sigh, Eve turned back to the body. "I guess that leaves you and me." "Victim is Caucasian female," she began for the record. She glanced over when Peabody came back with the kits. "What did you do with the dog?"
"The father next door, the house you took, he came out when he saw me. He knows the vet. It's only a couple blocks away, so he took Snuffy and he's running him there right now."
They sealed up. "Take this floor first," Eve told her. "Nobody saw her today, so it's likely he got in last night after she walked the dog. He probably put a lot of hours in here. He slept somewhere. Let's see if he left anything behind. And see if you can find the droid. I didn't see one when we cleared." Eve confirmed ID for the record, took out her gauges for time of death. 43 minutes, she noted. She'd been less than an hour behind him. "He had you all night. Most of the day," she murmured. "Bashed you first, didn't he?" She checked the back of the head through the plastic, studied the wound, the dried blood. That's his way. Walking your dog. Just taking your dog out before bed. He was waiting for you. Like his father, like his ex. You come back, open the door, and he attacks from behind. Then he's inside in seconds and can take his time. What did he do? Kick the dog? Heave it? Use it for a little batting practice? She examined the body as she spoke. Hauled you upstairs. There's a reason for that. You're a big woman, and why cart you all the way up here? Office equipment. This is your office. Desk, chair, small couch. Computer science teacher. You probably had good equipment. She examined the blood, the skin tears on the wrists and arms, the ankles. You tried. Looks like you tried pretty damn hard. Kept you alive all that time, so he had a use for you.
Dallas? It looks like he used her bedroom. I checked the recycler in the bath, and I can see some of the packaging, the stuff he bought. Hair product, skin product, some hair, too. He cut his hair.
Okay.
Uniforms are here. Give them a copy of the morph for the canvas. I want them to show his ID shot and the morph.
Peabody nodded.
Do you think he pushed her over like that? Maybe she fell over, struggling.
Hard to say, but she sure as hell didn't just sit and take it. She ripped skin off trying to get out of the tape.
The neighbors I talked to like her. You could tell.
Peabody drew in a breath.
There's no droid up here. I still have to go over the main floor, but I didn't see one down there either.
He kept it. Handy to have a droid. Clean up after him, run errands. He'd like that. Let's find out what she had. Get a bolo out there, too.
On it. He could come back, Dallas. It's a nice place. A big house. It'd make a good base. Neighbors. They'd have started asking questions in another day or two about her, the dog, or she'd have an appointment. He got what he wanted here. Face grim, Peabody looked down at the body. Because she flunked him in computer science. In high school. Because she pissed him off. It's all he needs now. And money. Get the uniforms started. Eve pulled out her link. Feeney said, "Yo, I got another DB. Computer science teacher, retired." What, he get a D? She flunked him, so he paid her back by smothering her with a plastic bag after keeping her tied and taped to a chair for about 18 hours, and bashing up her little dog. Fucker. Yeah, he is. She's supposed to have a lot of nice equipment, but he cleaned her out. Feeney's already droopy face drooped further. Can't help you if I don't have the toys. I'm gonna do a search to find out what she had, but meanwhile, she's supposed to have had some nice scratch. He'd want it. You want me to look for the money? No problem. He knows we'll find her sooner or later. Knows we know who he is. She'd know some tricks, right? Bouncing money around, tucking it away. If she was any good at her job, she'd know the ins, the outs. She was good at her job. If he got her to pull out the money, transfer it, he'd make her cover the tracks. She looked down at the torn skin, the raw bruising. But she wasn't a pushover. Maybe there are tricks in the tricks. So, it takes an E-man. I happen to be one. Give me the data you've got. Farnsworth, Eve began. Edie Barrett. When she finished with the body, she started on the room. She believed he'd spent considerable time in there, forcing Farnsworth to drain her accounts. And wouldn't she be the perfect source for a new ID? A veteran E-teacher. Eve closed her eyes a moment. He'd changed his appearance here. Hair, skin tone, eyes. He'd waited until he'd come here. He'd already planned this next move. She turned as Peabody stepped up to the door again. He probably came here straight from the X's. The timing works well enough with the last sighting of his Vic. He had what he needed in the duffel. Tape, rope, knife, bat, clothes, the products. Kill the X, come here, use Farnsworth, not only for the next kill, but as his vehicle for a new ID, more money. This place is worth a nice bundle, Peabody commented. How much did she have? Eve's link signaled, and she read Feeney on her display. Tell you in a minute. Dallas. Your Vic had nearly $4 million, not including real property, jewelry, art, and like that. Damn it. He's rolling now. Every account she had I found on a quick search was emptied as of today. You're not going to make my day and tell me by a simple transfer. No can do. Some fancy finger work, but we'll find it. Just giving you a heads up. Appreciate it. He hit the jackpot, she said to Peabody when she clicked off. And he was smart enough to make it complicated. We're gonna stick with she was smarter and we're smarter, but right now he's feeling rich. He could wrap it with that much money. I don't think so. Enjoying it too much, she thought. Batting 1,000 so far. More scores to settle. He's still gonna want money. Why quit when you're ahead? But that won't be as urgent. He may do the next without that as a particular factor. It's a long list, Dallas. We're going to contact every name on it, and we're going to ask everyone we contact if they know of anyone else we should add on.
If any of them wants protection, we'll put a cop on them. I'll find it in the budget. He had a tantrum down in the kitchen. At least it looks like one. Yeah, I saw. It's mean when you really look at it. Broken dishes, gouged counters and appliances, glassware shattered, food tossed around. Something really pissed him off. She took one last look at the body. I hope it was her. He wanted her to suffer. He learned the perks of that with the ex. That's part of the fun, the power, the payback. He kept her alive the longest. He'd want to keep the next one alive so he can enjoy himself. She started out just as a uniform started up the stairs. Lieutenant, we've got a wit outside. Says he saw a man fitting the morph description. I'll take him. Yes, sir, and the sweepers just pulled up. We're ready for them. She stepped outside where, between her vehicle, the black and white, and the sweeper's van, they'd screwed traffic to hell and back. Eve ignored the blasting horns, the enthusiastic cursing, and homed in on a boy of about 16 in a fake leather jacket, high-step air boots, and a mop of brown hair, shaved high on one side to show off the cluster of silver studs along his ear canal. Didn't it hurt, she wondered, to get holes punched there? Lieutenant Dallas, your name? X. Your name's X. It's like Xavier. Xavier Pak. I'm X. Okay, X, you saw this man? The kid glanced at the morph again, bopped his shoulders up and down twice. Yeah, hey. So, I live, like, over there. He gestured across the street. Just riding my board back from up the mart. Went for a fizz and a pop, and I saw the dude over here gimping along with a couple of rollies. He limped? Yeah, hey, you know. The boy demonstrated, hobbling some. Looked peeved, got it? But nice tight threads. Described said threads. Good jacket. Looked like real cow. Mostly that's what I noticed. And the gimping. Maybe nice boots. He screwed up his face in thought. Yeah, nice boots. Cow, too, I bet. So he had some. The one rolly was mag, duffel style, sharp. But the other? Been around. Pretty dumpy. And man, it was red. Bogus for a dude. Wrap shades. Had some. Busted them. Bummed. Limping, tight threads, and pulling a rolling duffel and a red suitcase. Yeah, big red rolly. How about his hair? Long, short, color? Now the boy scratched his head. Short. Not you short, but not me long. Blondie, I think. Maybe he had a patch. The thoughtful face again. Maybe a patch, he said, tapping his chin. I only took the good look because his jacket was fine, and he's gimping along with the rollies like he's hurting bad. Heading west? Yeah, that way. X's eyes shifted to the Farnsworth house. Something wrong with Ms. F? Yeah. Like what? Word would spread, and quickly. No point, she decided, in evading. She's dead. We suspect the man you saw is responsible. In a finger snap, he went from frosty teen to stunned boy. His eyes filled, the sheen of tears, the gleam of shock. Come on. No, man. Fuck that. No way. I'm sorry. You knew her? Ms. F? This is sick bad. Ms. F? She's up, you know? She helps me with my e-ship for school. It's not my thing, but she helps me out. That gimp bastard did her? I'd have stopped him. I'd have done something. You have. Talking to me, telling me what you saw, it's going to help us find him.
Where's her dog? Where's the snuff man? He's at the vet, Peabody told him. Is he hurt? Man, more sick bad. She freaking loves that dog. They're taking care of him. I want to go talk to my mom. I want to go home. Go ahead. Eve dug out a card. If you think of anything else, you contact me. She never hurt anybody. It's not right. She never hurt anybody. He stuffed Eve's card in his pocket before running across the street. Maybe she did, Eve said. Maybe she managed to hurt him. Cabs, Peabody. I'm already there. Working her link, Peabody started back to the car with Eve. Officer? Eve stopped, waiting as the new father rushed up. Lieutenant, she corrected. Oh, sorry. They're keeping Snuffy overnight at least. I thought you might need the name of the vet, so I had them give me a card. Thanks. Is Ms. Farnsworth really? Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't get your name. Brad Peters. Was it a burglary? Not exactly. She was really good to us. We moved in right after Margot got pregnant. Margot's family lives in St. Paul, so it was nice for her to have a, well, motherly type right next door. I didn't hear anything, or see. We're so wrapped up in the baby. There was nothing you could do. Can we keep the dog? She really loved that dog. And like the boy, his eyes filmed with tears. I don't want Snuffy to end up in the shelter because there's nobody to take him. We'll pay the vet bills. He knows us. He likes us. They were like a unit. He's gonna miss her something fierce. I'll see what I can do. She may have relatives or an heir who'd need to sign off on that. Okay, but we'll take care of him until... He shouldn't have to go to a shelter with strangers. He was her family. Eve thought of Galahad. I'll clear it so he can go from the vet to you unless family claims him. Thanks. I'd better go tell Margot. I don't know how this could happen. Right next door. It happens everywhere, Eve thought as he walked away. Because there's always someone like Jerry Reinhold. Cab, she repeated to Peabody. They're checking. A lot of pickups, so have them cross-check with the drop-off at a clinic or health center, urgent care, ER, a medical. Closest one going west from here. Limping, hurting. Maybe he dropped something on his foot. Or maybe the Vic managed to drop herself and the chair on him. I like that image. Hard not to. Peabody re-tagged the cab company, gave her contact the drop-off element. Score! Pick up Varick and late. Drop off Church Street, urgent care. Single passenger, 2 bags. Let's move. Maybe he'd still be there, stuck in a waiting room, cooling heels and exam. She resisted the urge to go in hot, but not the one to leapfrog through traffic until Peabody's color dropped away. I might need this place, Peabody managed as Eve, once again, double-parked. Eve simply strode across the sidewalk, shoved inside the spacious and unfortunately uncrowded waiting area. A crowd might have kept him hanging until treatment. She headed straight to the receptionist on duty, held up her badge, signaled Peabody for the morph. Is he here? The receptionist frowned at Eve, at the badge, at the morph. No, but he was. Frustration wanted to choke her. When did he leave? Maybe an hour ago. About an hour. Do you know where he was going? His mode of transportation? No. He walked out the door. Why? What was wrong with him? Now she pokered up.
I'm not allowed to share any patient's information. Name. What name? The receptionist checked her computer. He signed in as John. That's all that's required if no insurance is involved. He paid cash. I want to see his doctor. Now. If you'd have a seat in chairs, I'll see if I said now. Eve leaned over the counter. I just left a retired school teacher who's on her way to the morgue. You treated the man who sent her there. I'm about an hour behind him, according to you. I'm not going to waste time arguing. Get the medical who treated him out here, or I go back there and make a hell of a mess. Wait, just wait. The receptionist all but flew back, vanished around a corner. In under a minute, she was back in the wake of a tall, lean Asian man with a flapping white lab coat. What's all this? All this is murder. This man has killed 4 people. I need to know why he came in, what you did, what he said. Everything. Without a word, he gestured her back around the same corner and into a small office with a lush potted palm near a fake window. The patient is a murder suspect? Multiple. I need to know what name he used, his injuries, his treatment, and if he scheduled any sort of follow-up. You don't have a warrant. I have 4 dead bodies, but we can play that way, Peabody. The doctor just lifted a hand, waved it. He elected not to use his full name, just John, and neglected to check the privacy form. So, the patient had 2 broken metatarsals on his right foot, along with a hairline fracture on the first cuneiform. He picked up a tablet, tapped, swiped, and showed Eve a diagram of a foot. So, a couple of broken toes and a hairline deal on this part here before the arch? Basically, yes. There's little you can do other than wand, wrap, and treat for discomfort, advise the patient to rest the foot, all of which I did. He also had some minor bruising along his diaphragm. There were no internal injuries. He left, perfectly ambulatory and with the medication in no particular discomfort. No follow-up. No referral. Offered and declined. He said he was traveling, and he had a couple of suitcases with him. He claimed someone had dropped a heavy case on his foot at the transpo center, then he'd tripped over it, jamming it into his diaphragm. He'd assumed the foot was just bruised, but soon decided it might be more, so came in for exam and treatment. He paid for the exam, the treatment, the meds, the wrap, and the soft cast in cash. How long before it heals? It depends. With daily wand treatments, rest, he could be fine in a matter of days. Without the follow-ups, a couple of weeks. The first treatment is the most intense. Yeah, been there. If he comes back, decides to do another treatment, contact me. Don't let him know. Just keep him waiting or draw the treatment out. He's violent, he's dangerous, and he won't hesitate to kill. Then I'll hope he doesn't. We often have children in here. Just give him a seat, tell him to wait his turn, and tag me. I'll take care of the rest. The minute she walked outside, Eve strode over, kicked her own tire. Crap! He just has to luck into a fast, efficient medical. He couldn't get bogged down with hackers and bleeders and pukers for an hour. She kicked the tire again, then walked around to the driver's door, sliding behind the wheel to a cacophony of horns. Cab, she said yet again to Peabody. Already on it. Chapter 15. After bombing with the cab angle, Eve swung back into homicide, arrowed straight to her office. She'd update the board and book, while Peabody contacted every potential target on the list. Once she had reviewed her notes, written an updated report, she sat, coffee in hand, and studied her board. Parents to ex to teacher. He wasn't killing chronologically. Not by a measure of intimacy. Not by financial gain, as he'd known or had certainly believed Farnsworth had more there than Laurie. Was it, in his mind, by level of offense? Or by what or who insulted or angered him most? Ease of access. Circle back, she ordered herself. First killing, mother. Impulse. Fit of rage. Convenience of weapon. Second killing, premeditated. Lying in wait. Choice of weapon. Third, planned. Lying in wait. Purchase of weapons. Elements of torture. Fourth, planned. Possible lying in wait. Probable, she decided. Uncertain if he found the murder weapon or brought it with him. More extensive torture. Additional use of Vic for financial gain and very likely for false ID. Different weapon for each. But the use of the bat on 3 out of the 4, use of tape and cord on the last 2. And all 4 killed in their own homes. He'd probably stick with that, she decided, but ran a probability to back up her own conclusion. Would he sully his own nest, wherever he built it? And he liked, didn't he, killing them where they felt safest? Pawing through their things, eating their food? Didn't that add another level of humiliation to murder? The place matters, she said aloud. She heard the thwack of Peabody's cowboy boots coming fast, pushed away from her desk. What do you have? She demanded. We might have something on the electronics. There's a woman out here who came in. She works at Fast Cash Pawnbroker, 5 blocks from the Farnsworth crime scene. I've got her waiting at my desk. She says she checked in 3 comps that match the numbers on Farnsworth's equipment. I checked and they do. I'll talk to her. Get McNabb or whoever Feeney can spare over there to pick them up. The girl, as she barely hit legal age to Eve's gauge, fidgeted in her chair. She was bone-thin, black, with hair in ruler-straight cornrow braids. She wore a red jacket over coat-of-paint jeans and bit her nails. Juana Prince, Peabody told Eve. Juana, this is Lieutenant Dallas. Okay. Hi. I have to report it. It's the law, right? Why don't you tell me what you have to report? I work for Mr. Rinskett at Fast Cash, and this droid, you know how you can tell it's a droid, even mostly the really good ones? Yeah, I know. He came in hand, carrying 3 comps, full high-end D&Cs. It was a load, right? Maybe I thought it was a little tilted, but hey, you get all kinds. But then I'm supposed to check them in after the transaction, and I saw the alert. I told Mr. Rinskett and said how I'd report it, and he said to mind my business. And I said, but Mr. Rinskett, there's the alert, and they're stolen, and part of a police investigation thing. And he said to just shut up, check them in, and forget it if I wanted to keep my job. She stopped biting her nails, long enough to bite her bottom lip. I did. I shut up and checked them in, but I didn't forget it. So I took the bus here as soon as I got off work. Because it's the law. You did the right thing. Have you seen the droid before? No, ma'am, no. But I think maybe Mr. Rinskett doesn't report like he's supposed to. And maybe I shut up about it, but this was 3 high-end, and I just couldn't keep shutting up. Does he have to know I told? She started on her nails again, her dark eyes full of worry. If he knows I reported it after he said not to, he'll fire me for sure. I'm gonna lose my job. You like your job? It blows. Juana smiled a little.
It blows wide, but I gotta work.
Hang on a minute.
McNabb and 2 uniforms are on their way to pick up the evidence, Peabody reported.
Good. Arrange a voucher for Juana. 100 for the report.
I'll take care of it.
Eve held up a finger, signaling Juana to wait another minute as she pulled out her link. She'd expected Rourke's admin to pick up, but got the man himself. Hey. And a hey to you. I'm just leaving the office. Oh, I'm not. I've got another DB. 3 stolen comps coming in that may help me find the route to money transferred from the DB's account to the killers. And a little thing. E-work, is it? I could use some recreation. Why don't I come to you? You could do that, but it would be to Feeney at this point. I prefer you, but I'll settle. What's the little thing? It's actually why I tagged you. I want to give someone a job. Doing what? That's the thing. I don't know. And actually, I want you to give someone a job. His eyebrows rose. You want me to give someone a job doing you don't know what? What's the point of having somebody who employs half the planet anyway if you can't say give this girl a job? A girl? Well, early 20s. Honest, straightforward. She's gonna lose her job in a pawn shop for reporting those comps, but she came in anyway. She's neat, clean, polite, and honest, she repeated. You must have something. Lower West would work best. He said, Eve, on a sigh. Have her contact Kyle Pruitt, he began, and rattled off information. Who is that? One of the assistants in human resources downtown. She'll have to pass a background check, come in for an interview, but I imagine Kyle can find something. Give me her information and I'll pass it on. Great, I'll send it to you, and I'll owe you. You certainly will. But he smiled at her. I'm on my way to you, via Feeney. Satisfied, she turned back to Juana. Peabody, did you get all Juana's information?
Yes, sir.
Send it to Rourke. The look she sent Peabody cut off any questions. Juana, I need you to note something down.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant, Eve said, as Juana pulled out an old, battered link.
Yes, ma'am, Lieutenant.
Close enough. Kyle Pruitt, Eve said, giving Juana the information to key in. Contact him. He'll be expecting it. He's going to help you find a job. Juana looked up from her link, blinked twice.
A job?
We're going to shut your boss down for 72 hours, more if we find other stolen merchandise. He's going to be fined, and he may face criminal charges. Unless he's an absolute moron, he's going to know you reported him. Don't go back there. Use the contact I gave you. Be honest with him the way you were with me. If there's anything off in your background, tell him up front. Have you ever been arrested, Juana? Those dark eyes went huge. No, ma'am, sir, Lieutenant. My mama would skin my butt. Make the contact. And thank you for coming in.
Detective Peabody gave me this voucher. I didn't know you got paid to report. I didn't come in for the money, but we can use it. And I can sure use a chance for the work. She got to her feet, held out a hand to shake. Thank you for the chance. Mama says doing the right thing's its own reward, but she'll sure be happy I got this. We'll be saying a special thank you before Thanksgiving dinner. Thank you, both of you. I'm going straight home to tell her. That was a nice thing to do,
Peabody commented when Juana hurried out. This could be a solid break, and she gave it to us. She shifted to block Baxter before he could pass. Where are you going? Wiggling his eyebrows, he smoothed the knot of his tie. I'm off shift and onto a hot date. You're back on. And your hot date will have to cool down some. Man, he cast his eyes to the ceiling. I was this close. Peabody, split the list of potential targets up geographically. Is this the Reinhold murders, Lieutenant? Trueheart, looking eager, stepped beside Baxter. That's right. We've got a list of people who've pissed Reinhold off in the past, and any one of them might be next. They've all been notified, offered protection. You want us to babysit? Baxter asked. No. His tally's 4, and all were killed in their own homes. I want face-to-face interviews in those homes, and a full report on the locations, the accesses, the security, the basic rhythm of the households. Also take note of easily portable valuables. Keen eye on electronics. If said potentials know of other potentials not currently on the list, I want to know. Show them all the morph. If they have cohabs or family members living with them, show them, talk to them. If he doesn't already have his next kill picked, he's picking one now. How long's the list? Baxter wondered. Your date's gonna cool off some, Eve repeated. If you can't heat her back up, it's on you. He flashed a grin. Heating up's my specialty. Give them above Soho, Eve decided. You and I will take Soho and down. You get a model, reputedly frosty, as a reward, she told Baxter. Hot dog! Got it. Sending to your PPCs, Peabody announced. Full reports, Eve repeated before turning back to Peabody. Split up hours. I want to talk to Morris before I work the list. You can take a uniform if you want any help. I've got it. Sending your share. Saddle up, then. I'm checking in with EDD, then heading out. Anything pops, tag me. Eve detoured into her office, grabbed her coat, a file bag, and avoiding even the thought of the elevator, took the glides to EDD. Apparently, half of Central had the same idea. Eve braced for the blast of color and movement that was EDD. It rocked her senses before she made it to Feeney's sane office. I'm heading into the field. Wanted to touch base first. Juggled you in? Since it looked as if he had at least 6 programs going on his screens, she assumed he was doing considerable juggling. You said this asshole flunked comp science? Yeah. Well, he learned enough to keep her making the transfers without an easy trail. We're bouncing, vanishing, popping, then sinking. I'm saying offshore and off-planet, at least for the bulk, but we're not there yet. I'm saying, too, he'll go numbered and or sheltered. We're gonna find the money sooner or later, but we may not get an ID out of it any time this decade. He sent her a look out of basset hound eyes. Not shooting straight, anyway. She jammed her hands in her pockets. I don't want to give him so much as a rat hole for his lawyers to shove him through once we've got his sorry ass. Some are good enough shooting angles not to make a rat hole. Not that I'm saying that's the way. He lifted his shoulders. Rourke's heading in, and he knew every angle, had probably invented some. He likes to play with his nerds. Feeney only smiled. We can use him. I'm going to move into the lab once McNabb gets back with the comps. I can run some of this on auto for now. We may have quicker luck with the equipment. Let me know when... That was quick, she said when Rourke strolled in. Some luck with traffic. His elegant dark suit and topcoat stood in contrast to the frenzy of color through the doorway behind him. He glanced at the screens, a quick scan with those wild blue eyes. Ah, multi-shifts, cross-funnels, lateral dips. Yeah, Feeney confirmed, and then some. Won't this be fun? Have at it. I'm hitting the morgue, then I have some interviews with potential targets. And where, Rourke wondered, would any sort of food be in the mix? She looked, to his eye, tight and tired. I'll go with you. She frowned at him. What about the fun? I'll work by remote and have the best of both. You can send what you'd like me to do to my PPC, Rourke said to Feeney. Can't do. If you hang until McNabb gets back— He's back, Rourke interrupted. I ran into him briefly. He was logging in evidence, then bringing it up to the lab. We'll log out one of the camps. See what you can do with it. Delighted. Should I meet you in the garage? He asked Eve. I can wait. She stepped to the side, pulled out her link, and took the time to notify those on her list to expect a visit. She finished up with the last one, walking with Rourke as he carried a sealed comp to the garage. You're supposed to have a minion haul stuff when you dress like that. Am I now? Are you volunteering? She ignored that, keyed in her code to unlock the car doors. How are you supposed to work on that while we're driving all over Lower Manhattan? Easily enough, as you'll be behind the wheel. He unsealed the comp, then took some sort of mini-drive out of his pocket, attached it to one port, attached his PPC to another, glanced at her as she pulled out of the garage and into perfectly miserable traffic. You're tired, he said. No, I'm not. You are. And you show it very likely because you haven't had any real food since breakfast. I had a cookie, and I have a little box of them, which, damn it, I left in my office. Say goodbye to those. Real food, he repeated. Had she? She couldn't remember. I'll eat when we get home, Mommy. He drilled a finger into her side in retaliation, then tapped and switched on the in-dash link. AC mode, he commanded. 12-ounce protein shake, chocolate. Received. Selecting. AC mode? What AC mode? The one programmed into the system because my wife starves herself most days. Delivering. He had to take off his seatbelt, shift, reach through the seats to the back. She heard the quiet slide, little click, and frowned into the rear view, but couldn't quite get the angle. Where is it? How is it? It's in the back seat console. Just a mini, he said, as he handed her the shake. It'll only hold a few basics. A couple of shakes, coffee. Coffee? He gave her a long look, dry as dust. It must be love. Coffee, she said again. A few protein bars as well. You told me you'd read the manual. I did. Most of it. Some of it. A little of it, she admitted. And because it must have been love, drank the shake. It didn't suck. Why aren't you tired? Why don't you have to have a protein shake? Because I had a decent lunch and a little tea with biscuits a couple hours ago. I was chasing a killer a couple hours ago. Maybe if you'd eaten something, you'd have caught him. Would not. Lucky bastard. Who gets in and out of a health clinic inside 30 minutes? Nobody. But he does. It's been breaking his way, but with this, she jerked her chin toward the comp, maybe it'll start breaking mine. She pulled up at the morgue. If you don't need me to come in, I'll start working on that break. Yeah. She started to get out, hesitated, then put her seat back. Reaching under, she tugged, then pulled out a candy bar with sticky tape crossed over the wrapper. Clever girl.
That damn candy thief can't get into a shielded vehicle, so I keep emergency candy. She broke it in half, handed him a share. It is love, she confirmed, then climbed out. Amused, and since he knew her feelings about candy, touched, he unwrapped it while he began the work. Interesting, he thought after his initial scan. And challenging, he added after a second, deeper one. He lost track of time with that interest and challenge, pausing only to make or take link tags if they were relevant or important enough. He came out of his work zone when Eve opened the car door again. She sat, put her head back, shut her eyes. So he set the work aside altogether, laid a hand over hers, said nothing. Morris figures he had her for about 18 hours, taped and tied to a chair in her home office. He'd bashed her good, back of the head first. A bat again. She had a mild concussion, probably a blinding headache. She was severely dehydrated, so it's unlikely he gave her any food or water. Several blows to the face, hand, fist. Some of the blood and urine in her lap was canine. She had a little dog. He'd busted it up some. It's at the vet's. She'd torn her wrists, back of her hands, her ankles. Ah, God, he thought, but said nothing. She tore the skin off trying to get the tape loose. Dislocated shoulder. We think she did that right before or when he was killing her, smothering her with a plastic bag over her head. We think she managed to tip the chair over so it fell on his foot. He has a couple of broken toes and a hairline fracture in his foot. I think she did that. She didn't let him stroll away. She made him pay a little. At least a little. Who was she? Rourke asked quietly. A good teacher. A good neighbor. A woman who loved her damn dog. I think he used that. Everyone said she loved the dog. The dog was her family. I don't see her just doing whatever he wanted, but if he threatened to hurt what she loved, threatened her family, she probably would. At least try to stall him, and then hurt him when she knew she wouldn't live through it. You'll find him. She glanced at the comp. Will I? You will, yes. This part may not be quick, but it'll be done. This unit wasn't wiped by an amateur. It's thorough and professional. He must have forced her to do it. When did she die? The time, I mean. Right about 1600. Then no, it was done shortly after. No way he could do it if you say it's thorough and professional. He doesn't have the chops. It's the droid, she realized. She had a droid, and she would have programmed it herself. He had the droid wipe the comps. There's nothing there? There's always something. It's the bringing it back, the finding it that's the trick. I'll do better with this in my own lab. I'll work the financial data Feeney sent me until we get home. She nodded, straightened, then called up the list Peabody had sent her and followed the computer's suggestion for route. She was tired, Eve realized when she came to the last address. At this point, she just wanted home, just to get inside her own space, work this thing through. I'll go in with you this time, Rourke said. I've done most of what I can this way. Okay. This is Reinhold's former Little League coach. He benched Reinhold for not listening, so Reinhold basically picked up his bat and went home. And you think he'd killed this man for something that happened when he was a child? I know he would, Eve corrected. She lifted her badge to the security scanner of the squat 6-unit building, waited for verification and clearance. They're on 2, she told Rourke when they went inside. Wayne Boyd, his wife, Mariana. 2 offspring, 1 in grad school, 1 in college. She chose the whistle-clean stairway, then knocked on 2B, held her badge up to the security peep. Lieutenant Dallas? Came through the speaker. That's right. I spoke with you earlier. There's someone with you? My civilian consultant. It took another moment, but locks cleared, the door opened. Boyd stood cautiously studying both her and Rourke, a fit man in his late 50s who'd let a little gray sprinkle through his deep brown hair. He had a strong face, clear blue eyes, and beside him stood a burly, ugly dog whose study was anything but cautious. All right, Bruno. Rest. The dog immediately leaned against Boyd's side, and his tongue rolled out in a strange and goofy grin. We're a little edgy since we heard about Ms. Farnsworth. Understood. Can we come in? Yeah, sorry. It's okay, Mariana. It's the police. I told her to go upstairs in case. Our kids are here for the holiday. He closed the door, stepped back into a large, high-ceilinged living space ringed by a railing along the 2nd level. The dog padded over to a square of dog-haired red rug and immediately began gnawing on some sort of bone. 3 people appeared on the 2nd level. A slim blonde, a broad-shouldered man, early 20s, and a willow-slim brunette, a couple years younger than the man. They're old enough to argue, the blonde told Boyd, and I'm outnumbered. We're all in this, Dad. The young man led the way down. Okay, Flynn, you're right. We're all in it. I should make coffee. Can I get you coffee? Mariana asked. Eve decided she could kill for coffee, even fake coffee. That'd be great. Mr. Boyd, is there anyone else staying here at this time? No, just us. Flynn and Sari will be here until Sunday when they go back to campus. We all have until Monday before routine starts again. You've seen the morph of Reinhold. All of you? Yes, none of us have seen him. I hope I do, Flynn muttered. Stop! Boyd leveled a warning glare. Flynn had Ms. Farnsworth in high school. We're all shaken by what happened to her. Lieutenant, I benched the kid for a few games more than a decade ago, maybe 15 years ago. Not that he learned anything from it. When he didn't listen at his at-bat championship game and struck out, I didn't come down on him. It's Little League. They're kids. You don't dump on them. He was a little bastard then. Now he's a bigger one. Flynn, his mother said wearily as she brought out coffee. It's true, Sari spoke up. Maybe I didn't really know him, but I remember he was mean and spiteful. And maybe I didn't have Ms. Farnsworth, but I have friends who did, and they liked her. I'm not making excuses for him. He's sick, Boyd continued, and he needs to be caught, stopped. We're going to be careful, just the way we talked about, but he's got no reason to want to hurt any of us. He probably doesn't even remember me. Believe me when I say he does, Eve corrected. Believe me when I say he's vindictive and he's violent and he's looking to pay back every perceived slight. You're one of them, Mr. Boyd. He used a baseball bat on 3 of his victims. Oh my God, Wayne. Eve waited while Boyd took his wife's hand, tried to keep her calm. The coffee, she decided, hit somewhere between the horrors of cop coffee
and the joys of Rourke coffee. She couldn't complain. Listen, I haven't seen or spoken or had any contact with Jerry since he was about 11. Give me your assessment of him at 11. No filters, Mr. Boyd. Honest take. You worked with a lot of kids. You have a take. Okay. He shoved a hand back through his hair. Lazy, arrogant, sneaky. Not wild, not right in your face, but he had an edge, and under the edge, God, he was a kid. Honest, Eve repeated. Soft. Look at him, crosswise, he took offense. A backbiter. He was pretty good at the game, and he'd have gotten better with some discipline, some practice. He'd miss or come late for practice all the time, always had an excuse. He still had his wife's hand and looked at her briefly before he turned his gaze back to Eve. I didn't like him. That's honest. I was glad when he quit, and I felt bad about it. But he was a problem, and I wasn't sorry to lose him. Eve nodded, glanced at Flynn. He was a little bastard, now he's a bigger one. And he's a killer. You've got a good place here. Pretty good security. But it wouldn't take much to get past it. Not with some planning, and he's learning how to plan. He slips in behind somebody, poses as maintenance, delivery. You've got a nice family, Mr. Boyd. All right. We'll take protection. That's good. When any of you go out, don't go alone. If you see him, and this goes for you, Flynn, don't engage. Get to a safe place, back home or a public place, and contact the police. For how long? Boyd asked. I wish I could tell you. Finding him, stopping him, is my priority. She won't stop, Rourke added. Until he's in a cage, she won't stop. I can promise you that. You'll have an officer here within the hour, Eve said as she rose, and around the clock until this is done. Thank you. I'll walk you out. I'll do it, Mom. Sari got to her feet, walked to the door. I know who you are, she said quietly. I recognize you both. I'll tell them after you go. They're too upset to recognize you, I think. She managed to smile. They'll feel safer when they know who you are. Stay together, Eve advised. That's safer, too. Chapter 16. The lights of home glimmered against the dark. As she drove through the gates, the wind began to whip, lashing denuded trees, sending out a whistling groan. It's gonna be a rough night, she thought, in more ways than one. As she got out of the car, that fierce wind clawed at her coat, sent it billowing. What? She demanded when Rourke grinned at her. The wind, the gloom, the halos of light. You look like some otherworldly warrior queen about to battle. I don't know about that, but the battle sounds about right. She pushed her way in, assumed the first stage of battles started in the foyer as Somerset gave her a cool stare. Ah, you did remember where you live. I keep hoping you'll forget. He merely shifted his attention to Rourke as Eve shrugged out of her coat and the cat hurried over to rub against her legs. Your aunt contacted me to let you know your family will arrive tomorrow as planned. I estimate their ETA here at 2 p.m. our time. Good. I'll do what I can to be here for their arrival. I should hope. Richard de Blas also confirmed. They arrived in New York this evening. The children are very excited. His eyes pinned Eve now. Nixie is particularly excited to see you. Be here with you.
I'll be here, Eve snapped back. Sometime, somehow, God. And because she could see Nixie as she first had, cowering, covered with her parents' blood, shaking in the shower where she'd hidden, Eve went straight up the stairs and into her home office with a new weight on her shoulders. "What am I supposed to do?" she demanded when Rourke came in behind her. "Exactly what you need to do." He set the comp down. "And right now, it's eat dinner." "Jesus, lay off, will you? I have work. I need to update my board, check in with Peabody, Baxter, and Trueheart, and the cops I put on various protection details. I need to cross with Feeney and start pushing on hotels because the son of a bitch is somewhere. Add in rental units, property purchases because he's got a pile of money now, and you can bet your ass a spanking new ID. And oh, while I'm doing that, I'm supposed to stuff food in my face and worry about a freaking house full of people and a holiday dinner. I can't think with everybody crowding me. "It must be difficult," he said in a voice deceptively, dangerously calm. "To be the only person in the city, possibly on the planet, who can catch this particular son of a bitch. Or, in fact, so many murdering sons of bitches. Harder yet when so many around you are inconsiderate enough to expect you to eat and sleep and have the occasional conversation. What a burden we are in your world." "That's not what I mean. You know damn well I know I don't have to stand here taking slaps because I have friends and family coming to our home, or because you're overstressed and jittery, so do as you please." He picked the comp up again, walked out. "Jittery?" Appalled, deeply insulted, she balled her fists, stared down at the cat who stared back at her. "Where does he come off with that crap?" Galahad turned around, stuck his tail in the air, adding further insult, and strolled out after Rourke. "Right back at you," she muttered. She stalked to her desk, kicked it, then ordered her computer to read out her incomings while she updated the board. She made it nearly 2 minutes before she swore bitterly. "Computer, stop and save. God damn it." She started to ask the house system where he'd gone, then knew. He'd taken the evidence comp, so he'd gone to his lab. Well, he didn't get to walk away during a fight, and he especially didn't get to walk away to spend time doing work for her so she'd feel shittier than she already did. She tracked him down, shoved into his computer lab where he sat, jacket off, sleeves rolled up, hair tied back, a glass of wine in his hand, and his focus on the wiped comp. "I am not jittery, and that's a dumbass word." "As you like." "And you don't get to do that." She jabbed a finger at him. "You don't get to respond in that reasonable voice that's completely fake, so I come off looking unreasonable. It's fighting dirty." He spared her one cool look. "I fight as I like." "I don't have time to fight. I'm trying to do my job, because if I don't, somebody else is going to end up on a slab. Morris is going to start charging me rent. Then go do your job by all means, Lieutenant. I'm not standing in your way." "You are too." She snatched up his wine, took a gulp. "You're screwing up my head, making me feel stupid and selfish and jittery," he suggested, and earned a burning, narrowed-eyed stare. "Call me that again, and I swear I'll punch you." He stood, nose to nose, eye to eye. "Try it. A bloody good brawl might do us both some good." She slapped the wineglass down again. "Oh, don't tempt me." "I'd call it more a dare." He smiled, very deliberately. "Unless you're too jittery to follow through."
She didn't punch him. He'd be expecting that. Instead, she hooked her foot behind his, angled for a takedown, which he countered, so momentum took them both down. He tried to turn, take the brunt of the impact, but they both crashed, hard enough to jar bones on the floor of the lab. She scissored her legs, tried a roll that would have landed an elbow in his gut, but he'd always been slippery and blocked it. He used his superior weight, almost had her pinned, but she was slippery herself, slid clear, and nearly, very nearly, had her knee in his balls. And she called his tone fighting dirty. They grappled, rolling and bumping into stools, cabinets, each willing to take or give a few bruises, until he did manage to pin her, and she managed to press her knee none too gently against his balls. His hair had come loose and fell to curtain his face and hers. Breath came fast over the hum and click of equipment. His eyes, fiercely, furiously blue, met her seething brown. His heart, her heart, beat like war drums. Then, in the flick of a switch, his mouth was on hers, her legs wrapped around him. All the fury, the frustration, the insult channeled into violent and primal need. She nipped at his tongue. He tore at her shirt, all while that need, that violence built and burned. Now they rolled, they grappled, to take in an urgent, almost vicious quest for release. He filled his hands with her, filled his mouth with her, while his blood raged, while her body arched, quaked. She coiled under him, surrounded him, inflamed him beyond any thought of control. He yanked her trousers down her hips, ripped away the thin, simple barrier, and drove her to gasping, shuddering peak with his hands. And more, from him, from her, in a wild whirlwind of mindless, reckless, impossible lust. Soaked in the flood of dark pleasure, blind with greed for more, for all, she dragged him to her. Bridging up, she demanded that first savage thrust, then the next, the next. With her legs locked hard around him, she drove him, brutally as spurs to flanks, until he'd filled her, until he'd emptied her, until he'd emptied himself. He collapsed on her, his breath gone, his mind gone. She'd destroyed him, he thought. She'd stripped him to the bone, then shattered him. Now she lay under him, limp, and he could feel the tremors, those aftershocks of crazed sex shake her. Or him, or both of them. His. Every maddening, infuriating, fascinating, courageous inch of her. His. And he'd changed not one thing. "It seems you had time for that." His throat felt as if he'd swallowed fire, and he'd have given 1,000,000 for the wine on his workstation, or the strength to stand and get it. He barely managed to lift his head to look down at her. All flushed, all soft, all long, glinted, whiskey-colored eyes. It was pretty quick. He smiled at that, and at the touch of her hand on his cheek after she spoke. He pressed his lips to her cheek in turn. Now, with the anger and lust washed away, the love beneath stood solid and strong. "I'm not jittery. Think of another word. I like your family, you know I do. It's just, right now, with everything, all of them, it's a bit overwhelming." She thought about it. "That's okay. Overwhelming's okay. When we went there last summer, it was mostly, well, except for the brief pause for the dead body that was not my case, Hanging out, drinking some beer. I understand that perfectly well. I guess, maybe. And add on Nixie. It's not fair. It's not right, but every time I see or talk to the kid, I get twisted inside. It eases off, but it always starts out that way. I just see her the way she was when I found her, after she'd crawled through her parents' blood and hidden. I can't get why she wants to see me, talk to me. I must remind her of that, what she went through, what she lost. It messes with my head, and I can't afford that right now. If you brought her pain, Richard and Elizabeth wouldn't allow her to see or talk to you. I guess not. Take this friends and family business as it comes for the next couple days. You give what you can, when you can. And as they are friends and family, every one of them understands what you are, what you do, and what it means. Somerset, she sneered it. And Somerset as well. Rourke flicked a finger down the dent in her chin. He enjoys drilling you just as you do him. Maybe. She closed her eyes a minute. I was too late. And I see them in my head. See what he did to them because I was just too late. Eve. He pressed his lips to her brow. You know better than to blame yourself. Knowing better doesn't always stop it. Everything I turn up says his parents were good people. Did their best to be good parents, and because he didn't get his way, he slaughtered them. He annihilated them. Laurie Nuccio, just an ordinary girl, a good waitress, responsible, who went out of her way twice to help him get work. He debases her, ends her because she wouldn't let him live with her after he stole from her, after he hit her. She curled to him when he wrapped around her and found such comfort. And Farnsworth, a good teacher, the kind students remember, a woman who loved her ugly little dog and offered to make soup for her neighbors. He tormented her for hours, and he killed her because he was too lazy to do his goddamn schoolwork. You know him. You'll stop him. I have to find the worthless bastard first. And you will, he repeated. She let out a long breath. I will. Let it go, she ordered herself. Just let it go. Anyway, sorry. Sort of. He smiled down at her. Considering where we ended up, it's hard to say the same. And she found she could smile back. Now I'm hungry. Is that so? Yeah, it's so. He levered off, sat back on his heels, then just grinned at her. Following the direction of his gaze, she looked down at herself. She wore one tattered sleeve of what had been her shirt, most of her support tank, and her weapon harness, with her pants bunched around the ankles of her boots and her clutch piece. That was probably a nice shirt, she thought aloud. It's good you have more, as do I. He tugged off the rags of his own. We need to get the torn stuff into the recycler. I'm not having Somerset getting a load of it. I keep reminding you, he's aware we have sex. There's sex, then there's sex. He considered the torn clothes as she hiked up her pants again. There is, yes. We'll gather them up. He offered a hand, pulled her to her feet. Then what do you say we change, eat, then get to work? I say it's a plan. And what do you say to spaghetti and meatballs? I say it's a genius plan.
She let herself lean on him a moment. I've been pissed under it all day. It's nothing to do with anything but the case, and it doesn't do any good to get pissed about a case. I guess I needed to blow off some steam. Happy to assist. She poked his bare chest. You got your steam off too, pal. We both have something to be thankful for. Together, they picked up torn shirts. The food helped, as did the routine of updating her board, reading the reports from her people in the field, touching base with Feeney. She couldn't say what Rourke did in the lab, but knew without question if anyone could find something to help on the wiped machine, he could. He would. She ran probabilities, but didn't feel confident in the results. Indeed, when she factored out the Boyds' 2 college-aged children, the percentage increased for targeting. And how could Reinhold know the kids were home for Thanksgiving? Would he even think of family and holidays? He'd want Boyd, she thought, drinking yet more coffee as she worked. To prove he could hit one out of the park, that would be his thinking. But Boyd was no slightly out-of-shape salesman, ambushed by his own son, a son who lived in the same apartment. Boyd was fit, tough, had good security. Reinhold would need to plan carefully there. More, Eve thought, he'd need to build up his courage. More likely to try for women first, for older targets, less secure targets. Marlene Wislet and the Schumachers topped her list, along with his friend Asshole Joe, followed by Garber, his former global studies teacher. If he stuck to pattern, it would be one of them. If, she thought, as she highlighted each. Maybe he'd take a little vacation on his latest victim's money. No, she decided as she rose to pace and circle. He'd need that euphoria again, that power again, that payback again. But he was hurt, so that might buy a little time. Where are you, you bastard? Once again, she put the map on screen, highlighted each crime scene, each sighting. With the aid of the computer, she calculated more routes, more probabilities until her head throbbed. When Rourke came in, she stood studying results, rocking back and forth on her heels, more from frustration than fatigue. Too many damn possibles. Hotels, apartments, condos, duplexes, single-family residences. Even when you calculate high-end and focus on sectors near his old neighborhood, there's too many. And hell, he could decide to live uptown. Freaking New Jersey, Brooklyn, Queens. No. Annoyed with herself, she rubbed at the tightness in the back of her neck. It's gonna be Manhattan, and near what he knows. He won't want to feel superior from a distance. But you're working in circles, Lieutenant. I know. It's pissing me off. You need sleep. Clear your mind, he continued, and cupped her face in his hand. Come at it fresh in the morning. I hate this guy, and that's stupid. I don't even know why, especially, as I've dealt with worse, but he's stuck in my throat. When you have him in interview, you'll be stuck in his. He pressed his lips to her forehead. Let's go to bed. Might as well, she thought, as working in circles wasn't going to find her mark. Did you get anything? She asked as they walked to the bedroom. It's slow and bloody frustrating. I've got some bites, and enough to see she'd interfaced her units. When we pull out more, we may be able to follow the money trail more precisely. Feeney's banging his head against the wall. We've connected on it a few times tonight. He'll bang it again tomorrow, and before you ask, yes, McNabb's been at work as I have, and they pulled in calendar as well. We'll get there, but it's going to continue to be slow and frustrating for all of us." In the bedroom, she stripped down. "If we find the money trail, the accounts, and they're out of our reach legally, you could hack them with the unregistered." He glanced over as she dragged on a nightshirt. Her skin had that faint, translucent glow it developed when she'd exhausted herself. "I could, yes, and enjoy it as well. I need to think about it. Well, we need to get there first, and I need to think about it. If I can't find him my way, I may have to find him yours, because he's got his next target in mind, and he's figuring it out now. He's working it out and feeling smug about it." He slipped into bed with her, pulled her against him. "One way or the other, you'll have him. He won't be so bloody smug then, will he? Not when I'm done with him." She closed her eyes, tried to will herself to sleep. In his new penthouse, in his swanky new bed, Reinhold swallowed another dose of pain meds, chased it with the last of the complimentary bottles of champagne from building management. His foot fucking hurt! It hadn't been bad when he'd left the clinic. In fact, he'd felt damn good cruising on the drugs. Then he'd felt like a million, or 4, when he'd walked into his new place, found the big-ass gift basket from management. Champagne, fancy cheeses, and candy and fruit and cookies and all kinds of rich man snack food. He felt so damn good, he'd ordered the droid to unpack, then go out and buy some imported brew and fix up that steak dinner. He was gonna like getting used to steak dinners. He'd walked all over the apartment, all over the building, checking out the shops, the fitness center, the restaurants and bars. He'd thought about hanging out at the bar, for longer than the one drink he'd had, maybe hooking up with a woman. But he wanted to get the lay of the land first. He'd walked around the neighborhood some, too, just getting that feel and feeling fine. It wasn't until the foot started throbbing some he remembered being told to stay off it, keep it elevated. The idiot doctor should have made it more clear, he told himself, teeth gritted as he waited for the meds to kick in. He should have given him stronger drugs, more specific instructions, better care. Maybe he'd give the asshole doctor a taste of his own, see how he liked a broken foot. "You're on my shit list," Reinhold mumbled. He could go back for a follow-up, teach the asshole a lesson, grab some good drugs. He liked the idea, rode on it through the pain until the miracle of chemistry clicked in and eased that pain away. Not smart, he thought, to go back to the asshole doctor. Smarter to do a little research, find out where said asshole MD lived, and take care of it. He probably had money, too. Fucking doctors rolled in dough. Yeah, he'd start working on that. Maybe catch him some night when he left the clinic, or when he was in his own fancy apartment. Something to think about. But he had other business first. He ordered the bedroom screen on. Had to think through to remember how to call his computer up on it. Then decided he wanted pizza. Steak dinner had been hours ago. "Hey, asshole!" He enjoyed programming the droid to answer to the insult. It made him laugh every single time. "Yes, sir." The droid came to the bedroom doorway. "Get me a pizza. Pepperoni, mushrooms, peppers, onions. A large. Get it at Vinny's, that's my place."
Yes, sir. Should I go out and get one or arrange for delivery?
Go get it, for Christ's sake! You think I want to wait for some fuckwad to deliver it? And make it snappy, you shithead.
Yes, sir.
He liked the sir. About damn time somebody called him sir. In fact, from now on, he'd make anybody he planned to kill call him sir before he did them. He called up what he termed his shit list, studied the names, the addresses he'd found, the workplaces he either knew or had been able to find. Beside each were their offenses and his current, subject to change, method of making them pay. He'd have been surprised to see just how closely Eve's list aligned with his. But he didn't think about the police. He'd begun to consider himself a professional. After all, each kill had generated pay, payback, and cash. Jerry Reinhold, and he had another program with possible code names, was a hitman with a shit list. It cracked him up. After he'd worked his way through his own list, he'd use the code name and hire himself out. His current favorite was Cobra, fast and deadly, except he really liked Reaper, as in grim. As he studied his list, he relived each insult, embarrassment, rejection. He thought of how it would feel to burn Marlene Wislet's pretty face with acid until she looked like a monster. Then he'd force her to look at herself before he slit her throat. Teach her to flip him off. Teach her to think she was better than he was. And she'd made some good money, he was sure, whoring her face, the one he'd ruin, her body. And the Schumachers. God, he hated them. He'd get plenty from them. He figured on beating the old man to death, drowning the old hag in her own bathtub. Coach Boyd. Good old Coach Boyd. That would be the best time ever. Want to see me swing away? He'd figure out how to get inside Boyd's place. Just figure it out. Then he'd rape the wife right in front of him. Then he'd get busy with the snips. He really wanted to use those snips. And when that was done, he'd beat the bastard's brains out with his trusty bat. Pure satisfaction. Even if he didn't get much profit out of Boyd, that would be, what was it? Yeah, a labor of love. He cracked himself up again, kept going down his list. He changed a few methods. He had enough money now to get his hands on a stunner. You could do a lot with a stunner. And he figured he'd pick up a hammer, maybe a saw. A guy wanted to be well-rounded. He thought of Mal. The way to Mal, what kind of friend boots you just because you were short on the rent, was through his mother. That pushy bitch. He liked the idea of the hammer there. First mother, then son. But not quite yet. He smiled as he studied his next pick. Oh, yeah, that would be good. That would be fun. And he knew just how to pick up the bucks for his profit on that one. Asshole, where's my pizza? And bring me a damn beer. He took a few more minutes to go over his plan. Jesus, it was really so simple. Why hadn't he ever thought of doing all this before? The droid brought pizza and beer on a tray with a napkin. Not bad. Go on out there. Active rest. I want you around if I need you. Yes, sir. Enjoy your pizza. Bet your ass. He switched the screen to entertainment, scrolled through his choices, settled on porn. He amused himself with pizza, beer, and violent sex
until he dropped contentedly off to sleep. Chapter 17. She woke early and alone. In the murky light before dawn, she felt the alone even before her eyes adjusted. Rourke was up and somewhere already, she thought. She'd have wondered how he managed to rise, even shine so damn early. But even as she lay there, she knew she'd finished with sleep herself. Her mind had already circled to Reinhold. Even as she sat up, she cued into the snoring, a sound even kindness and affection couldn't term a purr. She made out the heap of fur and limbs that was Galahad at the foot of the bed. At least somebody knew how to sleep until actual morning, she thought, and shoved out of bed. She'd grab a workout and a quick swim, she decided. Tune everything up since she had the time. She hunted up ancient sweat shorts, a support tank, tossed an NYPSD t-shirt over it. The cat never stirred. The snoring never ceased while she pulled on shoes, then slipped into the elevator. A hard 30-minute run, she calculated. Maybe 15 on weights, ending with 50 laps in the pool. She stepped out in the pool area with its lush plants, exotic flowers, deep blue water. Of all the luxuries, the indulgences spread through the home that Rourke built, she considered the pool her biggest personal perk. Tempting, she mused, to just strip off and dive in, but more satisfying to work up a sweat first. And circling around toward the gym, she saw the light glowing. She paused before she entered and heard Rourke's voice, then someone else's. Easing around the corner, she saw him, in workout gear nearly as ragged as hers, steadily bench-pressing while he carried on a conversation. He had the comm on speaker, she realized, as the voice, male, high-toned Brit, rattled off a lot of equations and buzzwords she didn't completely, hell, didn't remotely understand. While Rourke lifted, tossed out questions and comments about fire codes, something to do with egress, some sort of three-dimensional blueprint flashed on a wall screen, shifted, revolved, zoomed in, went from side to bird's eye views. It looked, even to her untrained eye, big and important. She slipped in, got an easy smile from Rourke, and angled over to program one of the machines for her morning run. The beach, she decided, programming manually while Rourke's conversation continued. Tropical sunrise. She liked the feel of sand under her feet and the rosy light blooming on the eastern horizon, the sight and sound of waves kissing the shore, then rolling coyly away again. Okay, maybe the cutting-edge gym, so far removed from the crowded space and iffy equipment she'd once had to settle for at Central, equaled another really big personal perk. She took a couple minutes at a light jog to warm up, then steadily increased her pace until she ran full out. While she ran, she heard the clink and thunk as Rourke set his weights on the safety, then a switch in tone as he started a new conversation. Italian? She wondered, before the opening greetings switched to English, and talk about engines, she thought, and aerodynamics. He'd switched to free weights, she noted, doing bicep curls as he studied the screen and schematics on some sort of muscular air transport. Shortly, he moved on to a lab in France. She thought maybe they discussed perfume, but it could have been serums. By the time she'd finished her 30, he stepped onto a machine himself for his own run. She lifted, curled, pressed while he ran, and did whatever he did with Europe. When she stopped, grabbed water, he turned off the speaker and the screen.
A happy morning meeting of the minds, he commented. Is that what that was? I meant you and I, but the rest went well enough. He'd worked up a healthy sweat, she noted, had talked business with 3 or 4 countries and looked alert and revved. And it was barely dawn. Does it make you dizzy, jumping from country to country that way? It's all a matter of maintaining your rhythm. She eyed him as he ran, slick, limber, strong. Meaning you establish yours, and they have to match the pace. That's about it, yes. You're up early. Dreams? No. At least none I remember. I'm just up. And it gave me a chance to squeeze this in. And a swim. I'll join you there. I've tied off most of what I wanted to tie off this morning before the holiday. That's tomorrow. She'd done her best to etch it into her brain. Family's in today's, so... He slowed for his cool down, smiled over at her. And it clears some time for me to work with you, Lieutenant. Find the money. Find him, she said. Failing that, he's going for another, probably tonight, unless he's crying over his broken toes. Rourke stepped off the machine, took a water as she had. You're not considering he may take a holiday himself? On the simple factor his targets are probably expected somewhere tomorrow. He can't wait. Her conclusions, mixed with Mira's, equaled immediacy to her. He wanted, felt he deserved instant gratification. It's too exciting. And if he's thinking about the Thanksgiving deal at all, he'd want to screw with that. Devastate someone's family on a day they're all supposed to be stuffing pie in their faces and saying how grateful they are. It just makes it more satisfying that way. You've a point. It's going to take some time through legal means, he said as they started out to the pool. I can cut that considerably with the unregistered. I'm thinking about it. Torn, she stripped off. There's some time, one way or the other. He's not the broad daylight sort. Doesn't have the balls for it. Not yet. He likes sneaking around at night. There's some time, she repeated, reassuring herself. She dived in. Cool water on her skin. That slight shock to the system. A quick rev to smooth laps. And Rourke, his body slicing down through the water, then matching her stroke for stroke so they hit the far wall together, turned, powered back. She lost track of the laps. 5, 10, but her body and mind hit that line between energized and relaxed. The burn of muscles created the perfect contrast to the coolness of the water. When her heart labored, when those muscles began to tremble, she pushed for one more lap, then let herself sink before surfacing. God, why don't they make another hour in the day? Then we could start every morning this way. He slid over to her, ran a hand down her slicked back hair. Would you? Probably not, but it's a really nice thought. She angled toward him, tipped her head back, found his lips with hers. Glided skin to skin. And an even better one, Rourke murmured. Twin beeps sounded from the links they'd both set on the table near the pool. What the hell? That's not my signal. It's the notification signal on both, he told her. I didn't set any notification. I did, on both. Bugger it. He shoved back his hair, climbed out of the pool, grabbed a towel. For the bloody medal business this afternoon. What? Today? It's today? And how had she managed to completely erase it from her mind? What's worse than bugger it? I want something worse.
He only sighed, tossed her a towel. We'll get through it, then it'll be done. I've got a homicidal crazy, as lucky as he is stupid to find, and you've got a horde of Irish relatives coming in. You should tell Whitney we need to pass. Postpone, she amended. On the faintest smile, he angled his head. I should? He's my superior. I can't tell him we're too busy. She hissed at Rourke's steady stare. And neither can you. I mean, you could, but you won't. And I get it. Damn it. It's an honor. It really is, she continued as she dried off. But why does it have to be a public one? It's your fault. Mine? Amusement growing, he hooked the towel around his waist. And why is that exactly? Because you're really rich and famous, so that plays into the politics. Well, that's an interesting conclusion. I thought that played into the difficult politics of it all, and why they've held you back from captain until recently. It's all stupid politics. Who knows which way they roll? But my fault, whichever direction? Yeah, yours. And it wouldn't have anything to do with you being so fucking brilliant at your work. He arched his eyebrows over eyes dancing with humor. I ought to be able to be fucking brilliant at my work without them making me stand in front of crowds of people and cameras and Christ knows. How come I get punished for being good? It's an honor, remember? And yes, a punishment from your view, and bloody sticky from mine. It's what I get for marrying a cop. She jabbed a finger at him. Warned you. Laughing now, he grabbed her, spun her around. I wouldn't have it otherwise, even with the bleeding metal. So we'll suck it up, Lieutenant. Maybe we'll get lucky, and I'll be putting restraints on Reinhold this afternoon. Even the mayor can't argue that one. Let's hope. And let's eat. I'm starving. She ate, even though he pushed stupid oatmeal on her. And since she'd gotten a jump start on her day, started the next round in her home office. Galahad joined her, sitting in her sleep chair, giving himself a casual morning wash. The computer likes the model for his next target, she told him. I don't know about that. While Galahad continued to wash, she rose to study the board. Female. Probably physically weaker, so that's a plus, but she has a male cohab. She lives uptown, out of his current comfort zone. Even without the police protection he shouldn't know about, her building has top-notch security. He's gonna want her, Eve mused, and yeah, he probably wants her now, but he doesn't have the chops to get past her security and her cohab. Baxter's report had confirmed Marlene Wislet rated extra frosty with a side of yow. More important, he assessed her security, electronic and human, as solid. The cohab is smart and protective enough to have already hired a bodyguard. Reinhold would want her, Eve thought again, but had to know she wouldn't be an easy get. She'd take more study, wouldn't she? More of a plan. Lure her out. Take her off the street. Possible. Possible he'd try, but wouldn't he need somewhere to take her? Is he going to start soiling his own nest, wherever the hell that is? More control in your own place. Would that offset the thrill of messing around in someone else's safe zone? Also possible, she thought. But he was hurt. The foot had to be giving him some trouble. Should make him reconsider any sort of physical altercation. He liked taking his victims from behind, by surprise. The shopkeepers were a better bet, to her thinking. Older couple, right in his neighborhood. If he could get to one of them, he could use that to entrap the other.
He had money now, a nice pile of it, and more than enough to invest in a black market stunner, a fake badge, a uniform. With the holes in the Schumacher's building security, and again not knowing about the police protection, he could access their apartment easily enough. Just slide in behind another resident, or pose as a delivery or maintenance guy. Or a cop. I'd wait. Bide my time, watch the building, the routine. Go in at night. Cop uniform's the most direct. She glanced over at the cat, but apparently the washing had exhausted him, so he lay on his back, all 4 legs splayed in utter relaxation. You'd think you'd had sex instead of kibble. Anyway, then you just knock. ID yourself as NYPSD. Law-abiding citizens are going to open the door. Use the stunner. Keep it quiet. Soundproofing's not good on those older buildings. Lock it up. Gag and restrain. Then you can do what you want to them. Hours of doing what you want to them. Lucky for the populace, you're also law-abiding. She frowned over her shoulder at Rourke. I thought you were busy with Empire stuff. I was. Now I'm not. And as I'm about to shift my efforts into the find the stolen money stuff, I wanted to see you before you left for Central. Going in a few minutes. This is the best way in, right? She gestured to the building on screen. A minor investment in costuming. Hit them late, stun, lock up, restrain. These 2 as targets? He asked, stepping closer to look at the photos of the Schumachers. Yeah, they live over their market. See, the building has security cams on the main entrance, card swipes for residents, and buzzers for lock release, visitors' deliveries. And potential thieves and murderers. What floor are they? 3rd, northwest corner unit. Fire escape? Yeah. I wouldn't bother with the costume. I'd invest in a good jammer, a good scanner. He grew up in the neighborhood and has probably accessed fire escapes before. I'd go that way, scan the windows for alarms, jam if any. If they've locked the windows, which a great many people comfortable in their 3rd floor unit don't, a simple glass cutter can be used to lift a window lock. A child could do it. Which you did. Oh, as often as possible. Then he's in, and unless he's drawn any attention getting in, he doesn't have building security picking him up. He's got a bum foot. That's what blockers are for. Yeah. She jammed her hands in her pockets. The comp likes the model. Eve tapped the photo. She's lovely. And she's got a male cohab. He's lovely, too, and bigger and fitter than Reinhold. Plus, her security's out of his reach. This would be his first break-in, if he goes that route. He was already in his parents' apartment, had the key for his exes, and bashed the teacher as she came back in with her dog. He's never had to deal with locks, security, or an actual break-in. Logically, he should aim for the target with the easiest access. And you see this couple. No, I see asshole Joe, this guy. He's the only one of Reinhold's friends who's shrugging off what he's done. I think Reinhold could talk his way into Joe's place, or lure him out, depending on what he wants. He may even know a way in, since he's probably hung there often enough. He's the easiest hit, but probably not the most satisfying. Ah. Rourke scanned the board, the photos, the notes applied. And not covered, I see, as the others are. No, he's shrugged off protection, too. Crowding him, cramping his style with the ladies, or some such shit, according to the reports. I'm gonna have a face-to-face with asshole Joe today. Who'd be the most satisfying?
On my scale? Wayne Boyd. Reinhold's carried that grudge close. And I'd bet every time he bashes someone with a baseball bat, he thinks of Coach Boyd, getting benched, being the GOAT instead of the hero in the championship game. Boyd said he hadn't come down on the boy about the strikeout. But kids being kids, yeah, some of them would have had some choice words for him. And reaching that conclusion, I've done what I can to find and reach all the members of Reinhold's team, the opposing team. Do you honestly think he'd go that deep, that far? I think it's a damn good thing he wasn't involved in Red Horse, she said, referring to a major case she'd closed. If he had a chance to use the Menzini virus, he'd take out everyone who's ever sent him a cross-eyed look, and all the bystanders he could while he was at it. He's not that different from Louis Calloway. The same whining, entitled, pay-you-all-back mentality. The difference is he likes being there. He likes the power of killing face-to-face, having his hand in it. He lacks Calloway's control, if control's the word for it, and needs that connection, we'll say, with his victims. That's close enough, Eve agreed. Still, with the Boyds, you've again got pretty good security on their building, and a whole family to take on. He'd never get in the door or a window without excellent equipment and honed B&E skills. His best move there would be to grab the wife or one of the kids, use that to bait Boyd into coming to him or giving him access. But that's risky, really risky. She paced away, paced back. He's pissed off. The injury has to have him pissed off. At the same time, he walked out of Farnsworth's with millions, so he's smug. He's won every round. So that's made him cocky. And still he's a coward. He thinks he's brave. He thinks he's found his strength, his purpose, his life's work. But everything he's done is with the mindset of a scared, spoiled, ungrateful child inside a man's body. Well, now, it couldn't be said by any definition I was spoiled as a child, but ungrateful I surely was. It's hard to be thankful for the boot or the fist. And scared, that too, most of the time. I'd have gone for the shiniest prize, I'm thinking. You were never a coward. He met her eyes, thought of his father. He terrified me, every day, even when I learned defiance could be a shield of sorts. And the last beating he gave me, one that nearly put me in the ground. I wonder still, if I'd have been scared enough to go back to him, as he was all I knew. But Somerset found me, took me in, gave me a choice. Not that I was altogether grateful for it at the start of it. Eve took his hand. Sometimes she forgot he'd been a child, as frightened, lost, and beaten down as she. He'd have been my shiniest prize, Rourke murmured. Somewhere down the line, if someone hadn't beaten me to it. I couldn't have lived in the world or felt a man if he'd been breathing in it. She wondered what he would think or feel if he knew the person who'd beaten him to it had been Somerset. And that, she thought, wasn't hers to tell. His parents never hurt him, never abused him. There's not only no evidence of that, but plenty to the contrary. But, as you say, it's a mindset. Yeah. She looked back at the board. Boyd or the model? They're the shiniest. The other teacher, Garber, not as hard to get to, but he's just done a teacher. I think another, back-to-back, would bore him. There's former employers, supervisors, even co-workers, so they're on the watch list.
And you've dozens on that list, Rourke said. Yeah. I'm gonna hope you're right about the shine. They're both well covered. If he tries for either Boyd or Wislet, we'll take him down. The trouble with that? There's bound to be more who aren't among those dozens. People no one thought of or knew about. Impossible to know, he thought, and hardly a wonder she continued to circle the same ground. So finding him before he settles or moves on to a target is the only way to be sure. New ID, new place. If he had the smarts, he'd hole up for a few days, heal up, put a real plan together. But he's not smart. Eve shook her head. Not smart enough. Then I'll go back to finding the money. I'll work here for now, he added, as he turned her to him, and likely go in at some point to mesh up with Feeney. But I'm damned if I'll set foot in Central today. If I don't have your word, you'll not be leaving me hanging on the damn metal business. If I'm in the field, ah! His eyes glinted a warning that had her rolling her own. I'll stay in contact. And if I hit something hot enough to get out of the ceremony, I'll let you know. You're slick enough to slither out of it. That's a deal, then. He kissed her, surprised and touched by her quick, hard embrace. I'll see you when I do, she told him. One way or the other. If we go through with this thing today, you'll be wearing your uniform, won't you? Yeah, that's how it goes. His smile lit up. At least that's something. Mind my cop till I see her next. When he walked away, she told herself being grateful for Somerset, right down to her core, was a secret she could take to the grave. She sent Peabody an alert to meet her at Joe's apartment. She'd just get that out of the way first, she decided as she headed downstairs. She found her coat over the newel post. She knew Somerset hung it up at night, then laid it back out in the morning. She'd never understand why he didn't just leave it there. Same with her vehicle, she thought as she walked out, swinging on the coat. She left it in front of the house. He remoted it to the garage, then remoted it back in the morning. Routine, she thought. Everybody had one. She glanced up at the sky as she crossed to her car and felt a little bubble of hope. If those heavily overcast skies opened up and timed it right, they'd at least be spared the medal ceremony on the very, very public steps of Cop Central. Something else to, maybe, be grateful for. She drove away and through the gates. In less than 2 minutes, she found herself caught in a thick knot of traffic, punctuated with a wild orchestra of clashing horns. Since the car came outfitted, she used the camera to see how bad it was and zoomed in on a broken-down maxi bus, effectively blocking 2 lanes. Though she suspected traffic had already been notified, she called it in before punching vertical. She skimmed over roofs, cut east. A longer route, she thought, but at least she wouldn't be sitting, stewing. Besides, a different, even longer route equaled a break in routine. Different buildings, different patterns, different glide carts and street vendors. And who did they sell NYC souvenirs, scarves, hats, gray market handbags to this early in the morning? Holiday time, she reminded herself. The start of the insane Christmas shopping season. Tourists, slap-happy with a vacation or trip to New York, swarmed what they considered bargains like ants on sugar. Early setup, she supposed, to take advantage of that change of usual patterns, that break in routines. Routines, she thought, straightening in her seat. Reinhold was breaking them. reaching for more upscale with food, clothes, accommodations. But routines were routines for a reason. Wouldn't he have a favorite arcade? He liked games. A favorite club, pizza joint, sports? Baseball was out, given the season, but did he have a favorite arena ball team? Football, basketball, hockey? He could afford tickets now. He could afford courtside, 50-yard line, box seats. Vids, music, hot clubs. What was trending right now? Struck, she tagged Mal Gold on her in-dash link. "Ah, hey, Lieutenant." She saw from the droopy eyes, the tousled hair, she'd either woken him or he'd put in a rough night. Maybe both. Questions. Neighborhood pizza joint, the one Reinhold favors. Vinny's, sure. It's always Vinny's. What's he get, routinely? Sorry, he said as he scrubbed his hands over his face. Didn't get much sleep. Pepperoni, onions, mushrooms, green peppers. Okay, favorite sports teams? Yankees all the way. We used to go around, 'cause I'm a Mets fan, and not baseball. Arena ball, football, basketball, something in season. Football. Giants, dug in Giants fan. He's not big on arena or round ball. Okay, hangouts, arcades, clubs, delis, whatever. We'd mostly hit Jangles in Times Square. It's worth the ride. Then maybe grab a brew if we were flush enough at Tappet. It's right on Broadway between 45th and 46th. Jangles has tourneys. Jerry always scraped up the scratch to enter. He nearly won once, too, but Bruno nipped him out. Pissed Jerry off big. Bruno who? Oh. Mal's eyes widened. His face paled. God, I didn't think of him before. I don't know his name. Bruno's his game tag. Big guy. Just a kid, though. Maybe 18. Freaking game wizard. Anything else you can think of? Routines, favorites, usuals? Pistachio float from Gregman's, a neighborhood place. He's been hooked on them since we were kids. Oh, and, Lucille. He glanced around, lowered his voice. I didn't think of her before either. If I so much as think of an LC with Ma in the room, she'll know it. She's got that power. Having met his mother, Eve didn't doubt it. He frequents an LC named Lucille? Well, see, all of us did. This is embarrassing. Murder trumps embarrassment. Yeah, it does. See, she used to give us a group raid on BJ's. Me, Jerry, Joe, Dave. Back when we were 16, 17, like that. Jerry, and look, I didn't know about this until after, but you don't rat out your friends anyway. He stole some money from his mother and paid Lucille for a full ride. I'm pretty sure it was his first. Like when he was around 18. I know Joe ragged on him some about being a virgin, and Jerry said how Lucille had done him all the way. You all still hire her? No, man. His ears went a little pink, and he took another wary glance behind him. I don't, and Dave doesn't, not that I know of. But I'm pretty sure Joe and Jerry still see her sometimes. Where's Lucille? She used to hang around Avenue A, back when she had a street license, but she got her own place and upped her license. I'm not real sure, but maybe she's still in Alphabet City. I haven't seen her, since I was about 18. It was just too weird having the same LC do all of us. Okay. Just give me a basic idea on her. How old? Race? I think she's not much more than me, like maybe 27, 28, like that. Mixed. I think black and Asian. She's really nice looking. Or was. Okay, thanks. Anything or anyone else comes to mind, contact me. Sure. Lieutenant, Dave and Jim, Dave's brother, we did a sweep of the neighborhood last night. We didn't see him or talk to anybody who has. Trying to do my job, Mal? No, really, no. Dave and we just had to get out of the house for a while, and we stuck together. We're all sticking together. Keep doing that, Eve advised. The conversation nearly took her to Klein's building. As she navigated the rest of the route, she contacted Charles Monroe. Instead of the slickly handsome sex expert, the pretty blonde doctor he married came on the link. Hi, Dallas. Hey, Louise. I thought I tagged Charles. You did. His link was here on the counter and he's making me breakfast. Sorry to interrupt. No problem, and his hands are free again. We're looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. Seeing everyone. Here's Charles. Morning, Lieutenant Sugar. Charles, just a quick question. Do you know, or can you find out, about an LC who started street level maybe 10 years ago, and young when she did, probably just legal. Goes by Lucille. Seriously? I've got a little more. Mixed race, probably black, Asian, Avenue A turf back at the start, then moved up, but likely stayed in the same area. And before you ask, no, I don't know how many LCs work Alphabet City, but I figure it's a lot. I'm just looking for one. She's not in trouble, but I'd like to keep it that way. I never worked that area, but I know some who did or do. I'll see what I can find out. Appreciate it. What are you making? Honeymoon pancakes. How long's the honeymoon? She wondered, as they'd been married for months. I'm looking at forever. Nice thought. And thanks in advance for the help. See you, she added, clicking off as she zipped to the curb a block from Asshole Joe's. She climbed out, calculating. Pizza joint wouldn't be open yet, and neither would the arcade. She might be able to try Gregman's sooner, and she'd get a line on any recent purchases for high-dollar tickets to Giants games. Or better yet, she thought, when she spotted her partner in her puffy purple coat and pink cowboy boots flooding out of the subway stairs with a million others. Eve fell into step beside her. Good timing. It was like being held hostage in an airless box with a bunch of refugees. They really need more trains on this line. Routines, Eve said. They're comfort, habit, patterns. Everybody's got some. Routines, favorite things. I've got a list of Reinhold's. I need you to check on tickets, premium tickets for Giants games. That's football. I know it's football. I like football. Everybody wears those tight pants and has big shoulders. They're shoulder pads, so that's false vision. I like it fine. Gregman's, Eve continued, in Reinhold's old neighborhood, sells pistachio floats. Yuck! I draw the line at green floats, but I got it. I've got Charles doing a reach-out for an LC named Lucille. She reputedly broke Reinhold's cherry, as well as giving him and his pals discount rates on BJ's. Reinhold and Asshole Joe here may still use her from time to time. Then there's Jangles, an arcade in Times Square, and some gamer named Bruno who beat Reinhold in a tournament. A beer joint nearby called Tap It. How'd we miss all that? We didn't, Eve said, as she pulled out her badge for Joe's building security plate. It's called follow-up. Mal remembered a little more when I tried the routine angle. Meanwhile, Rourke's working the money angle. So's McNabb. That and the ID. It's slow going, Dallas. We'll be pushing it, and we'll be pushing the location. He's here somewhere. In someplace plush, you bet your ass. She held her badge for a scan. Lieutenant Dallas, Detective Peabody, we're here to talk to Joe Klein. ID verified. Mr. Klein has not cleared you for entry. Authorization is required. Eve rolled her shoulders, smiled fiercely. A workout, a swim, a new angle, and now busting electronic chops. Not a bad start to the morning. Listen, you worthless piece of E-crap, she began. Chapter 18. After her satisfying smackdown of an electronic moron, Eve rode the elevator up to 7 with Peabody. Nicer, tighter building than, say, his friend Mal's, she observed. He sells insurance, right? Uncle's firm, Peabody confirmed. Insurance sales producer. It's a mid-sized operation, pretty solid. From my scan of his financials, he's good at it, and he likes to spend those bonuses and commissions. Nest egg isn't a term he considers. Where do terms like that come from? If you leave an egg in a nest, it either hatches or it doesn't. If it hatches, it flies or crawls away, right? If it doesn't, you've got some stupid egg, and what good is that? Exactly. Eve strode off the elevator, aimed for 707. Interesting, she noted, that Joe had installed a palm plate and a cam. Not standard, as the other apartments on the floor didn't have them. Which either made him more security conscious than his neighbors, or more into status. Maybe both. She pressed the buzzer, unsurprised with the electronic greeting. Status primarily, she decided, and overkill in a building like this one. Mr. Klein is currently on Do Not Disturb. You're welcome to leave your name and a message. It's Lieutenant Dallas, NYPSD. She held up her badge for the routine scan. And my message is you're going to disturb him. We're here on police business, and don't even think about giving me the runaround, or I will assume that Mr. Klein is either harboring a murder suspect or being held by same against his will. That assumption will lead me to circumvent the security of this apartment and enter. One moment. Good one, Peabody commended. Though technically we'd need probable cause rather than assumptions. I don't get technical with technology. Mr. Klein will be with you directly, Lieutenant Dallas, NYPSD. Fine. Directly took a couple minutes. Eve saw the reason for the short delay when asshole Joe opened the door. They'd obviously disturbed his beauty sleep. His eyes, an eerie and likely enhanced green, still looked slumberous, and there was a slight sleep crease denting his right cheek. He wore loose black pants and a biceps-bearing tee. His feet were bare. Hey, detective. He shot a wide salesman smile at Peabody. Sorry for the wait. I had a late night. He shifted his gaze. Gave Eve what she assumed he thought was a flattering "sure, I'd do you" study. My partner, Lieutenant Dallas. We'd like to come in and talk with you. Sure, but right now? Smile still in place, he lifted his hands, his shoulders. It's not a good time. I've got company, if you know what I mean. He actually winked. Eve just stared him down until he shrugged. I guess it's fine. She's out for the count, like I said. Long night. He stepped back into an obsessively trendy living area that screamed, single guy looking for action. Lots of glass, metal, fake black leather, enormous entertainment screen with an open front cabinet below loaded with discs. A small bar, black and silver, outfitted with various glassware, ruled a corner. Photos and pencil sketches of nude females decorated the walls. Scattered over the floor were a pair of high, hot pink heels, a black skirt the width of a placemat, and what looked to be an animal print thong. "Wasn't expecting company." With an easy laugh, he scooped up the female debris, tossed it all on a chair. "So, I need coffee. You want?" "No, thanks." "I gotta jumpstart the brain cells." After tapping his temple, he walked behind the bar. Eve heard the faint beep, deduced he had a mini auto chef built into it. "So, what can I do for you, ladies?" Eve swallowed the ladies. He just wasn't worth it. "You're aware by now that Jerry Reinhold has killed 4 people. Joe's eyebrows drew together in a frown as he shook his head. "I'm no lawyer, but I think you need some serious proof to make that stick. His fingerprints and DNA all over the murder weapons and the crime scenes are a pretty good start. Seeing him on the security discs of the banks where he transferred his parents' funds pick up on that, and having him identified by several eyewitnesses selling valuables from his parents' apartment kick in too. Okay, I know it looks bad." He took a sip of coffee from an oversized black and white striped cup. "God, that's good. Are you sure you don't want to hit?" "Positive." "Okay. The thing is," he continued as he skirted the bar, gestured to the long, low sofa, "I've known Jerry for years." He took a seat in the chair without women's clothing, slid down, kicked out his legs. A man at his ease. "It's really hard to process he might have tripped out and killed somebody. His parents, his ex-girlfriend, and his former computer science teacher would disagree with you if they weren't dead." Harsh. He drank more coffee, crossed his ankles. "I'm just holding out that there's been a mistake. Have you had contact with Jerry since last Thursday night?" He shifted in his chair. "No. And, full disclosure, I did try to tag him, just to hear his side of things, you know. Maybe he's just freaked. Who wouldn't be? And keeping it real down low." "Are you just that stupid?" Eve wondered. "Come on, no call for that." Irritation flicked briefly over his face. Here, then gone. "Maybe somebody framed him. Maybe tried to kill him, too, so he's hiding out. He could be dead himself. Or, okay, maybe he went totally whack and did all this. There's nothing I can do about it." "He's working his way down a list, Joe. You could be next." He laughed, shooting his legs out again, tossing his head back. "Please! NPW, no possible way! Lieutenant," Eve corrected with a whiplash in her voice. "The homicide lieutenant who waded through Jerry Reinhold's parents' blood 2 days ago, who stood over the body of Lori Nuccio that same night, and over the tortured body of Edie Farnsworth the day after." "Well, sure. I'm really sorry about all that, but there's nothing to laugh at here. He beat, stabbed, bludgeoned, strangled, smothered human beings. You should start wondering what he's got in store for you." The smile had vanished, but he waved a casually dismissive hand. "He's got no reason to hurt me. We're bros. You won in Vegas, he lost, and you rubbed his face in it. That's more than enough for him." "Hell, Jerry's not like that. He knows I was just yanking. Plus, I bought everybody a round of drinks." Joe. Peabody tried a voice of reason. Why don't you let us put you under protection just for a few days? No can do. How am I supposed to score with cops looking over my shoulder? It's one thing for Mal and Dave to weenie out on it. They don't see the kind of action I do. And hell, he made a dismissive sound. I can handle Jerry. Been doing it for years. Not this Jerry, Eve said, but saw they hadn't made a dent. Joe just waved a hand again. Listen, I'm gonna tap my latest, then we're gonna have some breakfast. I'm putting in a couple hours' work later, then I've got another frosty lady to entertain tonight, and that's before I put in some time at the old homestead tomorrow for tea day. Schedule's tight and I'm covered, but hey, if I hear from Jerry, I'll let you know. Done, Eve pushed to her feet. Your choice. Does he now, or has he ever had the code and keys for this apartment? No way. Nobody but me has them. I like my privacy. Watch your back today, Joe. That comes from the person who'll be standing over your corpse if you don't. Eve caught his smirk just as she turned to walk out, and just kept going. Do you think he'll contact us if he hears from Reinhold? Peabody wondered. 50-50. I'd say it depends on his mood at the time. He really is asshole Joe. Yeah. As they rode down in the elevator, Peabody considered. Reinhold wouldn't be able to access the apartment unless Joe lets him in. Even getting into the building's a little tougher than what he's done before. He could do that, but the apartment's secure. If Joe goes into work, he'll be in an office with other people. Then he'll be with some woman stupid enough to give him the time of day. He's about as safe as we can make him without forcing protection on him. I've stretched it to put officers on people who want it. I can't stretch it for someone who doesn't. She stepped outside, took a breath of cool, damp air. No rain yet, damn it. We're going into Central. You work the angles I gave you. I'm working the map and real estate. He'd want better than this. She turned to study Joe's building. If for no more reason than his bro can afford this. He's got that shit pile of money now, and he's looking for the shine. He'd need to snag a shiny place and furnish it, Peabody pointed out. Yeah. Eve mulled it over as they walked back to the car. High end there, too. He'd go for the trend, like asshole Joe. Nothing classic, nothing antique. Shine, shine. We'll check that out. He'd need a few key pieces fast. Swank hotel suites still possible, so we keep hitting that. But the fucker's nearby. When Eve walked into the bullpen, she saw the tie gag hadn't gotten old. Now Detective Carmichael wore one. She'd gone for a herd of purple prancing horses over a field of virulent green. Everyone, including uniforms, who sat at desks, in cubes, or milled around, wore sunshades. Peabody pulled her own rainbow lenses out of a pocket, jabbed them on as she went to her desk. She shot Eve a toothy smile, then got down to work. No harm in letting it play out, Eve decided, then headed to her office. She hit the auto chef for coffee, then brought up the map she'd generated. Somewhere inside the area she'd triangulated, or no more than a 6-block perimeter, she decided, outside. That would be her starting point. She adjusted the map, highlighted her target area. Computer, search and list all luxury hotels, all luxury apartment buildings, condos, or rental homes within highlighted area. Acknowledged. Working.
Secondary task. Search and list all high-end furniture stores, specialize in contemporary, trendy. Just the borough of Manhattan for now. She paced as the computer acknowledged. Next task. Search and list any and all gourmet markets that deliver within highlighted area. He had the droid, she thought, and he could send it out to shop, but it was worth a shot. Initial task complete. Results on screen. Eve looked at the list, dragged her hands through her hair at the number to wade through. Okay, there has to be a way to refine that. She'd spread herself thin with assigning men to protective details. And it would take a squad of cops hours, if not days, to check with every single location. His own place, she thought. Privacy, status, less chance of being nailed by security or a nosy desk clerk, even with the change in looks. Computer, save hotel list, but separate. She'd scrape up a uniform, put him on a link, have him contact the hotels, again, but her gut said he'd rent his own space now. Secondary task complete. Result on screen. Split with residential locations. Eve scowled at the list. I said Manhattan only. Affirmative. Results listed are for Manhattan only. Shit. This time she pulled at her hair. Some results are specialty outlets, the computer continued. Some deal only or primarily with one type of item. Lamps, tables, chairs. Okay, I get it. Would he do that? She wondered. Would a guy take that kind of time, going to a lamp store, a table store? I don't think so, but... She stepped out into the bullpen briefly. Baxter, my office! She circled back, paced. Foot hurts. Probably wouldn't walk around the city. Use websites, the link. Order that way, pay electronically. If he... Yeah, boss? Baxter flipped off his shades, hooked them in his breast pocket. You've got pretty swank digs, right? His grin spread. I do what I can. I've seen your ride. Shiny penis metaphor. Hey! It is what it is. Eyeing him, she eased down a hip on her desk. You got the slick wardrobe, the slick ride, so you've got slick digs and sexy furnishings, right? I like looking good, living good. What's the deal, LT? Reinhold. I figure he's got to be getting, or already has, a place of his own. Something swank, and I'm working on it. But when you get a swank place, you need to furnish it. He'd go for trendy, high-end. He'd like paying a premium. It'll make him feel superior. My list here has all these specialty shops. Taking a look at the screen himself, Baxter nodded. Yeah, city lights, I got my bedroom lamps there. And urban spaces, I got my couch, a couple of chairs, and a floor cabinet there. So shit, guys did spend all that time and effort. How long did it take you to furnish your digs? Who says I'm done? He smiled again. To get it where I want it, for now anyway. 6-7 months. Thinking back, she remembered furnishing her apartment in about a day and a half. He's not that patient. Or, she calculated, as fussy or discerning as Baxter. He wants it now, all of it. Then he needs to go to more full service, at least for the bulk. He's got a bum foot, so I figure he's going to check out his options online. Well, that opens the world. But if he really wants it now, he'd stick local. Baxter scanned the screen again. He'd look for a place with same-day delivery, maybe, or delivery within 24, like that. I'm thinking, yeah. Okay, cut out the specialty shops for now. Go full service, stick local, quick delivery. Thanks. Anytime. He slipped his shades back on, strolled out. She started making contacts herself, switching from full-service furnishings, a much smaller list, to gourmet markets when the computer spat that out, then back again. She juggled in conversations with building security and/or management, and had batted 0 when Peabody poked in.
I hit on the pizza.
Her gradually going pissy mood jumped high.
Jesus, for a pie?
Where is he?
Not that big a hit, but Vinny sold a droid matching the description of ours, the pie, last night. It's a different guy on the counter now, but the manager checked the discs for me.
I want a copy.
Already sent and copied.
Peabody handed it over.
Did he call in the order? No, the droid came in and ordered.
What time did the droid get the pizza?
Timestamps 23:21 on the order.
Nighttime hungries, Eve mused. Check on cabs, drop-offs, pickups at the pizzeria.
Already got that in.
Eve ordered the pizzeria onto the map. I'm betting no cab, but if I'm wrong, we got really lucky. Frowning at the map, she picked up the closest subway stations. Mass transit's possible, but still probably not. Not that he'd have a problem sending the droid on a mile hike to get a pizza, but I'm going with reasonable walking distance. You want pizza after 11 at night. You don't want to wait a damn hour or more. Routines, she thought aloud again. Habits, favorites. He's got a place close by what he knows. No other way. It justified the time she'd spent on the damn map, and real estate, furniture. Okay, I'm going to generate another map, using the pizza joint as the bullseye. Try a 10-block perimeter around it. It's going to cut the options down more. And I want pictures of the morph and of the stolen droid at every shop in this sector, every diner, market, restaurant, glide cart, street vendor. I want them in the hands of every beat cop, street LC, sidewalk sleeper, and illegals dealer.
That'll be a trick.
I'll squeeze a couple thousand out of the budget for a reward. Information leading to capture. And yeah, look pained, because we're gonna get a few million bogus sightings, but Reinhold's here. And even saying he's got the plushest of plush new digs, he's gonna want to get out and about. He has to live, right? And he's damn well gonna go after his next target sooner rather than later. Local clinics, too, in case he hits one for more pain meds. Get it done.
Getting it done.
Eve turned back to the screen. Okay, you bastard. Let's figure this out. An hour into it, she got up for more coffee. As she lifted the mug, she glanced toward her skinny window. It was pouring outside.
All right!
She pumped a fist in the air. Let's go, rain! She executed a quick, happy boogie, did a spin, and spotted Rourke in her doorway.
I had no idea you were so fond of inclement weather.
Rain, think about it. Big, pounding rain. No outside ceremony. They have to move it inside. And that matters? To me, it's... She wiggled her shoulders, winced. Weird doing it out there, in front of the whole damn city. Inside, it's cops and some politicians. And media. Yeah, you can't get around that. But it's more, I don't know, contained. Are you here to work with Feeney? I have been, a bit. There's something... She leaped like a panther. What? What's something? I don't have it yet. We don't, he corrected. But there's something in the data we've been able to regenerate on one of the wiped drives. I think your Ms. Farnsworth wound some sort of code within the codes. I think she tried to leave us some clues as best she could. If the drive hadn't been wiped, we'd have an easier time deciphering, but we're still working piecemeal. But it's something. It is, yes, definitely something. We'll get back to it. Get back? Despite the heroic rain, you've just about got time to change before we're due, wherever we're due to be. Shit! She checked her wrist unit. Shit! As you're not currently slapping Reinhold in restraints, we're stuck with this. So be a good girl and get into that oddly alluring uniform. Shit, she said again. Give me... She snagged her signaling link. Dallas. Lieutenant. Kyung, media liaison, gave her his excellent smile. I wanted to inform you, due to the unfortunate weather, we're moving the medal ceremony indoors to Auditorium A, West Wing, Sector 6, Level 2. Okay. Rourke's with me now. I'll pass it on. Excellent. I'll see you shortly, Lieutenant, and many congratulations. Yeah, thanks. She clicked off. Give me 15, she said to Rourke, and meet me at the downglide. That's about all you have. He made himself comfortable at her desk with his PPC as she dashed out. She cut through the bullpen, shook her head at Peabody, and bolted straight into the locker room. Changed, she fit her uniform hat on her head, gave herself a critical study. Okay, squared away. And when this was done, she'd change back and get the hell to work again. Deliberately avoiding the bullpen and any possible questions, comments, ragging, she left by the side door. She beat Rourke to the glide by about 30 seconds and watched him walk toward her, the glint in his eye. Don't get any ideas, Ace. Too late. You look sexily official. He took her hand, and when she realized he intended to lift it, kiss it, she snatched it back. Come on! We'll save it all for later, then. He stepped on the glide with her. They'll make speeches, especially the mayor, she warned him. I'm aware. After that, it's a little more blah blah. Presentation, photo op, done. You could have sent a rep. Nobody would have blinked if you'd done that, considering you're managing most of the universe. It's good you didn't. It matters you didn't. That would have been ungrateful. And I'm not ungrateful. And when this gets out, there are countless cops in the universe you're so fond of gifting to me who are going to be well buggered. And that's a bit of a plus for me, isn't it? Hadn't thought of that. Oh, well, I have. Still, I'll need to duck out quickly, as I'd like to be home to greet the family. And don't worry, Lieutenant, he added. I'll get back to work on this business as soon as I've settled them in. If we can nail him today, he won't have time, not that I can see, to kill anyone else. And hell, easier to shove in the cranberry sauce when I'm not thinking about the bastard. Agreed altogether. He was right about being grateful for the acknowledgement from the department, she thought. And she wasn't ungrateful for the family coming over from Ireland. Thinking that, she told him, either way, I'll carve out as much time as I can to, be home. He trailed his fingers down her arm. Something else to be thankful for. A lot of that going around. After hopping off on Level 2, she aimed towards Sector 6. This should take about 30, maybe a little more because the mayor can't shut up. I'm heading right up to change after. That's a pity. I'm working on location, using a pizza joint as the hinge. He had the droid pick up a pie last night. Interesting. And I'm figuring he's gotta have furniture. So I'm checking outlets there. High-end, trendy, that's my sense. And I'm on condos, apartments, townhouses. Something's gonna hit. Circling, Rourke thought again. But it seemed her circling was getting smaller and tighter. You'll bag him, Lieutenant. I have every faith. Sooner's better. 2 uniforms flanked the double doors of Auditorium A, and they snapped to attention. Kyung, tall and lean in his meticulous charcoal suit, stepped forward to intercept her. "Lieutenant, Rourke, I'll escort you around to the back staging area." "Fine. A pity about the rain," he said as they walked. "The steps of Central provide such a fine and dignified visual." "Yeah, too bad." He smiled down at her, humor lively in his eyes. "I'm sure it's a disappointment to you both. The mayor will speak first. Chief Tibble will follow with his remarks. Then your commander will say a few words. Rourke will be presented first. A few remarks after the presentation and the photos are appreciated." "Certainly." "Then you'll be presented, Lieutenant." "Got it. The presentations will be followed by a short reception." She stopped dead. "What?" "At the mayor's request," he told her. "More photo ops, some quick interviews." "Is the mayor aware I'm neck-deep in tracking a killer already responsible for 4 bodies?" "He is, as I am. 10 minutes, Kyung promised. "Less if I can manage it. I will get you out and away, my word on it." She scowled, then reminded herself Kyung wasn't an asshole. 10, tops. Done. Kyung pulled open the door to the staging area at the back of the auditorium. Already too many people, she thought, tripping straight over to Cranky. The mayor, the entourage, Tibble, a couple of uniforms, Whitney, and a couple of Trina types bustling around, dabbing crap on faces or fiddling with hair. When one aimed for her, Eve just bared her teeth. "Touch me with any of that, you'll be eating it." Tibble stepped over, shook hands with Eve, then Rourke. "This is very well deserved on both counts. I'll speak to this in my remarks, but I wanted to say to you personally, the NYPSD and the City of New York are fortunate to have you as one of their own, Lieutenant." "Thank you, sir." "And you," he said to Rourke. "We're grateful for the time, effort, and expertise you contribute. You're more than welcome for it. And I think it's safe to say that the time spent on acknowledgments such as this, however well earned, is something you'd both rather devote to work. But it's important for the department and the city to make the acknowledgement." "Understood, sir, and appreciated." "Appreciated more, I expect, if we keep it brief." He gave them a nod, stepped off, had a word with Kyung. Even as the mayor spotted them, which Eve knew could mean an endless blather, Kyung gently tapped his shoulder, gestured toward the door leading to the auditorium stage. "Here we go," Eve murmured. They filed out. When she faced the auditorium, Eve had to order herself not to gape. Not only was every seat filled, but people stood in the back, along the side walls. She'd expected to see Nadine. No crime beat reporter would miss the moment. She hadn't expected Mavis, Leonardo, even the baby. Who the hell told them? She spotted her entire division, Mira, Feeney, McNabb. Jesus, she thought, who was chasing bad guys? And there, Charles, Morris, Cairo, Rio. She watched Jamie Lingstrom slide in the doors. Feeney's godson. An E-ace who wanted to be a cop, had longer hair than the last time she'd seen him. "It's the family," Rourke said quietly. "What?" "The family. They're here." She followed his gaze, found his Aunt Sinead, his uncles, grandmother, cousins, and God knew, and Somerset. He'd arranged it. Eve realized. Letting Rourke think they were coming in later, but bringing them for this. For pride. For family. Hell, it did matter, she thought when she saw Sinead beaming. All of it mattered. She started to say something to Rourke as the mayor approached the podium, then spotted another face in the crowd. Nixie Swisher. Face sober, eyes steady. She didn't smile, just continued to give Eve the serious, even stare. In the stare, Eve read something she hadn't considered. This was for her, too. For Nixie. For all the victims, all the survivors. For every one of the dead she'd ever stood for, or would stand for. So it mattered. All of it mattered. Chapter 19. It took too long, had too many words, far too many cameras. She could tune some of that out. The speeches, the media, the politics didn't count, not in the long run. But she allowed herself to touch her fingertips, just the slightest brush, to Rourke's, as Whitney called him up. What mattered was the sheen of pride in Sinead's eyes, and yeah, even the glint of it in Somerset's. The unmistakable satisfaction on Feeney's face. The unified acknowledgement from her division. The acceptance by the people in her world for the man who meant everything. It's my privilege to present to you the New York City Police and Security Department's highest civilian honor, with gratitude for your invaluable assistance, your contribution, and your valor. You hold no badge, you have no sworn duty, and yet you have given your time, resources, and skills. You have risked and incurred physical harm in the pursuit of justice for the people of New York. Today, we thank you, and we honor you for that contribution. Did it surprise him that they stood for him? Eve wondered. The uniforms, the detectives, the brass, the rank and file, and the bosses of NYPSD. He was so accustomed to power, to position, to holding a room of people in the palm of his hand. But yes, she thought, it surprised him when they all rose to their feet. And she had no doubt he considered the irony of it all. The Dublin street rat, the slick and slippery thief who'd spent most of his life outwitting and evading cops, now had them standing for him. I thank you all for this honor. But it's been my privilege to work with New York's very finest, to come to know the men and women who serve, and more, to come to understand their dedication, their courage, and their sacrifice. You call it duty, but from what I've seen, it's more than that. It's who and what you are. I'm grateful to have any part of that. When he stepped back, Eve broke her dignified cop face long enough to grin at him as he stood with the brass for the quick photos. Nice, she murmured when he stepped back beside her. So it was. The room would enjoy it if you kissed me, no? No. She might have laughed, but she understood he was perfectly serious. Firm on that. She put the dignified face back in place as Whitney began to speak again. We take an oath to protect and serve, Whitney began. Every cop takes that oath, accepts that duty. A good cop does more than accept duty, but lives it. Lieutenant Eve Dallas is a good cop. Today she receives the NYPSD's Medal of Honor, the highest honor given. It is never given lightly. The certification specifically addresses the Red Horse investigation, where under the lieutenant's lead, through her dogged pursuit, her clear-eyed leadership, and her keen skill, Lewis Calloway and Gina McMillan were identified, apprehended, and will face trial for mass murder and domestic terrorism. Applause rippled through the auditorium at that. Eve was tempted to join in, to applaud justice, but knew better. This successful investigation saved countless lives, Whitney continued, but it doesn't tell the whole story. Throughout her career, from her very beginnings in uniform, Lieutenant Dallas has displayed the skill, the dedication, and the valor that merit this honor. For that, for the dozen years, for all the cases, all the risks, the sacrifices, for justice served, it's my professional and personal pleasure to award the Medal of Honor to Lieutenant Eve Dallas, a good cop. It was those 3 words that got her. A good cop. For her, that was the highest accolade, the most important tribute she could earn. She had to fight back the emotion that flooded through her. Good cops didn't choke up as she stepped forward. Thank you, sir. Not this time. He pinned the medal on her, shook her hand. Thank you, Lieutenant, for your exemplary service. He nearly did her in by stepping back, saluting. She could take a minute, while the crowd stood and applauded, take a minute to pull herself together and remember what she'd planned to say. Except she couldn't remember a damn thing. Okay, she managed, hoping that would settle everyone down, including herself. But they just kept going. She glanced toward Kyung for help, but he only gave her a smile, an elegant shrug. Okay, she said again, and as she took another breath, spotted Nixie again. The young girl stood on her chair so she could see, smiling now. Kevin, the boy she'd be raised with, stood on the chair beside her. Richard and Elizabeth flanked them. And they were all a part of this, she thought. Richard and Elizabeth, who'd lost their daughter. Kevin, whose junkie mother had deserted him. Nixie, whose entire family had been slaughtered. And Jamie in the back of the room, once a grieving and defiant kid determined to avenge his sister's murder. All of them. And so many more. Okay, she said a third time. Okay, thanks. I'm honored and grateful to be awarded this distinction. I'm honored to be part of the NYPSD and to work with so many good cops. To be commanded by one. To have been trained by one. To partner with one. To head a department with so many really good cops. And to have the brain and the canniness, I guess, of a civilian who'd make a pretty good cop himself if he wasn't so opposed to it. That got enough of a laugh to settle her down. This distinction is theirs as much as mine. Probably more. You don't close cases without someone having your back, or trusting the cop or the civilian going through the door with you. This is for all of us. And it's for every victim we've stood for or will stand for. For every survivor we work to find answers for. They're what count. They're why we're here. That's it. Thank God, she thought, even as she was angled for photos, as applause rang out. Thank God that was over. They wanted more photos of her with Rourke, and despite her instinct to shake him off, he took her hand and held it. Well said, Lieutenant. I was supposed to say something else, but I forgot what it was. He laughed, squeezed her hand. And I'm not permitted to kiss you, even after that. Forget it. She got through more blah blah with the mayor, more handshakes, a few more photos. Then Kyung, in his delicate way, extracted them. I realize you have very little time, Lieutenant, but there are a couple of people who'd very much like a moment. He led her off stage, gestured to where Nixie waited. Hey, kid.
You look different wearing that.
I feel different wearing this. A little weird.
We're coming to your house tomorrow, after the parade.
That's what I hear.
There'll be lots of kids. We saw Somerset, and he said.
Yeah. Eve glanced over, saw Rourke embrace his aunt, while a herd of kids, various ages, flocked around. He's right.
I'm supposed to talk to you mostly tomorrow, when you're not so busy, but...
Go ahead. That laser look came back, straight into Eve's eyes.
You said it was for all of us. My mom, and my dad, and my brother, and my friend. And everyone.
That's right.
Then can I touch it?
Sure. Eve crouched down, watched Nixie's face. Serious blue eyes, soft cheeks, stubborn little mouth, as the girl handled the metal. Then Nixie looked up.
It's important.
It's important. She smiled then, and that too adult seriousness flicked away from her face.
I have a surprise for you.
What is it? Nixie rolled her eyes.
A surprise! You can see it tomorrow when we come for Thanksgiving. I'm gonna say congratulations to Rourke, then we have to go. Are you looking for a bad guy now?
Yeah, I am.
Did he kill somebody?
Yeah, he did.
Then you have to catch him.
Simple as that, Eve thought. And maybe, on some level, it was. That's the plan. I'll see you tomorrow.
And there's our Eve.
Sinead enfolded her in a hard, swaying hug. Soft skin, Eve thought. Soft hair, strong arms. It was weird, this hard, loving embrace, Eve decided. Like wearing the uniform was weird. Not bad, just different.
Oh, it's good to see you.
Hands on Eve's shoulders, Sinead drew back, her green eyes damp, her smile brilliant.
And so stalwart you are in your uniform. We won't be keeping you. Somerset told us you were very busy on an investigation, but we so wanted to come and see you and our Rourke honored. It meant so much to us, Eve. So much to all of us.
It meant a lot to him when he saw you.
His mother would be so proud. So I've her pride and my own to give to both of you. And I'll be after getting a copy of one of those photos of the two of you. Ah, this was such a thrill for all of us. I have to let you go, as if I don't, the whole family will swarm you. We'll wait till you're home to do that then.
With a laugh, Sinead kissed Eve's cheek. She got caught a couple more times before Kyung touched her arm. Excuse me, Lieutenant, you're needed over here for a moment. I'm extracting you, he murmured near her ear as he steered her away. Great, good. Rourke assures me he can handle his own extraction, and I imagine he does so often. Yeah, he's slippery. You did very, very well, he said, maneuvering her back into the staging area, then through. You too. You got me out in under 10. I can take it from here. Then I'll go back and have some cake. That hitched her exit stride. There was cake? You wanted out in 10. Yeah, she sighed. Talk about sacrifices. But she hopped a glide and headed back to the locker room to change. She hung up her uniform, put the medal in its case, then wondered what she should do with it. Her office for now, she decided. She should probably take it home, put it away there. She tucked it under her arm, stepped back out through the bullpen. Her men rose, which would have put her right back to choked if they hadn't all been wearing sunshades. Carmichael had put the crazy horse tie back on. So the ovation made her laugh and put her right back where she wanted to be. Get back to work, you idiots. We saved you some cake, Peabody told her. Seriously? The idea of so much as a crumb getting past her men was as shocking as a stunner blast. In your office. I take the idiots back. Get to work anyway. She walked into her office, touched and still surprised to see the neat piece of cake on a small disposable plate on her desk. She stowed the medal in a drawer, programmed coffee, and sitting at her desk, broke off a corner of the cake and got back to work herself. 55 minutes, she thought. Longer than she'd hoped, but still the whole thing had taken under an hour. And what, she wondered, had Reinhold been up to for the last 55 minutes? He had a plan. No reason he could see why it wouldn't work, and he'd have some fun with it. Plus, changing things up would save him some legwork. His foot still hurt like a bitch. He sent the droid out with a shopping list and instructions to buy each item at a different shop. And while he had the apartment to himself, he blasted music as he limped through, speculating on where to set the stage. The living area. Sure, the second bedroom was big enough, but he liked having the easy access to the kitchen and the dining room. It made more sense, he thought, since he was having company for Thanksgiving dinner. It would be his most daring kill, and he'd do it all in his own space. Good practice for when he started selling his services, he decided. Body disposal could be an option he needed to offer clients, after all. Sometimes people like the Mafia or the CIA or whatever didn't want bodies found. He'd read shit about that. The cops didn't have a clue where he was. How could they? Or now who he was. In his own place, undisturbed, he could take all the time he wanted with his selection. No, prey. He liked that term. They, all of them, were prey. And he was, codename, Reaper. He really liked it. Reaper. Death for sale. Anytime, anywhere. Terms to be negotiated. Something like that, he decided. When the droid got back, they'd set the place up just the way he wanted. Then contact, lure, trap, snap, snap. He'd have all night, through the next day, to do his work, while people were sitting around pretending friends and family meant a single happy shit. He could stretch it out another night if he wanted. If he got bored, he'd end it. Then, between him and the droid, they'd take care of the body disposal. I have the best job in the world! He shouted over the music, then dancing, wincing a little, out to the terrace. For the hell of it, he yanked down his pants and mooned New York. It seriously cracked him up. He went back in, popped another pain pill, got a beer. It was great to be able to drink when he wanted, eat when he wanted, do whatever he wanted. All of his life, people had held him down, held him back, fucked with him. Now he was the one doing the fucking. And he was never gonna stop. "Found myself, Ma!" He cackled it. "And today, oh yeah, I am a man." He turned as the door opened, and the droid carted in a big box. He saw the droid's mouth move, but couldn't make out the words. "What?" Jesus. "Music off! What?" "Sir, I was unable to purchase and carry all the items in one trip. Well, fuck. Idiot. Maybe he'd spring for another droid. Female, he considered. One with sex options. "Go back and get the rest. I want to get started." "Yes, sir. Where do you want these items?" "Just put the whole box down there." Reinhold pointed to the center of the living area. "And go get the rest. Make it fast, asshole." "Yes, sir. I'll return shortly." "You'd better." Excited, Reinhold sat on the floor and pulled things out of the box. More rope, more tape, a carving set. He smiled at the shining blade, at the long prongs of the fork. Perfect for a turkey. Or whatever you wanted to slice up. "Now that's what I'm talking about!" He pulled out the portable saw, flicked the switch, and grinned as the twin toothy blades whirred. "Oh, yeah! We're gonna have the best Thanksgiving ever!" He set the saw down, laid flat on his back, and laughed like a loon. He honestly, sincerely, had never been happier in his life. Eve circled, bisected, intersected, detoured, expanded, contracted. She'd spent more time on the link in an afternoon than she normally did in a month, and couldn't find him. Peabody poked her head in the door, correctly gauged her lieutenant's mood. She might have preferred just slinking off again, but ordered herself to woman up. "Dallas. Do you know how many superiors, managers, landlords, owners, and clerks start their stupid holiday a day early?" "Not exactly." "All of them, or damn near. Everybody's head's up a turkey's ass." "Well, lots of people have to travel to—" "He's not traveling," Eve snapped out. "He's dug in, and he's got a target. Whoever it is isn't gonna get a nice piece of pumpkin pie tomorrow. We've got protection on most of the people we know or have reason to believe may be a target. Most gives him room, and that doesn't begin to cover ones we've missed." She shoved at her hair, pulled at it in frustration. "He's a frigging amateur, Peabody! He shouldn't have gotten through the first day, and instead, he's had almost a week free and clear since his first kill." "Dallas, we didn't even know about the first 2 DBs until Monday. There was no way we could know." "That's the whole thing, isn't it? He just keeps catching the breaks. We know who he is, we know how he killed every one of them, when he did it, we even know why. We have a reasonable list of possible targets. We believe we know his general area, and we can't find the son of a bitch." "He has a lot of places to hide. Add the money, and it gives him more yet." Impatient, Eve shook her head. "I've narrowed it down. Strongest probability to this radius." Peabody eased in, turned to the screen, blinked in surprise. "You made a graph." "Whatever. Highest probability area in red, secondary in blue, and so on, raying out from that core. Most likely locations within each area are highlighted on the second map, same color code." "That's a lot of comp work." "So? Don't kick me! It's not your strength. You'd never say it was." Eve hissed because truer words were never spoken. I had to break down and take a damn blocker because generating this gave me a pisser of a headache.
I could have helped you with it.
I gave you assignments. Speaking of which,
no hit on any sports tickets yet. The sales rep I talked to said a lot of the venues offer sales on tickets, including the big ones, on Black Friday. That's the day after Thanksgiving and the biggest shopping day of the year.
Because people are so juiced up on too much food, they feel like they have to go out and spend more money than they've got.
Friday.
She blew out a breath. Hit it again on Friday.
Nothing on the arcade or the bar. Not yet,
Peabody continued.
But I talked to security in both places, and they're on the lookout. I had uniforms start distributing the images, his, the morph, the droid, throughout the target area. Markets, shops, restaurants. They're pushing them on building supers, managers. It's gonna take time to hit every location, but the word's out, Dallas. We've got literally hundreds of eyes looking for him now. More like thousands. Someone's gonna spot him and call it in.
And the tip line?
Not as much as I figured, but that's probably because people are heading out of town, or dealing with out-of-towners, or shopping for what they forgot to get for tomorrow, like that.
Disgusted, Eve slumped in her chair. I hate holidays.
Well, it's kind of unavoidable, and again, don't kick me, but you really ought to think about going home and dealing with your own out-of-towners.
What?
Dallas, it's already nearly an hour past end of shift.
What? She repeated and looked at the time.
Damn it, damn it, damn it! I'm just the messenger,
Peabody reminded her as she took a cautious step out of range.
But Feeney had to take off. He's gonna try to get some work in at home. So am I and McNabb and Calendar. Rourke's already home, and I know he's connected with Feeney a few times.
Eve dragged her hands through her hair, then shoved them in her pockets. Go home. I'm gonna copy this graph thing, send it to you, to everyone. Take a look at it, more carefully. If something pops for you, let me know.
You haven't managed to contact all the managers in all the hotels, apartments, condos yet?
No.
I'll take a share of them.
I'll earmark yours. Peabody smiled.
How about I do you a favor? I'll earmark yours. Traffic's gonna be a cold-hearted bitch. I'll get home before you anyway.
Something else to look forward to. Go home. I want you and McNabb to get to my home office tomorrow. We're gonna put in some time on this, 2 hours before whenever you were supposed to come.
We'll be there. We're gonna get him, Dallas.
Oh yeah, we'll get him. It's just a matter of how many more he can rack up before we do, but we'll get him. She took the time to copy and send her work to Peabody, to Feeney and Rourke, to McNabb, to the commander, to Calendar. Every one of them had better comp skills than she did, she admitted. Maybe they could refine, or maybe they'd see something she'd overlooked. But the simple fact was, she should already be home, dealing with the other part of her life. She put together a file bag, grabbed her coat, and headed out before she talked herself into locking her office door and pretending she didn't have another part of her life. Peabody's traffic prediction hit the bullseye. While the bitter hell of it didn't improve her mood, it did give her time to think, to make more contacts, and hit more answering services, message loops, and skeleton staffs. Out of stubbornness as much as concern, she tried asshole Joe one more time. Maybe, just maybe, she'd wear him down and convince him to accept protection. Then she let it go when her tag went directly to Vmail. She drove through the gates, already calculating how long she'd have to socialize before she could sneak off and get back to the job. The lights exploded out of the gloom, and despite the dribbling rain, there appeared to be some sort of ball game going on over the wet, lush green grass. Men, women, kids ran around like maniacs. Most of them had stripped off jackets to play in sweaters or sweatshirts or shirt sleeves, and all were thoroughly wet and filthy. She saw the round and rugged leather ball sail, watched someone pass it across with a leaping head strike, then someone else in a blur of bodies execute a lateral kick. She slowed to a crawl in case one of the crazed players ran across the drive, then winced a little at the ensuing ugly collision and pileup of bodies. Obviously, the game was vicious. She parked, got out, and had her ears assailed by shouting, hoots, insults, delivered with oddly musical accents in 2 languages. "There's herself!" Despite the dirt on his face, Eve recognized the boy Sean. Sinead's grandson had, for some reason, developed an unshakable attachment to Eve, and that even before he'd discovered a body in the woods outside his quiet village the summer before. "We're losing terrible," he told her, as if they'd just spoken an hour before. "Uncle Paddy cheats something fierce, and Aunt Maureen's no better come to that." "Okay. You'll come onto our side. You can take the place of my cousin Fiona. She's useless as teats on a billy goat, and does nothing but squeal when the ball comes within a bleeding kilometre of her." She found herself flattered on some strange level that he'd assumed she could save the game for his side. But, "Can't do it, kid. I don't even know how it's played." He laughed, then goggled. "Is that the truth, then? How can you not know how to football?" "Over here it's soccer, sort of. But meaner," she decided, which was a point in its favor. "And it's not my game." "Sean!" From the doorway, Sinead shouted. "Leave your cousin alone, pity's sakes. She hasn't so much as gotten in the door yet, and you won't let her come in out of the rain. She's saying she doesn't know how to play football." Absolute shock vibrated in his voice. "And she's heart-stopping serious." "That's all right then," he said kindly to Eve. "I'll teach you." Damn, the kid had a way about him. If she hadn't had a killer to find, she'd have taken him up on it and enjoyed it. Appreciate it, but she trailed off, her shock as vibrant as Sean's at her lack of essential knowledge as she saw Rourke break from the pack and walk her way. He was every bit as wet and filthy as his young cousin. Grass stains smeared the elbows of his shirt, with some blood stains mixed on the left. Light but distinct bruising colored the side of his jaw. He gave Eve a cheeky grin, then slapped a hand on Sean's shoulder. "You're needed, mate. It's near do or die now." "I'm off." "What the fuck?" Eve said the minute the boy ran off, bellowing a war cry. "Don't ask. We're all but done for in any case. Taken that Fiona couldn't hit a cow's arse with a banjo, and Paddy and Maureen both cheat like tinkers at a fair." "What are you talking about? Why would anybody hit a cow with a banjo?" He only smiled. "The point is, Fiona couldn't, so we'll be done soon enough. I've a report for you, and it's already on your unit. And I've got some programs running, but the sad truth of it is, it's taken all the time I said it would. Little bits, but not enough, not yet. It's there, that's certain. The clever Ms. Farnsworth slipped some sort of code by him, but we don't have it yet." "Okay. Any progress is good progress at this point. I've been working on something, and I've copied it to you. We'll get to it." They were shouting for him, she thought. The family he'd lived his life without. Go hit some cow in the ass with a banjo or whatever, and try not to bleed too much. He laughed, grabbed her, spun her, kissed her hard to the cheers of the players before she could struggle free and swipe at the wet and dirt he'd just transferred. God, she muttered as she strode to the house. Irishmen are crazy. She'd barely stepped in, shrugged out of her coat, when Sinead was there taking it from her and handing her a glass of wine. Welcome home, and to considerable bedlam. It's been a long day for you from what I'm told. Can you take a minute to sit, catch your breath? Those of us who aren't outside, or off adventuring in the city, or scattered somewhere else, are in the parlour. She could escape, Eve thought. Sinead would make excuses for her. She heard laughter from the parlour, murmuring voices, the fretful cry of an infant. They were always popping out more infants, Eve thought, and she could escape all of it and close herself in with murder. And she thought of Rourke's quick grin and filthy shirt. Life, she remembered, had to be lived, even, and maybe particularly, in the middle of death. Yeah, I could sit for a while. Chapter 20. When Joe pulled out his link, saw Dallas, Lieutenant Eve on the readout, he was walking the last couple blocks to his last appointment of the day. Of the week, he thought, and looked at it as a bonus. He smirked at the readout, hit ignore. Stupid cop, he thought, trying to scare him. More trying to shove Jerry's problems on him. Maybe Jerry'd gone wig, maybe he had, but it had nothing to do with him. Anyway, no chance at all. Shriveled Balls Reinhold worked up the guts to actually kill anybody, or dug up the smarts. The way Joe looked at it, and the cop would too if she wasn't an idiot, somebody busted into the Reinhold place to rob them, ended up killing them. Probably did Jerry, too, or took him hostage. They got his ID, scared him into telling them about the bank accounts. And who knew the old Reinholds had that much scratch? If he'd known, he'd have worked them into buying some nice fat insurance policies. Too late now. Opportunity missed. As for Nice Tits Nuccio, she probably had a new boyfriend who'd gone whack on her. If she nagged the new one the way she had Jerry, it was just a given. Nagging, whining, complaining was what she'd done best, and always looked for a chance to spoil a good time. And Farnsworth? Please? The rich old bitch had been primed to be taken out. People got killed in New York every day, for God's sake. It was just part of the urban experience. You had to be smart, take care of yourself, and watch your ass. Simple as that. Better yet, get yourself enough scratch, which he was working on, to get yourself into a frosty penthouse with doormen, cams, and all kinds of mag-ass security shit. Maybe a driver and a bodyguard. The kind who watched your back when you took some fine piece of ass to the slickest club in the city. Yeah, he was working on that. And when his great-grandmother finally croaked, which couldn't be soon enough, he stood to inherit a decent little pile. The old hag hoarded money like a starving man hoarded bread or whatever. He'd take the little pile and head back to Vegas. He'd hit for 8 big the last time, close to 10 when you added in the smaller wins. He'd hit for more next trip out. Then he'd get himself a fine and frosty place. Like this one, he decided when he reached the address. It took up a freaking block, maybe more, and it shone in the lowering gloom of the rainy fall evening. The droid's instructions had been very specific, and Joe figured a man who used a droid as an assistant was picky and paranoid. Fine with him. He'd done a quick check on Anton Trevor, and the picky, paranoid future client was rolling in it. The guy wanted to discuss business on his own turf? No problem. The client was always right, even the fuckheads. He wanted to revamp his insurance and possibly discuss a position with his firm. I'm all over that, Joe thought. About damn time he started rubbing elbows with the real movers, the real shakers. If this went as well as he planned, he'd buy himself and his date a bottle of champagne, toss a little of his Vegas winnings around to celebrate. Today, he thought, might just be the first day of his real life. As instructed, he coded in the number the droid had given him, and the droid answered immediately. Answering for Mr. Trevor? Yeah, hey. Joe Klein here. I'm outside the building, main entrance. Very good, Mr. Klein. Please remain there, and I will come down to escort you. No problem. While he waited, he texted his date for the evening. Might be a little late, baby. Got a big fish on the line. He checked the time before he pushed his link back in his pocket. Maybe more than a little late, figuring an hour for the meeting, more if it went really well. Then he'd need to go home, shower, change, get buffed for the night. She'd wait, he thought with a smirk. People were gonna get used to waiting for Joe Klein. He spotted the droid, moved forward. Mr. Klein. Yeah. Please put these on. The droid handed him a hat and a pair of dark sunshades. What for, man? Mr. Trevor prefers to keep his business and his visitors private, even from building security. Whatever. Amused, Joe put on the hat, the shades, and went inside with the droid. The place had everything. Totally upscale. Moving maps, fancy to the alt shops, women with fuckable bodies, men who looked important without trying. The droid led the way through, stopped at a short bank of silver-fronted elevators, then stood for a scan before using a swipe card, then a manual code. That's a lot of lockdown for an elevator. Private elevator, limited access. Joe stepped in. Silver walls. Even a black leather bench and a pot of white flowers. In a friggin' elevator. Yeah, this was his life. A preview. Once again, the droid swiped, keyed in, submitted to a scan. So, what's the boss like? Joe asked, as the elevator rose without a sound. Mr. Trevor is very particular and very private. He looks forward to your arrival. Excellent. Joe patted his briefcase. I've got a lot to show him. They stepped off into a wide, private foyer. More flowers, a mural of the city painted on the walls. And for a third time, the droid was scanned, used the swipe, the code, then stepped back to allow Joe to enter. He saw the view first. The wall of glass with the skyline, the lights, the scope of wealth behind it. He began to smile as the door clicked shut. The lock snicked behind him. Then he frowned, noting the clear plastic covering the glossy floor of the spacious living room. What? He's just moving in? You could say that, Reinhold commented, and choking up some on the bat, swung it hard. Eve sat with the relatives, as she collectively thought of them. Mostly female here, and kids apparently considered too young to join in the war being raged outside. She liked them. How could she help it? Even if she didn't know exactly what to do with them, from the woman she couldn't quite get used to calling Granny, I mean really, how weird was that, to the fat-cheeked baby girl, assuming the pink band around her bald head meant girl, who stared at her endlessly while she sucked on one of those plug deals.
Some of them did handwork, crocheting or knitting or whatever people did with balls of yarn and long needles, or had tea or wine as she did, or beer. Most chattered happily. Sinead did, not even missing a beat when one of the younger women passed her the infant who made mewling noises like a starving cat. "This is the newest of us," Sinead told Eve. "Keela, 7 weeks in the world." Keela wore a pink and white knit cap with a pom-pom over what was probably another bald head. She let out a distinct belch when Sinead rubbed her back. "There now, that's better now, isn't it? She's fed and dry and happy if you'd like to hold her." Rather hold a ticking homemade boomer, Eve thought, and managed before, thanks be to God, the front door burst open and the ragged and motley football crew charged, limped, all but crawled inside. "Look at the lot of you!" That came from Granny, holding court by the fire. "Dirty and wet and soiling the floor you are! Outside and hose off, or up to bathe, the lot of you! Not a one of you are welcome in here until you do. You as well," she added, pointing a sharp finger at Rourke. "Granny!" Sean sent up a protest. "We left our boots at the door, and we could eat a cow right from the field where that starved." "Not until you're washed." Eve saw her own escape as everyone who'd come in began to slink off again. "I'll, be a minute." She dashed for it and managed to make it to the bedroom as Rourke stripped off his sodden, ruined clothes. "It was a sad and pitiful rout," he announced. "I'm shamed to have been a part of it." "Buck up. I'm just going to sneak into my office for a few minutes, read your report, check a couple things. It'll be dinner within the hour. If you can't make it down, I'll send your regrets. It shouldn't take longer than an hour. I'll come along myself, see what you've got before I go down." "Good." She made her escape, went straight for Rourke's report. She could tell he dumbed it down to layman's terms, but it still took her time to decipher. Since they'd been able to regenerate some of the wiped data, they had the beginnings of rooting on the accounts, and she took some satisfaction there. If they had some, they'd get more. He'd included what he and the E-team agreed was part of a subcode, shadowed in with the other data. It looked like every other computer code she'd ever studied, which meant it looked incomprehensible. She brought up her map on the wall screen to keep it settled in her head while she read through other reports and went through incomings to be certain every one of the details assigned had clocked in with an A-OK. "Protection details, where we have them, are 5 by 5, she said when she heard Rourke come in. "I've read your report, but I don't speak geek, so some of it's lost on me. You can walk me through it, and I'll walk you through the map I've got going on." She looked over. Not Rourke, damn it! Sinead, who stood pale as glass staring at Eve's murder board. "Hey, listen." Eve shoved up fast, moved over to block Sinead's view. "You don't need to see that. I'm coming right down." Sinead merely laid a hand on Eve's arm, shifted to the side. "This boy here, for he's hardly more, is he? This is the one who did this? Sinead, I know violence and cruelty. It was my own sister, wasn't it, who was murdered? My twin? And not a day goes by, not a day, I promise you, I don't think of my Siobhan and the loss of her. He killed his own parents, they say. His own ma and da. That's right. And he did that to this young girl." She touched a finger to Laurie Nuccio's photos, before and after. "And this to a woman who was his teacher. I know of this as I follow what you do, and it was only one of the reasons why I was so proud today to see you and our Rourke honoured. And now...
You don't need to explain. Again, Sinead touched her arm. Do you wonder ever? What makes a person capable of taking a life when there's no threat to his own or another? What makes them end life, and so often, so very often, with rare cruelty, even with pleasure? Every day. Sometimes finding out why matters. Sometimes it doesn't mean a thing. Oh no, I'm thinking it matters always. Voice and gaze steady, Sinead angled to look at Eve. And matters to you. How could you face this day after day, year after year, unless it mattered? I was so proud today, and thought I could never be prouder of the pair of you. But I am now. Seeing this, I am prouder yet. She took a long breath. You'd have found him, Patrick Rourke, for taking the life of our Siobhan. You'd have found him and seen him pay for it. I'd have tried. No one ever did, you see, and that was hard and bitter. We needed someone to try. And another long, slow breath. She pushed back her gilded red hair. I can tell you from one who never found that justice. It's needed. When someone did for him, left him dead in an alley, I was glad of it. But it didn't close that awful hole inside. Time did some of it. Much time and family. And then Rourke came to my door. And that gave me what I needed after all those years. I thank God for that, and him. But I'm telling you, and hope you already know, what you do beyond the law of it is needed. Sinead. Rourke stepped up, pressed a handkerchief in her hand. Ah, well. Sighing now, she dabbed at tears. The world can be so dark. It's foolish to deny it, and the Irish know the dark better than some in any case. It reminds us to hold on to the light, every minute we can, and to prize it. You're a light to me. She kissed Rourke's cheeks. Don't ever forget it. He murmured to her in Irish, made her smile, turned to Eve. He said I showed him light when he'd expected the dark. But the fact is, we did that for each other. And I'm keeping you from where you're both needed. Don't worry about the family. We'll be fine, even grand, as Somerset's promised enough food for the army we are. We'll send up some for you, all right with that? There's nothing more, really, to do tonight, Rourke told her, glanced at Eve. No, there's not. Wherever he is, whatever he's doing, we're not going to find him and stop him tonight. Then you will tomorrow. Unless you're after telling me the entire New York City Police and Security Department is wrong about the pair of you. Let's hope not. Then come down for a bit. I find when I've a problem I can't fix or solve, doing something entirely else can help me find the way through. God knows the family is something entirely else. She took them both by the hand. And we've gifts from Ireland we're all but dying to give you. All right. Nothing more to do now, Eve reminded herself, though it stuck in her throat, burned in her gut. And still, she closed the door to the office and the murder board as she went out. Joe didn't come around as soon as Reinhold had anticipated. He'd given his old pal a good hard hit, maybe harder than he should have, considering, but all that power and fury just came boiling out. Besides, he'd wanted Joe with X's in his eyes while the droid dumped him in the sleep chair. He'd already had the droid cover the chair with plastic from one of the big rolls. It was a damn fine chair, mag leather, the real deal, and in a rich man's chocolate color. He didn't want to mess it up. He figured the sleep chair was just another inspiration. He could work on Joe as he sat, reclined, or laid fully out. The multi-positions offered so many choices. He dubbed it his kill seat, and had already decided anybody he did here in his home sweet home would get to try it out. He'd been anxious to get started once he had Joe secured with rope and tape, but he hadn't thought to get any more of those wake the hell up, asshole capsules. He considered sending the droid out for some, then opted to have it fix him dinner, then shut down. That way he could eat, then work in private. He chowed down on a double cow burger and fries, the real deal, and thought he'd never tasted anything as absolutely ultra. He watched a slasher vid while he ate, considering it research, and was about to top things off with a bowl of chocolate cookie ice cream when his guest moaned. He could wait on dessert. Time to start the main feature. He hadn't taped Joe's mouth. Reinhold had tested the soundproofing himself by strolling out into the communal hall with his own music up to blast, and hadn't heard a thing. He switched the entertainment unit to thrasher rock, but not too loud. He and Joe needed to have a conversation. Joe continued to moan. His eyes were about halfway open and glassy. A thin trail of blood out of his left ear had dried, and more matted in his hair, smeared on the plastic covering the chair. "Wake up, dickwad!" Reinhold punctuated the order with 2 hard slaps, each cracking the air and throwing Joe's head right, then left. His eyes rolled around a little, then focused on Reinhold's face. "Jerry. What's going on, Jerry? God, my head. My head hurts. Aw, want a blocker? I can't move my arms. I can't." Comprehension dawned slowly, and behind it came the terror. "Jerry, what are you doing? Where am I? We're hanging, man, in my new place. What do you think? Frosted extreme, right? Check the view." Roughly, he spun the chair, slamming it to a halt when it faced the wall of glass. "Jerry, you gotta let me go. Come on, Jer. Stop fucking around. I'm hurt, man." "You think you're hurt?" Thrilled, somehow more thrilled than with any of the others, Jerry leaped in front of the chair, slapped his hands on the armrests, and soaked up the wild fear on his friend's face. "We haven't even started yet. Jerry, come on, man. It's Joe. We're buds." "Buds?" Bending down, Reinhold snatched up a length of hose he'd had the droid cut from a reel. He lashed it across Joe's chest like a whip, got a shocked, high-pitched yelp. "You think we're buds?" He lashed again, hardening at Joe's scream of pain. "Were we buds when you dared me to steal that candy from Schumacher's? You made me do it, you fuck! I'm sorry! We were kids! How about when you gave me the wrong answers on that history test so I flunked it? Or when you screwed April Gardner when you knew I was gonna ask her out?" He kept lashing as he raged, kept lashing as Joe screamed, as he cried, blubbered out pleas and apologies. He stopped to catch his breath while Joe's heaved and hitched, while tears ran down Joe's face. He'd already wet his pants, and that was his own satisfaction. "Please, please, please! Fuck you! Fuck you, Joe! You made fun of me that whole summer I had to take comp science over, rubbed my face in it every day.
Just like you rubbed my face in it in Vegas and over Lori when she kicked me out. I didn't mean it. He sobbed it out, all but choking on his own tears. I was just fooling around. Hey, me too, Reinhold claimed, and slashed the hose against Joe's crotch. The sound Joe made was like music. Reinhold tossed the hose aside, went to get a beer and a sap. His face a pale, sickly green, his lip bleeding where he'd bitten it in pain. Joe wheeled glazed eyes toward the sap. His harsh breathing jerked his chest. Don't, please, please. I've been sticking up for you, Jerry. The cops are all over you, and I'm the only one taking your side. Mel and Dave, they're blabbing to that cop bitch and hunkered down with their mothers, but I've been on your side. You can ask anybody. Please. Is that so? Reinhold slapped the sap against his open palm. I swear to God. Look, you can check my link. She's been trying to tag me, that cop, that Dallas. I don't even talk to her because I'm on your side. As if interested, Reinhold took Joe's link from the counter where he'd put it, scrolled through. You've been busy. Talking to Mal, to Dave, getting tagged by the cops. And who's this one? Marjorie Mansfield? A new whore? No, a reporter. She's looking to do a story on you, on what's been happening. She tracked me down. Is that right? Reinhold smiled broadly. What did you tell her? Nothing. I wouldn't rat you, man. Never. His chest trembled in pain and fear as he struggled to speak. I told her you were innocent. You'd never have killed anybody. You were framed. That's what I said. Somebody... Reinhold swung the sap, and delight spilled through him at the snap and crunch of teeth and bone. Wrong answer, he said, and swung again. In a direct about-face from her usual position on it, Eve blessed the time difference that had most of the Irish contingent heading off to bed at a reasonable, if not early, hour. Babies and kids were hauled off first, many of them limp in sleep, as a parent tossed them over a shoulder or scooped them into arms. Others followed, bit by bit, though she suspected some of the older kids, age or attitude, were all but camped out in the game room. But the minute it seemed reasonable, she snuck off and up to her office. Not that she hadn't enjoyed the long, noisy dinner and the people. Rourke's family was so damn likable, so funny, and so full of the bullshit they like to call blarney, it just wasn't possible to resent the time. Very much. She went straight to her comp to check on any further incomings and reports. She found plenty of both, but not much in them to add any real weight or introduce new angles. Still, she studied Peabody's refinement of the map and found some good work there. She looked up from it when Rourke stepped in. I owe you a very big solid for the evening, he began. No, you don't. Not only because visiting relatives are in the marriage rules, but because I just like them. And maybe it gave me some rest the brain cells time. We'll see. I'll thank you anyway. He walked over to kiss the top of her head. I'll be putting some time in the lab yet tonight. See if something shakes loose. Even if it's a crumb, tell me. I'll do that very thing, and give it as much time as I can possibly spare tomorrow. Meanwhile, as he turned to go, he stopped to study the map on screen. You've made some changes. Peabody. I need to go through it all, but my sense is they're good changes. Hopefully the right changes. Taken down like this. With his head angled, he stepped a bit closer to the screen. I believe I own some of those properties. You... Of course you do, she said on a frustrated sigh. Stupid brain cells. You can probably get through to the managers, the supervisors, whoever has a tenant list. I could, yes, but even that would take some time. Holiday, darling. Offices are closed at this hour and will be tomorrow. Some of those managers will be out of town, and accessing the data will take time. I can do it myself, but unless you have a name, I wouldn't know who I'm to look for. New tenant. The first kill wasn't planned. He wouldn't have started looking for a place, this kind of place, sooner than last Friday. Probably later than that, but we can work it from last Friday. New single male tenant. That cuts it down. It would. I'll start something. But first I'll need a copy of the revised map. In the lab, he added, so I can work the other program as well. I don't know how many I have in a sector that large, but it's easy enough to find out. And in a sector that large, they won't all be mine. I could, with a bit of finesse, access other tenant lists with the same criteria. She bumped against her own line, slid a toe across. Go ahead. I'll push for a warrant. Start with your own, okay? I'll push hard and get it. I'll damn well get the warrant. All right then. I'll see what I can do. With or without the warrant, it'll take time. I'll wager there's easily 100 properties highlighted there. 124 buildings, she confirmed. Whatever you can do to cut that down's a plus. And it's time we had luck swing our way. Maybe you'll hit. That would be something to be thankful for. I'll let you know when I know. Renewed, she pushed through the reports again and started adding to her notes. Chapter 21. Somewhere around 11, Reinhold's craving for onion doodles refused to be denied. Torture was hungry work. He swiped the sweat off his face. It was heavy work, too. Checked the auto chef, then cupboards. Cursed. He'd forgotten to tell the idiot droid to buy onion doodles. The AC, the pantry, the refrigerator, the chiller were all well stocked, but not a single bag of onion doodles lived among the rest. And he had to have some. He thought about rebooting the droid, having it go down to the store. The fancy food shops would be closed, but he knew there was a 24/7 market on the mezzanine level. Then he decided he could use the longer break, maybe a short stroll around. Even a drink at the all-night club, also on the mezzanine. Joe was out for the count anyway, and it wasn't much fun to pound on an unconscious guy. Big effort, low reward. He'd used the hose, the sap, a mini burner, toothpicks, talk about inspiration, and the razor knife the droid had used to cut the plastic. No wonder he was hungry. He left the bloodied, burned, bleeding man unconscious and went to wash up. He sang in the shower, masturbated, sang again. He changed into fresh clothes, the new black jeans with a touch of silver studwork, a collarless shirt in strong blue, the leather jacket and boots, and he looked completely iced. He reminded himself to put crap stuff back on before he got to work again. He didn't want to mess up tight new threads. He made sure he had his swipe, his code, his spanking new ID and credit cards, and some cash in case he wanted to flash it around. He checked himself out in the mirror a final time, saw himself as dangerous, sexy, successful, and gave the fake soul patch an extra press. He'd grow one of his own soon enough, he thought, and whistling, left the apartment. He checked out the bar first. Smoky blue lights rolled over the walls,
and a hollow band crashed on stage. He'd expected more of a crowd, people sexy and dangerous and successful, much like himself, but plenty of the tables and stools sat empty. Dead zone, he thought in annoyance, but since he was there, he swaggered over to the bar. He ordered a whiskey, neat, like he'd seen men do in vids. House brand, or you want a call? The broad-shouldered bartender gave him a bored look that immediately put Reinhold's back up. He tapped an imperious finger to the bar in front of him. Best you've got. You got it. He didn't take a stool, but posed against the bar. He expected people to notice him as he gave the club a cool-eyed stare. 2 couples shared a table near the stage, and the women were prime. He imagined strolling over, giving them both a come-with-me jerk of the head. They would, too, he thought. They'd leave those limp dicks without a thought, and scamper after him like good bitches. Do whatever he told them to do. Let him do whatever he wanted to do. And maybe he'd kill them after, just to see how it felt to do some strange. The bartender set the glass of whiskey in front of him. You want to run a tab or pay as you go? I pay as I go. With a nod, the bartender slid a small black folder across the bar. Where's the action around here? Reinhold demanded. Not much tonight. Holiday. A lot of people are out of town, or heading that way. Friday you'll see some action, and the band's live. Maybe I'll be back. He flipped the folder open, fought not to goggle at the tab. He could buy 50 goddamn brews for the 1 glass of whiskey. He interpreted the bartender's impassive look as a pitying smirk and wished he had his sap. Instead, he tossed down the new credit card, lifted the glass. He took a deep gulp. Nearly choked. Because he felt his eyes water, he turned quickly away as if taking a longer look around. He'd never tasted whiskey before, but he was damn well sure the asshole of a bartender had cheated him, charged him for high grade, and served him crap. Oh, he'd pay for that, Reinhold promised himself. He'd make a point of seeing the asshole paid for it. He forced more of the whiskey down, just to prove he had the balls, then dashed off the signature he'd practiced off and on the last couple days. Pocketing the card, he walked out. Fucking prick, he thought. He'd meet Reaper some night very soon, and he'd see how he liked having acid poured down his throat. Desperate for anything to kill the taste of the whiskey, he pushed into the market, picked up a bag of cheese and bacon-flavored onion doodles, a favorite, a family box of spongy creams, 2 chunky chews, and a grape fizzy. He charged all of it, sucking on the fizzy as the droid clerk bagged the rest. Starving, he broke open the bag of onion doodles on his way back to the elevator. Munching and slurping, he headed back up. He'd take a real look around the next day, he thought, before his own Thanksgiving feast. Maybe see if the same bartender was working, get his name, do a little research on a future target. He found Joe still unconscious, so out even slaps didn't bring him around. No fun playing with the sleeping asshole, Reinhold decided. He took his snacks up to the bedroom. He'd watch some vids, catch some sleep, and get a good start on Joe in the morning. He had plenty left to try out on his old pal before turkey time. Rourke gave it until 1:30, coordinating with Feeney, McNabb, and Callender until after midnight. Like them, he'd meant to leave the work on auto and walk away, but he'd been too caught up. He'd seen progress, real progress, when they'd untangled the initial routing, found the shadow beneath it. But then there'd been a shadow under that. He had considerable respect for the late Miss Farnsworth, and had she lived, would have hired her in a finger snap in any number of positions. He'd managed to crack the initial code and felt pure satisfaction, until he'd understood she'd switched codes for the next section. Smart, he had to admit, making certain her killer didn't, likely couldn't, catch on to the pattern. And all this while she'd certainly been in terror, likely in pain. The trouble was she was so bloody good it was taking him a great deal of time. Putting back the wiped material, bite by bitter bite, and then going under it all for the message he now knew she'd left wound in it. Tomorrow, he promised himself, and gulped down a half bottle of water. By Jesus, he'd have the rest tomorrow. He set up the auto, scrubbed at his face, then went off to fetch his wife. He had little doubt she'd crashed by this time. And he wasn't wrong. She'd laid her head on her desk, with the cat curled around the point of her elbow. He saw by the subtle jerks of her body she dreamed. Fearing a nightmare, he walked to her, spoke gently as he eased her back, then up. "It's all right now. I've got you." "I said I would," she muttered. "Then you will," he said, shifting her into his arms. "What?" Her eyes opened, dark and bleary. "Oh, hell. I fell out. You're entitled. You started before dawn, and if we're at it much longer, we'll go round the clock with it." "I was talking to Miss Farnsworth." He smiled a little as the cat padded quickly ahead to reach the bedroom first. "Were you now? As it happens, I was myself, in a way. What did she have to say?" "She's just really pissed off. And who could blame her? She put his name in it, coded through the routing." "What?" Her eyes went instantly alert, even as he dumped her on the bed. "What?" "Gerald Reinhold. His name and a short statement we've untangled so far. Gerald Reinhold did this." "But where's the money? What name's he using? Where? If we knew, I believe I'd have led with it." He pulled her boots off for her, heard her involuntary groan of relief. "We've got a start on the routine, which is miraculous. And more so, this much of her encoded message. She didn't make it easy. Over and above the whole lot being wiped, and well wiped at that. I'm supposing she knew he wasn't a complete idiot when it comes to comp science and had to be careful about it. "It's good progress, Eve," he assured her. "Better than any of us who know the business expected at this point." "Okay. All right." She coded in his name, pointed a finger at him. "It adds weight, though we won't need any. Weight never hurts." She switched gears. "What about tenants? Moving through them. A lot of buildings, Lieutenant, and not all the data is current because of that goddamn stinking stupid holiday." Her biting tone nearly made him smile. "True enough. But I was able to order a rush on my own places, and all the new tenants and/or applications from new tenants will be current tomorrow, holiday or no." "Thanks. I've thrown a spanner into some holidays, but it shouldn't take long, and then they can get back to their stuffing. A lot of uniforms are cursing my name. The ones on the 24/7 tip line for sure. But it only takes one person to see him, to call it in. And we'll see to all of it tomorrow." They'd both undressed as they spoke, and now crawled into bed. "I don't want to go to the morgue tomorrow, Rourke. You're doing everything you can to prevent that." "Yeah." She curled against him in the dark and hoped it would be enough. When her link woke her just after 5 a.m., she groped for it. "Block video," she ordered, even as Rourke ordered lights on to 20%. Dallas. "Lieutenant, man, I'm really sorry for the early tag." Mal. Instantly awake, she shoved up to sit. "What is it?" "It's just... we can't find Joe. It's probably nothing, but I'm a little freaked and Ma said you should know." "Okay." She flipped through the notes in her head. "He had a date last night, right?" "Yeah, that's the thing. He was a no-show. And Pris tracked me down at like midnight, bitching me out because she figured Joe ditched her to hang with me or Dave. But I hadn't seen him or talked to him. Dave either. And she said how he'd texted her he might be a little late. He was working on some deal, but he never showed and didn't answer her texts and tags. Me and Dave, we even went over there, to Joe's place. He doesn't answer the door." "Okay, Mel." She didn't need a gut check to assess a bad feeling. It shoved straight through her. "Give me the name and contact of the woman he was supposed to go out with." Sure. He reeled it off. "The thing is, well, it wouldn't be a stretch to say he may be hooked up with somebody else. Maybe got lucky and he's at her place, wherever. And maybe he's not answering his texts and tags because he doesn't want any shit, you know? But it's scary. It's good you let me know. Any idea if he hooked up otherwise with who?" "Not so much. I tried some girls I know he's hooked with, but hit zero there. But he's not above taking a spin with Strange if he had the chance, so got it. Let me see what I can do. I'll get back to you." She clicked off, shoved at her hair in pure frustration. "Asshole Joe." "I got that." Knowing her and understanding, Rourke handed her coffee he'd programmed while she'd talked to Mal. "Maybe he is with some Strange, but that's not what it feels like. Going to be late, working on a deal. Money and status and sex, those are his pulls. And Reinhold knows his pulls. Lure him with a business opportunity, maybe? I need to go check out Joe's place." "I know it. I'll go with you. I can use you better right here. If I find him or if I don't, either way, whatever you pull out of those computers is gonna help the most." He'd have argued if he hadn't agreed with her. "I'll concede to that, if you agree not to go alone." And she'd have argued if she hadn't seen the solid sense in the deal. No time for bullshit, she reminded herself. "I'll take a couple uniforms along. And I'm gonna wake up our APA, have Rio get me a warrant. I need to be able to go in. If he's not there, I'll be back inside an hour. If he's there and humping some Strange, less. If he's there and dead, I'll be longer. And if Reinhold's with him, I'll be grateful." It took under an hour because traffic was non-existent and she went in hot. And, what the hell, came back the same way. She managed to avoid the relatives when she dashed into the house and up, but she heard them. Hushed adult voices, babies crying, kids chattering. And found Rourke already at work in his comp lab. "He's not there," she announced, "and there's no sign of duress or violence. I had a quick conversation with the woman he stood up. She's worried now instead of pissed. And I woke McNabb, had him run a trace on asshole Joe's link. Can't trace it because it's turned off. If and when it's turned back on, we'll see. And why are your relatives up and swarming around at barely 6 in the morning?" "Middle of the morning in Ireland," he reminded her. "And that doesn't address the fact many of them are farmers who'd be up at 6 in any case. I'm getting somewhere here, and might have better luck if you stop talking." She narrowed her eyes at him, but stopped talking long enough to program more coffee.
Reinhold's got him. Rourke turned away from his work. Impatience simmered inside him. He knew he was close to something, but he could see clearly the stress on her face. Men will grab strange, darling, with the smallest provocation. Yeah, pigs. But he had reservations at a hotspot, which he never canceled or used. I woke up the manager at the restaurant for that one. She was not pleased. He left work bragging about a potential new client, a rich one. I woke up his boss for that. He was okay with it. And I've got McNabb going in to check Asshole's work comp and link in case there's something on there about the new client. But you think Reinhold, the new client, tagged Asshole Joe on his personal link, so no record there. And if Asshole Joe did any checking, he also did that on his personal PPC. That's just what I think. But McNabb, who damn well better be okay with it, will make sure. He's not dead yet. It wasn't a question, Rourke noted. Not even a supposition. She said it with absolute certainty. Because he'd want to prolong the power and excitement. And the pain. He's added time with each kill. Thinking it through, sticking with logic, with pattern, she paced off the tension. From the timeline, Asshole Joe probably got to the location after 1800. About then, anyway. Reinhold would want time. A day, maybe two. And he'd know, unless he's cut himself off, and I don't buy that today's a big holiday. That Joe would be expected somewhere. Given the notifications, the media, the investigation, when he doesn't show up today, we'd start looking. She paced around, gulping coffee. He'd enjoy that. Having Joe tucked away, hurting him and watching reports on a search. We've got some time. Some hours, maybe a day. Then that's it. He won't have enough control to stretch it longer. She looked at Rourke then. I'm gonna screw up your big family holiday. Ours, he corrected. And there's not a single person who'll be here today who doesn't value a life more than your presence at a turkey carving. Not a single person who doesn't understand what's at stake. Okay. The sheer casualness of the support lowered her guilt threshold. I'm going to go into my office. I have to keep the door shut. I don't want some kid wandering through and getting traumatized for life by my murder board. I've got Peabody coming in within an hour, and McNabb will be in as soon as he clears Asshole Joe's office equipment. I told him to come straight to you. I'll be happy to have him. Rourke, as soon as you have anything I can use on new tenants, anything on that damn code, you'll be the first to know it. I'm close, he told her again. If I'm reading this right, it won't take more than an hour or two, if that. Give me some space now and some precious quiet. Yeah. She took the rest of her coffee with her. She dug in for a while, trying to retrace Joe's steps, hitting holiday disinterest from cab companies until fear of her wrath won out. If he'd taken a cab, he hadn't caught one in front of his workplace or within a block either way. She put the transit authorities on it, requesting they search their recordings on the chance he'd taken a subway. Spotting him could narrow the area. Then she tagged Mira. Rather than her usual stylish do, Mira wore her hair in a short little ponytail. The style, or lack of it, made her look younger to Eve's eyes. I'm sorry. I know it's early. It's fine. I've been up nearly an hour. I have a lot of cooking to do. You're cooking? Dennis and I are cooking, and my daughter's threatened, that is, promised, she amended with a smile, to be here by 8 to pitch in. What can I do for you? He's got another. Joe Klein. I'm trying to pare down the possible locations. I think he's got his own place by now, in or very near his old neighborhood. He'd go for swank. We're working on getting lists of new tenants, but there are a lot of possibilities. An apartment or condo, Mira said immediately. Not a detached or semi-attached home. Why? He's sociable and wants to show off. He's not a loner. Under it all, he wants a hive. He just wants to be important in that hive. Okay. Look first at newer buildings, shinier, if you understand me. His parents valued tradition, the old, the histories. He'll want the opposite, and the most exclusive first. I lean that way for the same reasons, but factoring in the cost, he won't concern himself, Mira interrupted, and firmly. He has more money than he'd ever imagined, and he's certain he'll continue to bring in more. A place near clubs, arcades, bars, good shops, or that provides them. Status. He's always wanted it, but lacked the ambition or the ethics to attain it. He believes he's found it now. Okay, yeah, I see that. It helps. Appreciate it. I hope you find him, Eve. I'm going to say Happy Thanksgiving because I believe you will. Thanks. Same to you. She jumped on the map, shadowed out the detached and semis, any building more than a decade old unless it had been completely rehabbed in modern style. That's better, she murmured, studying the results. She started to cross-reference with the tenant lists Rourke trickled to her. Cursed when her desk link signaled. Dallas, she snapped just as Peabody hustled in.
Lieutenant Dallas, this is Officer Stansky out of fraud and financial crimes.
What do you want, Stansky? She demanded, and seeing Peabody's puppy dog plea, jabbed a thumb toward the kitchen and the auto chef.
We got an auto alert, came in about midnight, and it just got passed through. Not a lot of people working due to the holidays and all.
Move it along, Stansky, for God's sake.
Well, sure. What I'm saying is, we just got the notification, and it don't make much sense altogether. It's on an Anton Trevor with this code we don't get, not one of the standards, and it says to notify you ASAP, so I'm notifying you ASAP.
I'm homicide, Stansky, not fraud.
I got that, LT, sure.
Stansky's round face transmitted utter earnestness, just as her voice transmitted Queen's.
But it says you, Lieutenant Eve Dallas, homicide clear on it. You want us to go ahead and shut down this Anton Trevor's card? Go through the process, or what? I don't...
Hold on. Something tingled at the base of her neck as she did a quick run. Computer, search and display ID for Anton Trevor, New York, New York, age between 23 and 28. That should cover it. Acknowledged. Working. Results displayed on screen 1. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit!
LT?
Stansky said doubtfully. Don't shut it down. Where was the card used?
Got that right here for ya. Place called Bar on M, and another few minutes later, Handy Mart. Both in the New York West, Condo Center. That's it.
I've got the address. It was one of her buildings. It was one of Rourke's buildings. You hold, Stansky. Don't notify, don't shut down, don't do a damn thing until you hear back from me.
No problem here.
Send me everything you've got and hold, she said. And clicking off, jumped up just as Rourke pushed open her office doors. I've got him, they said together. Both frowned. What? Then Rourke held up a hand. Go. She, Farnsworth, must have tagged a fraud alert onto his new ID. It flagged for me when he used it. She saw the media reports, knew I was primary. He's going by Anton Trevor, Rourke finished.
I pieced that name from the code she embedded in the transfers. He's the newest tenant in New York West, she finished in turn. And there we are. We've got him, Eve announced as Peabody came out with coffee and a bagel. Peabody said, "What?" Reinhold's using the AKA Anton Trevor. Notify McNabb. I want to move fast, but we're gonna do this smooth. Get him, Baxter, Trueheart. Baxter left for his sisters in Toledo last night, Peabody interrupted. Shit. Make it Carmichael and Sanchez. She paused a beat, in case one of them was having breakfast in goddamn Toledo. We'll do a link briefing, she continued. I want 6 uniforms, seasoned Peabody. Rourke, I need you to notify building security, he said. I know this drill very well. I'll take care of what you need, and to start, he ordered the computer to display new data. That's his level, and the blueprint of his apartment. I have all the building specs, so you'll have the points of egress. Makes it easy. And rolling her shoulders, moved to operations strategy. Okay, private elevator. We'll shut that down. 2 other exits. We'll close them off. He'll be armed and God knows with what, so we go in protective gear. I want eyes and ears in there ASAP, and I don't want him looking over that terrace and seeing a bunch of cops moving in on the street. Let me see the big picture, she asked Rourke, so I can put this op together. As he did, she pulled out her link to update her commander. McNabb made it there just as she began the link briefing. Straightforward was how Eve saw it. By the book, tight and right. She paced as she ran it through, wanting to move, knowing she had to cover every contingency. She had her weapons strapped over the soft sweater, the same vivid blue as Rourke's eyes Sinead had knitted for her. She wore rough trousers and old boots, all the first to come to hand before dawn, and the flat, dangerous glint of cop on the hunt in her eyes. That's how it's gonna work, she finished. McNabb, eyes and ears. Rourke, security. And between you, you'll shut down all electronics and power to that unit on my go. Team A, me, Peabody, Officers Carmichael and Prince. Main level door. Team B, Detectives Carmichael and Sanchez, Officers Rhodes and Murray, second level door. Enter on my go. Officers Kenson and Ferris will hold position here, block and disperse any and all civilians from entering the hot zone. Are we clear? Yes, sir. No lights, no sirens, and no black and whites within a block of the target building. Protective gear is worn. This is not optional. Again, if the subject is seen exiting the building before this op is in place, take him down. If he's seen inside the building, track, but do not engage. We're moving, she added. Go in soft, wait for my orders. All weapons, medium stun. She turned, snagged the coat Rourke had brought in, then her stride forward hitched when she noticed Sinead standing in the doorway someone had neglected to secure. She had a baby on her hip, a hand on a gleefully fascinated Sean's shoulder. We have to go out. Sorry, we're in a hurry. She left it at that, double-timed it out and down the stairs. Rourke paused just for a moment. We'll be back before too long, and I'll let you know. Then he was gone too, rushing out with the rest. Nan! Sean sent Sinead a look of awe and joy. They're after the bad guy! They are, yes. Well then, let's go down, have a little tea. Reinhold slept the sleep of the satisfied and woke to Joe's harsh, sobbing screams. Jesus! Reinhold rolled, stretched, yawned. What a pussy! He hit the bedroom AC for hot chocolate, extra whipped cream, and stood at his window wall looking out at New York, at the city he knew feared him, while he drank. When Joe didn't show up at his mother's by about noon, Reinhold calculated, to hang out with his stepfather, his brother, and his brother's ugly wife and uglier kids, his fat cousin Stu, who'd have his piss-faced grandmother in tow, they in the city would fear him more. All around the Thanksgiving tables he'd be the talk. Jerry Reinhold, a killer who did what he wanted, who he wanted, when he wanted. Taking his time, he dressed, crap clothes again, because holiday or not, he was working, then went into the spare room to activate the droid. "Good morning, sir. Someone appears to be in distress." "Don't worry about him. Don't talk to him or listen to him. Got it, asshole?" "Yes, sir." "Go down and fix me, what is it? Yeah, eggs Benedict, a couple slices of toast with strawberry jelly, and whatever ought to go with it. Then come up here and clean up my bedroom, take care of my clothes. I'll let you know when to come down again." "Yes, sir." Before he went down himself, Reinhold checked himself out in the mirror. He thought he might dress up later, catch some football, which reminded him to tell the droid to get him some prime Giants tickets. Maybe he'd have some fancy drink out on the terrace, too. He planned on keeping Joe around another night, having some fun there. But if the fucker was gonna keep screaming, he strolled down. Joe looked worse for wear, that's for sure. His face, and he'd always been a conceited fuck, all bloody and bruised. A lot busted in there. The shallow cuts had stopped bleeding, something he'd fix after breakfast. And the burns looked like circles and streaks of charcoal. Reinhold picked up the sap, gave Joe an absent smack. "Shut the fuck up, or I'll slit your throat and be done with it." "Please, God, please." The words came garbled through broken teeth. "I think I'm dying. I'm hurt bad. Don't hurt me anymore, please, man, please. I'll do whatever you want. I'll give you anything you want." "Oh, yeah? That's something, maybe. You've got some money, Joe. The Vegas money and more. Maybe if you give me your passcode so I can take it, I'll let you go. Anything. You can have it. I've got my Uncle Stan's passcodes, too." "Is that so?" With a smile, Reinhold gestured to a nearby chair. "Set me up there," he ordered the droid. "I found them when I was helping him out with some stuff. He's got some real scratch, Jerry. I'll get it for you. Just let me go. Promise to let me go, and I'll get you all of it." "I'll think about it. Please. I need water. Can I have some water, please?" Easing into his seat, Reinhold took his knife and fork from the tray the droid gave him. "Can't you see I'm having breakfast? Shut up before you piss me off." "You," he said to the droid, "turn on the screen. It's gotta be about time for the parade." He smiled, cut into his eggs. "I'd hate for us to miss the parade, Joe. Just lie back and enjoy." Chapter 22. Eve coordinated with her team en route. She couldn't afford the time or the exposure for a final briefing on site. Too many people with too many ways to get the word out that cops were gathering at New York West. A leak to the media on the internet might alert Reinhold. She believed, strongly, asshole Joe was still alive. She believed they had time. But the very fact Joe was an asshole might tip Reinhold over the edge. She'd be damned if they'd be minutes too late this time. When she said as much to Rourke, he touched a hand to hers. We'll have him locked down minutes after we arrive. And we'll have your eyes and ears up minutes after that. Minutes, she thought. They had to be on her side this round. Luck's turned, she stated. Luck's turned our way. You've got to see it that way. We hit on him, both of us, almost at the same time. It all fell together. It fell together because you haven't let up on it for 3 days and nights. That and Miss Farnsworth. She pulled off a hell of a thing. I admit, I wish I could have met her. You wish you could have hired her, Eve added, and he laughed. You know me very well. Sanchez is on site, Dallas, Peabody told her from the back. Detective Carmichael's less than a minute out. Uniforms are checking in. Talking to your security head now, Rourke, McNabb announced. They've cleared the parking space you directed. Have eyes trained on the hallways on Reinhold's 2 floors. Good enough. And here we are. It's really pretty. Peabody craned her head to take in the tower. Shiny, and all that glass just sparkles. Head in the game, Peabody, Eve ordered, and jumped out the minute Rourke pulled to the curb. Record on. All records on. All teams move into position. I want all elevators but his blocked from his floor the minute Team B reaches his second level. Sir. A tall, curvy brunette clipped over to Rourke. We're in place, awaiting any further instructions. Lieutenant, this is Head of Building Security, Veronica Benston. Lieutenant. Benston nodded at Eve. There's been no activity outside of the target area. 2 units on the subject's main level and 1 on his secondary level are not occupied today, as the tenants are out of town. In-residence tenants, as you instructed, have not been notified, as yet, of any police activity. Give me the rundown as we go. We're moving. We've kept this elevator clear for you. Benston led the way, explained any and all occupants and activities on the target level. Your backup, Benston, and thanks for the assist and the speed of it. Eve stepped out on Reinhold's level. She sent Team B a thumbs up, moved on as they rode to the next level. Shut down his private elevator. Block all access and egress to this level. Rourke, I want him blind. I want his alarms and backups shut down. Benston, would you mind? It's done, sir. She tapped her earbud. Blind him, she ordered. Kill alarms, both levels of target unit. At hallway door, Eve said into her own comm, assessing. Since Benston offered it, she used security's master, then drawing her weapon, went through the door. Get me eyes and ears, McNabb. All over that deal. He squatted, went to work on a portable. Good filters, he said absently. Excellent shielding. This would take longer without the specs. He shot Rourke a grin. Saves me work. You got 2 human heat sources, LT, and 1 robotic charge, all main level. Nothing human or E on second level. Eve crouched, studied the screen. Right in the main living area. Seconds later, she heard sobbing, pleading. Got your ears, McNabb murmured. Please, God, please. I think I'm dying. Team B in position, Sanchez said in Eve's ear. Hold there. Subject and victim are both on main living area. Single droid also on main level. I've got my Uncle Stan's passcodes, too. Eve held up a fist, signaling wait. Watched as the heat source she identified as Reinhold moved a little farther away from Joe. He's sitting down. Got the droid by him. Put some space between him and the Vic. Open it, she asked Rourke. Nice and quiet. Move in, Team B. Slow, quiet. Just lie back and enjoy. Eve held up 3 fingers. On 3, she murmured. She went through the door, fast and low, with Peabody fast and high beside her. Reinhold squealed. There was no other word to describe it, Eve thought in disgust. He squealed like a little girl, threw his tray of food in the air, and ran for the stairs. Stop! Freeze! Hands in the air! Instead, as Team B charged down, he veered away, grabbed a vase, threw it. It missed by a mile, shattered on the floor. Eve considered stunning him as he ran, basically in circles, throwing whatever came to hand while Joe screamed. God, she wanted to stun him. And because she did, she tackled him instead. He went down in a skid, kicking, flailing, adding screams to Joe's until Eve pressed her weapon to his cheek. Oh, give me a reason, you fuck! Get off me! Get away from me! Kill her! He ordered the droid, who just stood looking as distressed as a droid was capable of looking. Eve dragged Reinhold's arms behind his back, cuffed him. Gerald Reinhold, you're under arrest for murder, multiple counts, for kidnapping, for identity fraud, breaking and entering, and all sorts of additional charges. You have the right to remain silent, she began, and with Peabody's help, managed to get him to his feet. He kept letting his legs buckle, so by the time she'd finished reading him the revised Miranda, she'd had enough. Officer Carmichael, take this asshole into custody. Put him in top-level holding at Central until I say different. You've got it, Lieutenant. And somebody call the medics and a bus for that poor bastard. Already done. Detective Carmichael tapped her comm. On their way. Harnessing her weapon, Eve walked over to Joe, shook her head. You're a real goddamn mess, Joe. But you'll live. He hurt me. He hurt me. Yeah, he did. Eve watched as Rourke and another uniform worked on cutting through rope and tape. I'm sorry about that. Maybe the next time you start to smirk at a cop, you'll remember. Water. He sobbed, twisted some pity out of her. Please. He wouldn't even give me water. Here you go. Peabody held a cup to his lips. Slow now. We've got you now, Joe. We've got you now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't listen. It's okay. It'll be okay. Maybe it would, Eve thought, but he'd paid a hell of a price for being an asshole. She didn't rush it. Let Reinhold stew and sweat a while. With her team, she went through every inch of the apartment, past the electronics, including the droid to McNabb, and Feeney, who'd showed up as the MTs wheeled Joe out, a little steamed they hadn't waited for him. She found it interesting, and a little sad, to discover Reinhold had stocked the full traditional Thanksgiving feast, and wondered if he'd planned on tucking into it before or after he killed one of his oldest friends. She held up the mini-saw as Rourke approached. A new tool for him. I'd say he'd have tested it out on fingers, maybe hands, feet. Then he'd have used it to cut Joe into more easily disposable pieces, using the industrial waste bags we found to get the pieces out. A lovely thought, and likely accurate. I took the droid, he added. Its memory loop is fully intact, going back to when Reinhold reprogrammed it, prior to murdering Farnsworth. It will be very solid evidence for the prosecution. We've got nothing but solid evidence, and a live witness. So you'll be visiting the hospital at some point, and not the morgue. Happy Thanksgiving. For most of us. I also spoke with the realtor who arranged the rental. Easy enough now to track it.
Idly, Rourke glanced around the main level, and even under the circumstances, found satisfaction in the flow of the layout, the use of materials. Reinhold snapped the place up just yesterday, and made arrangements to purchase the furniture already in place. Trendy and expensive. It suited him, and it saved him time and trouble. So you were right on his style, but he lucked, again, into finding a place where he didn't have to shop for his furnishings. Eve's lips turned up in a sharp, grim smile. Luck changes. And I'm about to finish his run for good. I'm sending the electronics with McNabb. And Feeney, since his ass is burned, I didn't call him in, away from his wife, family, and day off. Anyway, they'll just log and secure, then they're sprung. Sanchez and Carmichael are going to work with crime scene to seal and secure, then they're sprung too. Peabody's stuck with me. I have to deal with Reinhold today. Now, if it goes smooth enough, I'll be home for dinner. He corrected. I'm with you. You're my family first. I'll let them know. And if we're not going to be back at a reasonable time, they'll start without us. Fine. If it took too long, she thought, she'd push him out. But she needed to get started. Peabody? Let's go have a nice little chat with Jerry. Can't wait. She worked on strategy as Rourke drove to Central. She had Reinhold's number now. With Mira's profile, her own observations, interviews with friends, co-workers, supervisors, she knew what he was, and believed she knew how he thought. You're good cop, Peabody. Aw, damn it! He's gonna respond to bad cop, me. Make excuses, try to hold a line, be a big shot as long as he can hold on to his guts there. And he's gonna respond to good cop, see someone who's willing to give him leeway on the excuses. He's not smart enough to understand the dynamics, the rhythm, or how that push-pull undermines. Rourke flicked a glance at Peabody's sulky face in the rear view. It's a classic for a reason, he reminded her. And you always know when to slip in with the softer touch. It's masterful. As Peabody perked up, Eve slid a glance toward Rourke. Talk about masterful. In the garage, she reached for the box of props she'd brought from the crime scene. Rourke nudged her aside, hefted it himself. I'm gonna know pretty quick how this is gonna go, she told him. If I think it's gonna drag out, go into hours, I'm going to signal you or step out and tell you. Let's make a deal. I do love a deal. If it's gonna bog down, you go home, do the turkey thing. Then you can come back. I'll even get word to you when I think I'm close to wrapping it up. Your aunt shouldn't have to feel she's in charge when she's supposed to be a guest, Eve added. That was a good one. He shifted the box as they rode the elevator up. All right, then. That's a deal. Satisfied with that, Eve got off the elevator. Peabody takes the box. He'll look at me as in charge. He's gonna be afraid of me, and I'll make sure of it. He's a coward, and fear's gonna break him. He'll try to push me at first, then he'll appeal to you, she told Peabody. You're close to his age. You're not the primary authority figure, and you'll be sympathetic, to a point. Call him by his first name. That's connection from you, lack of respect from me. I get it. He's an interviewee. Then I'll be an observation, Rourke said. Good luck, both of you. That's just what we've got now. Eve led the way. As she'd instructed on the way in, he'd been put in interview, but not in restraints. Restraints indicated he was something to fear. The uniforms who'd pulled him out of holding and brought him up hadn't spoken a word, asked no questions, answered none.
So now he sat alone in the box, lights on full, sweating, she noted when she stepped in. Beads of sweat on his upper lip, his brow. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, and Peabody Detective Delia entering interview with Reinhold Gerald. She read off a series of case files as she took a seat. Reinhold Gerald, you have been informed of your rights on record. Do you understand your rights and obligations in these matters? I don't want to talk to you. That's one of your rights. Do you understand that right and the rights and obligations as given to you in the revised Miranda? He turned his head away, stared at the side wall like a petulant child. Okay, fine. Peabody, arrange for him to be taken back to a cage. I'm not going back down there! Eve just stood, started for the door. All right, Jesus, yes, I understand the stupid rights and shit. Good. She came back, sat again. We can make this quick and easy, Jerry. I mean, for God's sake, we walked in on you with Joe. You'd done a number on him. You came onto my private property. That's a violation of my rights. You can't use anything you found when you violated my rights. Seriously? She eased back and laughed. That's your defense? If you're gonna watch fictional crime shows, you should at least pay attention. Ever hear of probable cause, Jerry? Or duly exercised warrants? You abducted and were holding an individual against his will, causing him severe bodily harm. You assaulted said individual, you committed battery, battery with intent, assault with a deadly, and so forth on this individual, and you planned to murder this individual, then saw him to pieces and dispose of him. You can't prove any of that. I can prove all of it. Let's start with the first part. You abducted Joseph Klein. Did not? His voice cracked a little as he jabbed a finger at her twice. He came to see me. He walked right into my place on his own. And I was just fooling around. Just messing with him. That's what you call it? Bashing him in the head with a baseball bat, breaking his teeth, his cheekbones, his jaw, burning him with the torch, cutting him. That's just messing with him? He screwed with me. I screwed with him. That's self-defense. His eyes actually shifted left and right. He came to my place and he threatened me. I protected myself. He gave you a bad time, so beating the shit out of him while you've bound him to a chair is self-defense? You're an idiot, Jerry. I'm not an idiot! Harsh red color stained his face, ran down to his neck as if his fury needed to pump through his pores. I'm smarter than you, smarter than most people. I proved it. How? I did what I had to do. I got what I needed to get. Starting with stabbing your own mother over 50 times. I don't know what you're talking about. He looked away again. I wasn't even there. I came in and I found them. It was awful. He covered his face with his hands. You're saying you came home and found your parents dead, Jerry? Peabody did her masterful slide, a touch of sympathetic horror in her voice. God! It was... He dropped his hands, and for the first time looked at Peabody. I can't even tell you. I'd warned them not to just open the door for anybody, but they never listened. And I came in, and they were... all the blood. Give me a break, Eve muttered, but Peabody shook her head. Come on, Lieutenant. We wondered about that. What did you do, Jerry? I don't know exactly. It's all kind of crazy in my head. I just freaked. I think maybe I blacked out or had a kind of, I don't know, seizure or something.
So you don't really remember what you did after. When did you find them exactly?
I guess late Friday night. I came in and where had you been? Just around. Anyway, nothing made any sense, you know? Did you come out of your seizure long enough to steal the watch you sold? To transfer your parents' life savings to accounts you opened? Eve's question snapped him back. It was mine since they were dead. I didn't know what else to do. I was scared and not thinking straight. You try coming home and finding your parents dead. See how you act.
It had to be awful, but you should have called the police, Jerry, Peabody said gently.
I know that now, but then I just wasn't thinking straight. Straight enough to take what cash and valuables they had in the apartment. Straight enough to withdraw the funds you'd transferred Monday morning, Eve pointed out. To book a high-flyer hotel suite and eat hearty Saturday and Sunday nights. That's not a crime. But he swiped at the sweat on his lip. I needed some money to get by, didn't I? I needed time to think. Then I saw how you cops were after me, and I needed time to figure it out, so you went to Lori Nuccio's apartment, used the key you hadn't given back to her after she dumped your sorry ass, and you tortured and killed her. I did not, and she didn't dump me. I dumped her. It wasn't working for me, so I dumped her. And she begged me to stay with her, give her another chance. Then I figured it out when I heard about how she was dead. The same person who killed my parents killed Lori. Now that I agree with.
But Miss Farnsworth, Peabody began, gave Reinhold a worried look.
Her too!
Excitement lived on his face as he grabbed his theme, ran with it.
The same person did it, trying to screw with me. See, it was all about screwing with me, so you cops would come after me, maybe kill me before I could prove my innocence. Joe! Eve all but saw the metaphoric light bulb flash on over his head. I knew it had to be Joe who did it. He's crazy, anybody'll tell you, and he was really jealous of me. That's why I got him to come to my new place, why I was messing with him. I needed to get him to confess so I could turn him over to you.
Wow.
Peabody hoped she looked shocked and impressed instead of showing the absolute disgust she felt.
So Joe killed your parents and Lori and Ms. Farnsworth because he was mad at you, jealous of you?
Yeah. He hit on Lori a few times, she told me, and she blew him off. So he was pissed about that, too. And he ragged and ragged on me about Vegas, kept buying me drinks so I got a little, impaired, then pushed me into betting all that money. He made me lose all that money, and he knew I didn't really hold anything against Miss Farnsworth. She taught me a lot. But he ragged on me, so I made like she was a bitch. Just saving face, like. Then he goes and kills her so he can pin it on me.
This is very serious, Jerry.
I know, right? Trying for sincerity, he bobbed his head up and down. He's crazy, I guess. But he was ready to admit it. He told me some of it, but I didn't have the recorder on yet. He said how my ma let him in, was gonna fix him a sandwich. She did things like that. And he picked up the knife and stabbed her and stabbed her. He covered his face with his hands again. My ma!
Golly. Where was your father? Did Joe say?
He said how he got the bat from my room, and he hid and waited till my dad got home. Then he bashed him, and he just left them there. It's funny, Eve said, how he walked in and out of the building without ever once showing up on security. Oops, she thought, as Reinhold's eyes shifted again.
Sometimes those things don't work right. The super's supposed to get it fixed, but he doesn't. He's lazy. So the security on the door magically shows you going in Thursday night, late, and not leaving again until Saturday night, suitcases in tow, and also magically never showed Joe entering or exiting the building. It can happen. Well, at least we can check with the super, Peabody said doubtfully. He'll just lie. You know all about liars, Eve said. Just let me ask you one question. Just one that's bugging me some. How'd you get the fake ID and the money to rent that swanky apartment? I won some money in Vegas I didn't tell the guys about. And I paid this guy I met at a bar for the ID. What guy? What bar? How much? Eve rapped the questions out. Some guy, I don't know, just a bar. Maybe $1,000, about $500, I guess. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit! Eve pushed forward into his space, so he jerked back. You lost your ass in Vegas. You didn't just happen on an expert on fake IDs at some bar, and you sure as hell didn't get one with the accompanying database for $500. You lying piece of shit. We've got the comps you stole from Ms. Farnsworth after you tortured her, after you killed her. The ones you had her droid take to a swap store. The data's right on them. They were wiped clean! Wound up, he leaned toward her, shoved his face toward hers. You're the liar! How do you know they were wiped, Jerry? Jerking back, he ran his tongue around his lips. Just figured. Joe's not stupid. He'd have wiped them first. You should have paid more attention to Ms. Farnsworth in computer science, Jerry. With the right techs, the right equipment, and believe me, the NYPSD has both, you can retrieve damn near anything. Your ID was made on her comps. Okay. I didn't want to get her in trouble. She's dead, Jerry. Her reputation. She made the ID and stuff for me. I went to her, explained things, and she helped me out. That's why Joe killed her, after I left. But she was dead when you left, Jerry. When you left carting your new duffel and her suitcase and caught a cab to the clinic because she'd managed to break your foot. That wasn't me. That was Joe. It was all Joe! He began to cry, tears of terror and self-pity. I didn't do anything! Get off my back! I didn't do anything! We've got witnesses. We tracked you, you stupid fuck. We know where you bought the hair color, the eye color, the bronzer. She shoved to her feet again. And these. She began dropping sealed evidence on the table. The tape, the rope, the knife. This saw you intended to use to cut Joe to pieces. These bags for disposal of body parts. I did not! The droid bought that stuff. Some of it on your orders. Ms. Farnsworth's droid. Then there's this. Eve lifted out the evidence bag, holding the hank of Lori Nuccio's hair. How'd you get Lori's hair, Jerry? She gave it to me. Like a love token thing. Really? How did she manage to do that when the person who hacked it off her before killing her took it? Had her hair colored just that afternoon. Jerry, this color. I got mixed up. You're mixing me up. Joe had that with him. He brought it with him. He showed it to me to prove he'd killed Lori. You killed Lori and got off doing it. You left the boxers you had on in her bathroom, you fuckhead. Joe planted those. He told me. Eve sat back. Not gonna fly, Jerry. Not even gonna get off the ground. On top of everything else, Miss Farnsworth left a deathbed statement too, right on her computer.
coded it in right under your idiot nose while you had her terrorized. Your name, Jerry, and everything we need to wrap you up.
That's a lie. She did not.
She really did, Jerry. Peabody spoke quietly, pushing what sympathy she could into her tone. It's all right there.
She did that to get back at me, that's all. She always had it in for me.
Then why did she make you the ID? Why did she help you out?
You're confusing me. You're mixing me up on purpose. I want a lawyer. I want a lawyer, and I'm not talking to you.
That's your right. Eve began to box up the evidence again. Peabody, have him taken back to holding.
I am not going back there.
Shouting, he gripped the edge of the table as if to secure himself in place.
I want a lawyer now. I've got plenty of money. I can hire the best lawyer there is, and he'll make you sorry.
You don't have any money, Jerry, Eve corrected.
I have millions.
She sighed. Jerry, you moron. The money was stolen in the commission of various crimes. None of it's yours.
Everything my parents had is mine. That's the law.
Not if you killed them. She's right about that, Jerry. You can't use any of that money. Peabody rose too. I'll notify the public defender's office. With the holiday, though, it could be Monday before they assign anyone.
I'm not waiting until Monday.
If you want a lawyer, Eve shrugged. It could take a while to get you a PD.
I want one now.
His eyes went wild. Spittle flew.
I want to use my money to hire a lawyer, you bitch.
Tough shit, Jerry. We'll work on getting you a public defender, as is your right.
Don't you walk out of here. You come back here, you stupid bitch. You come back here right now.
You've exercised your right, requested a lawyer. This interview is done until you're represented. Get the door, will you, Peabody?
Fuck a bunch of lawyers. I don't want a lawyer. I want you to get back here. I want to go home.
Calm as a lake on the outside, Eve turned back to him. You're waiving your right to representation at this time?
Fuck you, yes. I'm telling you, Joe killed all of them, and you're trying to pin it on me. You're just pissed because I was smarter than you.
Oh, yeah. I can promise if you were smarter than me, I'd be pissed. Eve set down the box, sat again. Here's another little, what did Rourke call it? Spanner in the works. Joe's alibied for the time of your mother's death, the time of your father's death, your ex's death, and Ms. Farnsworth's death. Do you think we don't check these things, Jerry?
He's lying. You're lying. I want another cop.
That's not one of your rights. You killed them, Jerry. Every one of them. You liked it. You found what you were missing in life, didn't you? And you got rich doing it. You got everything you ever wanted, everything you deserved. All those assholes screwing with you, you got them back for it. And you were good at it. You fucking excelled.
You're damn right.
It came to you when you were sticking that knife in your mother, didn't it? Eve kept her eyes trained on his, kept her tone quiet and smooth. Praise and threaten, she thought. Juggle both the praise, the threats, and toss in the facts. She's bugging the shit out of you. Get a job, get out, get off your ass. Nagging bitch, you'd had enough. Who wouldn't? So you picked up the knife right there in the kitchen where she was making you a sandwich, and you carved her up, and you knew right then you'd found your calling.
She wouldn't get off my back. They were going to kick me out. Just kick me out. What was I supposed to do?
Get a job, Eve thought. So you killed them. Your mother with the knife. And you waited until your father came home from work and you beat him to death with your old baseball bat.
It was self-defense. I had to protect myself, didn't I? They made me crazy. It's their fault. I did what I had to do to protect myself." "What you had to do," Eve said with a nod. "Then you took their money, their valuables. You stayed in the apartment with their bodies from Friday night until Saturday night." "I couldn't stay there forever, could I?" "Right, of course. But you needed some time to do the whole transfer with the accounts. Find all the money they had. Open your own accounts. Wire the money out and over using their passcodes." "My money," he reminded her. "My parents, my inheritance. They owed me." "It was pretty smart," Peabody said, and worked some admiration into her tone. "I mean, the way you transferred the money, then withdrew it so fast on Monday, spent some time in that nice hotel figuring out your next move. People underestimate me. That's their problem. I figured it out, and I did everything right. You had my name and face all over the screen, but you couldn't find me. I've got skills." "And you used those skills on Lori Monday night." "That bitch didn't respect me. Another nag. She humiliated me, so I humiliated her right back. She deserved it." "Stripped her, cut her hair," Eve said, "tore up her new stuff. You got off when you strangled her, didn't you, Jerry? They're powerful, those skills of yours. You found your power." "Best I ever had, and I did it myself." "She deserved what she got." "It was self-defense," he repeated, jabbing a finger on the table. "All of it. I had to look out for myself. It's my right." How was Ms. Farnsworth self-defense? Eve wondered. "She ruined my life. Screwed with my grades so it looked like I flunked, and I had to lose a whole summer making it up. My own friends made fun of me. I made her give me my life back, that's all. Made her give me a new life. That's fair." "You assaulted her, bound her with rope and tape, forced her to generate your new data and identification, credit cards, to transfer her funds, her property into accounts for you." "She owed me. They all owed me. They all thought I was nothing. I made them nothing. It's fair," he repeated. "I've got a right to look out for myself." Eve glanced at Peabody. "Let me just make sure we get all this straight, Jerry," Peabody said. "You killed your mother, your father, Lori Nuccio and Miss Edie Farnsworth. You abducted, assaulted, tortured, and planned to kill Joe Klein because they owed you, having played parts in ruining your life. So taking their lives was fair. Taking their property and money was fair." "That's right. That's exactly right." Pleased with the summation, he gave Peabody a sharp nod. "They all screwed with me, so I screwed with them bigger. Did you see my apartment? That's who I am now. And I know damn well it's going to turn out you're wrong about the money. It's mine. It's in my name, my accounts. Possession's more than half of something. I heard that somewhere. The money's in my possession, so you'd better get me a damn good lawyer in here now, or I'm going to sue your asses. It was self-defense, and I'm not going back in that cell. You can't make me." He actually folded his arms over his chest, jutted out his chin, like a kid making a dare. "Oh, Jerry, I can't begin to tell you how happy I am to disabuse you." Eve allowed herself a single happy sigh and a big, wide smile. "How my heart actually sings with gratitude for this moment." "You're going down for murder, you asshole. 1 count second degree, 3 first degree, 1 of assault with intent, plus all the related charges. You're not just going back in that cell, Jerry. You're gonna live the rest of your small, stupid, miserable life in a cage." "I will not! I'm not going to jail!" She let him spring up, let him run for the door,
and just shot her foot out to trip him. And yeah, there was a little heart singing when he did a sliding faceplant. No, you're not going to jail, she agreed, stirring herself to slap restraints on him as he cried big self-pitying tears and sobbed for his money. It's called prison. And I'm betting it's going to be a nasty, bust-your-ass prison off-planet where they eat weaseling little cowards like you for lunch. I'll take 'em down to booking, Peabody said, as she helped Eve haul Reinhold to his feet. Nah, we're passing him off to a couple unlucky uniforms. We're going to go have ourselves a nice turkey dinner. Yay! Together, they dragged the limp, sobbing Reinhold out of the box and into the rest of his life. Epilogue. There was some paperwork to deal with, some contacts to make. Procedure was procedure, but Eve figured they pulled up at the house at a reasonable time. She hadn't screwed up Thanksgiving. Champagne, Rourke decreed, for both of you. Exceptional teamwork and interview. Champagne? Peabody did a seat dance before climbing out. Oh boy, oh boy! It's a good day, Eve decided, and she could wait for the next to talk to asshole Joe in the hospital. She stepped into the house, into a wall of voices, music, into the sense of applewood burning, candles flickering, flowers and food, into, she supposed, family. They'd spread around the living room and had broken out musical instruments. Some of them danced, including, she saw with considerable shock, the huge Crack, the sex club owner, with his tattoos and feathers. The Irish white skin of the little girl he had on his hip glowed against his ebony. Mavis's little Bella clung to McNabb's hands and stomped her feet in a mimic of the step dancing going on. They called it a ceilidh, she remembered from her visit to the family farm in Clare, and she supposed they'd brought a little Irish to an American holiday. It fit just fine. Before she could evade, or even think to, one of them, cousin, whizzed by, snatching her, swinging her into the whirl of it. She managed a, but he just plucked her off her feet, spun her in circles. She laughed, then staggered a bit when he dropped her back down, and the music ended with riotous applause. The noise didn't end. A million questions and comments burst out and made her think of a media conference. Easy now, Sinead ordered. You're all smothering the lot of them. Ian tells us you got your man, she added, and all's well with the world. For now. Now is good and fine enough. We've been entertaining ourselves, as you see, until you're home again. Don't let that stop you. She took the glass of champagne Rourke handed her. That was quick. It was already out and open. Nadine walked over, gave Eve a hard, completely unexpected hug. I love them, she murmured in Eve's ear. I love them all and want to marry them. How much have you had to drink? Just the right amount. God, they're so much fun. You're a lucky woman, Dallas. I'm feeling pretty lucky. I'm having the best time. Easing back, Nadine plucked up her glass of champagne, lifted it in toast. And I'm getting an exclusive with you and Rourke together on Now. No, you're not. Oh, but I am. Fun and affection danced in Nadine's crafty green eyes. I'm going to get you drunk enough to agree before we have the pie. Good luck with that. I'm feeling pretty lucky, too. Oh, Morris is going to play the sax. I want to marry him when he plays the sax. One of the uncles sang with the wrenching melody, and half the room shed tears. Eve thought they liked it.
Mavis bounded up to give her a squeeze, then Charles. Everybody seemed to need a hug. "I got that name and contact for you," Charles told her. "It turns out you didn't need it." "I'm glad I didn't." She started to step back. She really needed to take her weapon harness off, secure it upstairs. But she glanced down to see Sean and Nixie staring up at her. "What?" "You got the bad guy," Sean stated. "Yeah, we got him." "Did you zap him a good one first?" Violent little bugger, she thought. She liked that about him. "No, I just knocked him down. Twice." "That's something then." "He killed people," Nixie said. "That's right." "Now he won't anymore." "No, he won't." She nodded, smiled. "I have your surprise." "Yeah? Hand it over." She ran to Elizabeth, got a slim rectangle wrapped in gold paper. Gifts were always weird to her, so Eve ripped the paper off, like a bandage from a wound, to get it done fast, and looked down at a framed drawing of herself. She stood, eyes hard, weapon drawn, coat billowing. A little reminiscent, she thought, of an illustration in one of Rourke's classic graphic novels. And just as frosty. "I drew it, but Richard helped." "A little," he confirmed. "A lot," Nixie whispered. "It's great. It's really great. I look kick-ass." Nixie giggled, slid her gaze toward her adoptive parents. "It's an assignment. My therapist said for me to make a picture of the person I'm most thankful for this Thanksgiving. I thought about it a lot. Because I'm really thankful for Elizabeth and Richard and Kevin, but I wouldn't have them to be thankful for except for you. I wrote an essay on the back. It's part of the assignment and the present." "Oh." Eve turned it over, saw it was a two-sided frame, and as she skimmed the careful writing, felt her throat close. "Would you read it?" Sinead asked, and looking up, Eve saw the movement had stopped, and everyone waited for her. "Would you read it to us, Eve?" Why don't I do that?" Understanding, Rourke took the frame. "The person I'm most thankful for this Thanksgiving is Lieutenant Eve Dallas. She kept me safe when I was scared and I was sad. She took me to her house with Rourke and Somerset and Galahad so nobody could hurt me, not even the bad people who killed my family and my friend. She told me the truth. She promised me she would find the bad people and make sure they were punished. And Rourke said she would never stop until she did that. He told me the truth, too. She helped me find Richard and Elizabeth and Kevin. They're not my mother, my father, and my brother, but they're my family now, and I know it's okay to love them. It doesn't mean I don't love my mom and dad and my brother. Dallas didn't treat me like a baby. She told me I was a survivor, and that's important. She worked hard, and she even got hurt, but she found the bad people, and she made sure they got punished. She told me the truth. She kept her promise. So she is the person I'm most thankful for this Thanksgiving. Nixie Simpson. Well done, Nixie. Rourke bent over to kiss her cheek. Well done. It's good? She asked Eve. It's real good, Eve managed. I'm going to put it in my office at Central. And it'll remind me to tell the truth and keep promises. Really?
I said so, didn't I? Nixie threw her arms around Eve's waist, then ran over to Elizabeth.
She liked it.
Yes, she did. Elizabeth sent Eve a watery smile, then pressed her face to Nixie's hair.
That was lovely. Absolutely lovely.
Sinead got to her feet.
And a perfect way to lead us to our feast, I'm thinking. Let's get a move on. With this lot of us, it'll take an hour just to settle.
If I may. Somerset offered Sinead his arm, gave Rourke the faintest nod before leading the horde out. I need a minute, Eve murmured. Rourke just drew her in, kissed the top of her head. She's a strong, graceful girl, he said. You helped her believe the world could be right again. She lost everything, and look at her. She has heart and, yeah, grace and goddamn spine.